stand so we can begin with the national anthem of St. Lucia. Just remain standing. The good book says, where two or three are gathered in my name, there am I in the midst. And Almighty God, God of the universe, we acknowledge your presence. We give thanks for the gifts and talents you have bestowed on our nation. We come together today asking for your blessing on this gathering, the gathering in this chamber, and those following on social media, as we come together to share our knowledge for the development of our nation. We pray that these proceedings will be for the glory and honor of your name. Amen. Kindly sit. Dame Dr. Paulette Luisi, Governor General Emerita and member of the GEF SGP UNDP National Steering Committee. Dr. Yoko Watanabe, Global Manager of the GEF SGP UNDP. Luminaries from St. Lucia and the diaspora. Members of the CYEN, the Caribbean Youth Environment Network. Friends of SGP and colleagues in St. Lucia and the diaspora and beyond, colleagues from other SGP countries joining us, ladies and gentlemen. We at the SGP have waited for some time for this auspicious day to arrive, which will allow us to come together with friends to confront our simple yet difficult task of integrating research and innovation into sustainable development processes, and thus help to steer this ship called St. Lucia through turbulent environments. What we are certain of is that the future belongs to those who claim it and welcome it. These days, with the COVID-19 pandemic, it is easy to say, oh God, what next? However, we at the Global Environment Facility contend that it is at these times that we must rise to the challenge, break new ground, and create new pathways to the future. I recently ascended to the position of chair of the SGP-GEF UNDP National Steering Committee in St. Lucia, and I must tell you that never have I seen a more dedicated group of volunteers giving of their time with such commitment, led by the chief givers in Anela Jamak and Giles Romulus. This level of giving is reminiscent of words of the Lebanese poet Khalil Gibran, who wrote in the book The Prophet, "Then said a rich man, speak to us of giving. And he answered, you give but little when you give of your possessions. It is when you give of yourself that you truly give. For what are your possessions but things that you keep and guard for fear you may need them tomorrow? And tomorrow, what shall tomorrow bring? To the next prudent dog burying bones in the trackless sand as it follows the pilgrimage to the holy city? And what is fear of need, but need itself? Is not dread of thirst when your well is full, thirst that is unquenchable? There are those who give little of much which they have, and they give it for recognition and their hidden desires, and their gifts are unwholesome. And there are those who have little and give it all. These are the believers in life and the bounty of life, and their coffer is never empty. There are those who give with joy, and that joy is their reward. And there are those who give with pain, and that pain is their baptism. And there are those who give and know not pain in giving, nor do they seek joy, nor give with mindless of virtue. They give as in yonder valley the myrtle breathes its fragrance into space. Khalid Gibran. Ladies and gentlemen, Khalid sums up the positives of pure, unadulterated giving and warns us of the giving that is loaded with self-interest. My National Steering Committee gives with a positivity and selflessness that I have seldom seen in my short life. Fellow St. Lucians, if there was a moment in the history of St. Lucia when there was a need for her sons and daughters to give, now is the time. We are convinced at the Jeff, SGP, UNDP, that Helen will not do well in the future if we do not come together as a nation to contend with the complex problems which are buffeting us now and will continue in the future. From this chamber, therefore, the call goes out to St. Lucians, wherever you are, to contribute to the development of this country. Our nation needs you. As I end, let me thank the GEF SGP UNDP program on behalf of St. Lucia, for nowhere else have I seen a program so dedicated to the well-being of the downtrodden. It awards grants and offers technical assistance, but its strength is in mentoring and the selfless giving of its staff and volunteers. I am proud to have been associated myself with such a program, and I appeal to all St. Lucians to become an SGP supporter. And let us together tie our waists and confront the future with a fortitude which comes from our ancestors, our culture, and our Christian upbringing. Let us all say that I am a supporter of SGP. I bid all of you from within and without a hearty welcome, and let not our children condemn us for not trying. I thank you. Just a few protocols for the morning. Please, let's see if we can turn our cell phones on silent or turn them off completely. There are two podiums, one on each side of the room, so that when you stand to speak, I will invite you to one of the podiums. Those sitting around the table, we will not use the mics at the table. Please come to the podiums to address. And at the podium, at both podiums, there is a bottle of hand sanitizer, and there are a packet of wipes, which I would ask you to sanitize your hands and use the wipes and clean the space after you leave. Thank you so much. I now invite Mr. Giles Romulus, the National Coordinator of the, I now turn to Mr. Jerry George.
Thank you, Rosie. Dr. Husbands-Mathemer. Before we hear from Mr. Giles Romulus, we just wanted to acknowledge and also to recognize our presenters or luminaries and those offering responses. I'm joined by Linnell Malzer, and she will also join me in doing the honors. Quite a few of our presenters and luminaries are joining us by Zoom. So, Linnell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jerry George. our first presenter, Dr. Stephen King, who will be speaking on pathologist and social justice. Mr. Cletus Springer, who's joining us via Zoom from Washington, D.C., will be speaking on the subject of sustainable development.
Our second luminary is Professor Aldry Henry Lee, and he is a sociologist concerned more about social policy. He'll be joining us via Zoom from the University of the West Indies, Mona. We will also be hearing from Dr. Winston Fulgence, whose interest is archaeology and history. Dr. Sharon Belmar George, medicine, we know her very well here, she's with us. Ms. K.
Who will be speaking on the subject of medicine, orthopedics, and regenerative medicine. He will be joining us via Zoom. Other speakers will be Mr. Brian Louisi, who will be speaking on business, again joining us via Zoom. Dr. Adrian Auger, who will be speaking on the subject of sociology, society, and Mrs. Joelle Charlemagne, who will be speaking on education.
We'll also be joining Dr. Parry Husbands, supercomputer and artificial intelligence. That's his area of concern, and he will be joining us via Zoom from Cambridge University, Cambridge, Massachusetts, MIT, I think it is. And speakers will be Dr. Marie-Louise Felix, who's a scientist, particularly marine biology. She's joining us via Zoom. Miss Laura Jean-Pierre, business and inventing, also joining us via Zoom. Mr. Richard Mathias, apiculture, and Mr. Ricky McDoom, fishing.
Dr. Nikaya Dor will be joining us via Zoom from the University of Bristol, and he will be speaking on electrical and electronic engineering. We'll also be joined via Zoom by Mr. Nurani Aziz, who will be speaking on the subject of tourism. Dr. Keith Nurse is with us today from Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, and he is here in person. We have Mr. Jabadi Delis, who will be joining us via Zoom, and he's a student of Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, and Dr. James Flesher, who will be speaking on the subject of climate change via Zoom.
Dr. Whitney Henry, biomedical research with a focus on cancer via Zoom from MIT, Cambridge, USA. And speakers will also include Mr. Laurent Jean-Pierre, ethnobotany, Ms. Chrysler Henry, a student of Sir Arthur Lewis Community College via Zoom, Ms. Diana Thomas on law, and Mr. Kemuel Jean-Baptiste, agriculture, particularly extension.
We will also be having Dr. Desuki Narara, who will be joining us via Zoom from Microsoft in Washington State, United States of America, who will be speaking on the subject of the Internet of Things, solution architecture at Microsoft. We have other presenters such as Ms. Catherine Seelys, who will be speaking on gender, Mr. Felix Herman, who will be speaking on agriculture, Dr. Gilberta St. Rose, who will be joining us via Zoom on the subject of conventional and local medicine, and Mr. Keegan Meyer, who is joining us via Zoom to speak on the subject of smart architecture.
Dr. Sarah Maston, Internet of Things, will be the next luminary, and she will be speaking on the Internet of Things, Senior Solution Architect at Microsoft via Zoom from Microsoft, Washington State, USA. And included in this section also is Mr. Vincent Boland, who is speaking on development banking, Dr. Linus Clovis, who is going to be looking at religion and science via Zoom from the UK, Ms. Anya Edwin, who's with us on Youth Matters, Dr. Didicus Jules, Sustainable Development via Zoom from Barbados, and Mr. Ronald Buhingson, who will be looking at music. Just give all our Luminaries and our presenters a round of applause. And we will now hear from Mr. Niles Romulus, who is the national coordinator, to give us an overview of what's going to be happening here today.
Thank you, Jerry. Thank you, Linnell. Fellow Solutions, colleagues and friends, as our chair said earlier, this is indeed an auspicious occasion because we are coming together as solutions from different walks of life, from different experiences to talk about a major topic that will help us to plan our futures, help us to contend with the many challenges, those complex problems. Some persons have referred to them as meta problems because they seem to change in shape and kind and complexity as you begin to address them. In our national anthem, it speaks to a call to all of us. Sons and daughters of St. Lucia, love the land that gave us birth. Very patriotic line, I may say, when you read it carefully. But it goes on in the second stanza to make a universal call to our St. Lucians. Wheresoever you may roam, love, oh love, our island home. Meaning that wherever you are in the world, St. Lucia expects you to love her. And St. Lucia expects you to be kind to her. And in this moment of trials, when COVID-19, that intractable microbe, is affecting our lives, we need our St. Lucians more than ever. I want to submit that this is an opportunity for us to change, an opportunity for real transformation in this small island state. We will not bat above, or box rather, above our weight class, but we must bat within our weight class and affect all the classes above and below. Ladies and gentlemen, since we started the Small Grants Program in St. Lucia in 2012, when I checked our global database this morning before I came in here, we had funded 108 projects in St. Lucia, all over the country, and we had finally reached the 20 million Eastern Caribbean dollar mark. 108 projects, $20 million. And in investing in those projects over the last 8 years, we had the opportunity to go around St. Lucia, to mingle with people, talk with the fishers, talk with the ladies of the village, talk with the gentlemen of the village, talk with the aspiring inventors. And we have discovered that in St. Lucia, there is a genius waiting to be nurtured to national and international prominence. Irrespective of whether people go to secondary school or university, there is a wisdom, there is an inner strength and a force that we must begin to tap into. I want to submit that research and innovation is not the domain of the white-coated gentleman or woman in a laboratory or hospital. It is all our business. Research and innovation can go from the bedroom to the boardroom, from the factory floor to the business establishment, from the cricket field to the dancing floor. Research for us must become one of the most important activities we do in our future. And we all know there is primary research to discover new ideas, and there is secondary research. I will never forget the experience I had back in around 1988-89 when I had the privilege of writing a contract for one Dr. George Proctor. Dr. Proctor is a well-known taxonomist from Jamaica. I believe at the time he was working in Puerto Rico. We brought him to St. Lucia to work with Jomo, Mr. Jean-Pierre. And one afternoon, they took a drive down to Shock. And when George returned to my office, George was sweating, and he said to me, "Do you know, I have just listed about 10 or 12 plants never listed for St. Lucia before?" In a matter of 2 hours, ladies and gentlemen, this famous taxonomist had identified between 10 and 12 plants never listed in the taxonomy of St. Lucia. And of course, my brain went all over, my God, what if these plants had, chemicals that could improve our health? What if these plants had chemicals that can cure cancer? And what if these plants had all kinds of things? It was then I realized that our biodiversity is understudied, underdocumented, and this is a challenge for this generation and the generation to come. In the area of secondary research, we have a problem that is growing in St. Lucia. We are not reading. When I was a child growing up in Castries, there were about 5 bookstores. I want you to walk through Castries now and show me one. If not for the efforts of Delia and the rest of the group up at 758, I think we would have no place to buy books. Yet, we claim we have 2 Nobel Prize winners. Our young people are not reading. And I sit there every day, I speak with them, I interact with them, and I say, "Have you read that book?" And they look at me in a puzzled countenance. They're not reading. And reading does such a thing to your mind. I recall in the 1970s, we not having a television at home, and Christopher Martin Jenkins talking about Richards batting at Sydney Oval, and when he drove a ball through covers, bisecting cover and extra cover, I could see it in my mind. I could feel the ball rolling, bisecting 2 fieldsmen. Nowadays, we are visually literate. And I don't want to talk about the illiteracy of the other parts. We don't read. Reading takes too much time. But reading is a form of secondary research that is of paramount importance to our own self-development and the development of our country. If we do not do it, crop will smoke our pipes. So research can be of the discovery type, where you discover new ideas, new concepts, new things, new laws of nature. When Einstein around 1915, 1917 discovered the laws of general relativity, that was a major breakthrough. He had to surpass Newtonian physics. But I want to say to the average solution out there that research and innovation is not, again, the domain of a doctor. I need to tell you a little story about my grandmother. Growing up in George Charles Boulevard in the late 1960s, Teresa Romulus, my grandmother, had a goal to bake cakes for her 3 grandchildren. But she had no money to buy an oven or a stove. So Teresa Romulus took a tin. Those of us who remember those sort of big tins that used to come with biscuits from Trinidad and Tobago around Christmas time. She took a tin, put a wire mesh in it, and put it on a coal pot with the dough. I remember that morning leaving for Marshall School, and she telling me, Jailo, you'll get kicked this afternoon. So of course at 2:30 I run down the Marshall Hill, only to find her sitting on a bench outside and the smell of smoke. So I walked to the back, the kitchen was outside, and I said, oh my God, there was a near inferno there. The biscuit tin was all burnt up, the dough was nothing like it used to be, and my grandmother was in a state of dejection. 2 weeks later, she was back at it again. But 2 days before, she was thinking, how do I transform this into an oven? Well, I heard her speaking with her brother. I think the temperature was too high, By that it was show. And of course it was too hot because she had 4 big pieces of coppice charcoal under it. And you know coppice charcoal has a high density wood. When that thing starts to burn, it doesn't stop to burn at all. So her first lesson was balatitoshu. So she took out 2 pieces of charcoal. Then there's another issue. The temperature in the biscuit tin rose so quickly it burned the dough. How do we solve that problem? I heard her talking to my uncle. On mettait tout en bas là, comme ça, pour faire vent circuler. And they proceeded to make holes in the biscuit tin. So the second time, 2 weeks later, when I left for school, she said, this time you're getting cake. I said, okay. Yeah. I went to school and I didn't run home that day. I walked home. But when I came through the gate, oh my God, the aroma of cake was all over. Ladies and gentlemen, to this day, I measure every cake I ate with that baseline cake I ate in 1968. That was innovation in the backyard, open kitchen that my grandmother practiced. Innovation in Laborie on a sweltering Saturday evening where we were talking about community-based adaptation. A young man who had been quiet for the better part of 80% of the meeting stood up and said, "We can't get water from the sea." I looked at him and I said, in my mind, "Monsieur Fou." I looked at him and I asked a question, and then I put on my teaching cap and I asked him, "Do you know how difficult that is?" He says, "Yes." "Do you know how much energy it takes?" He says, "Yes." "Well, we'll use solar," he responded. I said, "Okay." One tick. "Do you know we will never fund it if you contaminate or pollute the bay?" "Yes." "The brine," I told him. "How do you take care of it?" "Well, I don't know, but I will find out." Well, the short end of it, Mr. Carlos Noel, we gave him a planning grant to go and do some research. He came back with a design. He showed us how he would take care of the carbon footprint, and he said that the brine would be evaporated by the sun, and we would get salt from it. I said, but the speed at which you produce the brine might exceed your capacity to increase the production of salt. So he went back to the drawing board, and one afternoon, I'll never forget that, I was in my office. I said, "Giles, I think I got it. Come down." I said, "Okay." Drove down to Laborie. I said, "Now, Mr. Noel, you have to show me every step of the way for you to convince me. First of all, the water came from the Laborie bay into the machine, reverse osmosis, water to drink. Before I drank it, I said, "Have you drunk it before?" He said, "Yes," so I know I wouldn't die. So I drank the water and it was really good. He said, "Do it again." And then I told him he measured the salinity of the water entering and the brine. And the brine, of course, the salinity is 2 to 3 times higher. And then he did his invention, and the salinity went back down to seawater salinity. I said, "Wow, we may have an invention there." But I still was doubtful. I said, "Look here, I want you to call CAFA, Caribbean Public Health Agency, and bring the scientists down here for them to investigate every stage of that innovation." CAFA came down, did the studies, and then I received the report. This system, says the report, has found a way to destroy all nuisance particulate matter and disease and produce high-quality water. And in the process, the inventor has found a way to neutralize the brine. That was a day when I knew we had another invention on our steps. A few weeks later, the Kingdom of Nauru in the Pacific asked us to help, and they had a competition. I encouraged him to enter, and his submission won. A fisher who did not finish secondary school, who read and read, who destroyed his father's TV and radio, discovered electronics, understood electronics and physics, and prepared St. Lucia's first mobile, solar-driven, brine-neutralizing system for this island. 3 weeks ago, I think it deserves a clap, yes, I think so. 3 weeks ago, we had a major international meeting. and we had colleagues from all over the world on Zoom. And my colleague in the Pacific was complimenting this South-South cooperation between St. Lucia and Nauru, how the system was helping the people of Nauru. Climate change may have not reached a critical stage here, but in places in the Pacific, Nauru, and other countries, it has reached critical levels. Ladies and gentlemen, research and innovation is not an if anymore. It is a requirement for survival. We need to almost inject our young people with the mindset of research and innovation. Most importantly, the projects we fund, we need to have ideas that are workable, that are fundable, and that can be truly transforming. And that is why we have created links from St. Lucia to Microsoft. You will hear from the Microsoft engineer today. And there is a collaboration between Microsoft and our inventor, and I will be delighted next year to stand wherever I am in St. Lucia and to tell St. Lucia it has its first smart fish aggregating device connected to satellite and giving you information in real time. And not getting lost and doing ghost fishing. These are the kinds of expectations we have for this country. Research and innovation must become pivotal to what we do in banking, in fishing, in the kitchen, in agriculture, in medicine, and so on. Let me end by saying how delighted I am that this event is taking place today, and I look forward to listening to the various presentations by our colleagues. I must say I am proud that one of them is a past student of mine at St. Mary's College, Dr. Parry Husbands, Jr. I had the delight of invigilating the exams that when he sat to go to St. Mary's College. And I recall looking at Parry's paper at the time, and he had all right on the first page. So I said, oh, why are you going to St. Mary's? I better recruit him for presentation. But I couldn't do that at the time. And I subsequently taught him geography. So I want to recognize Parry as a young man that I taught at St. Mary's that has gone on to having 7 international patents to his name and more. Madam Chair, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to my presentation, and I look forward to the wisdom that comes out of this House during this course of today. Thank you.
Thank you, Giles. At this time, I wish to invite Mr. Edwin St. Catherine to the podium as he discusses with us his baseline results on research and innovation in St. Lucia. Ladies and gentlemen, you will note that you have a bottle of sanitizer at your desks as well.
Good morning, everyone. Protocols having been established, I will take you through a survey on research and innovation that was done with 400 St. Lucian participants throughout St. Lucia. I take it I can flip with this, right? Okay. Okay. It was, of course, funded by Jeff, SGP, UNDP St. Lucia, and also the Caribbean Youth Environment Network. try it. I need to turn it on, right? Oh, okay. Could you just switch it for me, please? Try this. Sorry. I'm not sure how this works. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Sorry. Yes. Okay, so we had 400 participants. We had a sample that was randomly distributed, a stratified sample. Every district in St. Lucia was proportionately represented, or was proportionately representative of the population 15 years and over. The sample has an error margin of plus or minus 4%. And this means that each statistic, generally, will typically be within 4 percentage points of the real population value 95% of the time. So you can see, for example, in that tabulation I have there, that 42% of the population of St. Lucia is under 35, and 35 and over are 58%. This is the relative proportions of the population of St. Lucia that you see in here, and you see in how these, in the small pie chart on the right, you see in how these are distributed across age group cohorts. Just some key demographic statistics. Again, 58% of the population is over 35. We are aging. Predominantly Catholic. 65% of the population has secondary school education or over. Our unemployment rate currently is about 29%. That's significantly higher than normal given the pandemic and the ravages it has imposed on our economy. And the proportionate distribution of the population between Castries and Grosley in the north, 53%, and the rest of St. Lucia is 47%. And this is the distribution of the sample across the districts, okay, roughly relative to the population distribution. We asked respondents, persons across all these different age groups and sex, what comes to mind when you hear the term research and innovation? Well, both groups, you see, without any significant difference between male and female, both groups believe that research and innovation is about advancement and progress for humankind. However, on some points, they differed. Females tended to think about phones and communication or as being associated with research and innovation and science. Okay, so you see 20% male, but much more so, 80% of females understood that. Males tended to think about experimentation and increasing understanding, much more so than females did. So you can see some differences between the age groups there, with women tending to think that science was a more difficult subject, or research and innovation was tending to think so. Okay, it's not categorical, one group or another. Sorry. Okay. This issue of human activity and its impact on climate change, we asked the question, do you think that human activity does not have a significant effect on the climate by percent? And you can see that persons under the age of 35 tended to think that much more so than people over 35, that human activity did have an impact on climate change. Okay, so you can see the disparity here. The level of agreement in the under 35 group is much higher than the level of agreement in the over 35-year age group. And a similar metric you would see for secondary school and above versus less than secondary school education. Where do I point this? Okay. So we looked also at a number of questions. We asked our respondents a number of questions. We depend too much on science and not enough on faith. 78% agree that we do. Again, people shouldn't tamper with nature. There's a high level of agreement, 86%, that people should not be tampering with nature. Probably associated with our level of religiosity, if you like. When asked, God created the earth and all life that is in it, 95%, 97% of people agreed with that. School put me off science. There is 30% of the population that believe that school has put them off science, okay? Whereas the disagreement level on that is fairly high. Okay, the benefits of science and technology are greater than any harmful effects, 57%. So you see some of the metrics here. Okay, oops, I went a little too fast. It is important to know about science in my daily life, 91%. And this is a consistent theme throughout these statements that we ask. Science makes our way of life change too fast, 83%. People sometimes feel left behind, especially there is the feeling also that, for example, that scientific advances tend to benefit the rich more than they benefit the poor. 75% believe that to be the case. All right, studying science won't necessarily get you a good job, 74%. So the knowledge of science may not benefit you in your career. That is something that people generally, a belief that people generally hold. Okay, the information I hear about science is generally true. And there's a high level of belief that the things you hear, the information you get on science is generally true. Where am I pointing this? Oh, to you. Okay, sorry. All right. And then we ask on a scale of 1 to 5, where 1 is not scientific and 5 is very scientific, how scientific are public opinion polls, surveys. This is 1. And you see there's a bit of ambivalence between sort of a middle of the road. Yes, maybe, maybe not, that surveys and opinion polls are in fact true and give a true reflection of the population. But in the case of vaccines, for example, there's a high level of belief that vaccines are in fact effective, right? And are in fact scientific, okay? And the other aspect of science, economic growth and employment figures, again, people are sort of halfway between believing and not believing it, okay? So it's an average result. Okay, so then we look at, would you take the COVID-19 vaccine endorsed by the CMO? And you see there's a high level of skepticism about taking a vaccine to cure or prevent you getting COVID-19. And you see it's 56%, okay, saying no, they would not take the vaccine. And then you have 15% saying yes, 21% saying maybe, 8% saying don't know. So if the policy is to vaccinate the population, there will be a lot of education work to be done to prepare the ground for that to happen. This result is consistent no matter how you look at it, whether you look at it with respect to age group, sex, education levels. All groups are equally skeptical about taking a vaccine. And you see I distributed it on the right with respect to broad age groups, right? The over 35s. But you see each of the bars are almost the same height. Okay, so each group is equally represented across. Some of the reasons: too soon, wait and see. They are testing it because of on our ethnicity, all right, and lack of trust in local authorities. So all of these explain to some extent this skepticism. Level of effort in research and innovation, an area in which research and innovation should be conducted. Okay, so how much level of effort do you think the St. Lucian government is making to foster research and innovation? And there's not a high level of belief that that is actually happening. 31%, they're making an effort. 69% not making an effort. And then you see the areas in which people, the lay people in St. Lucia, the average St. Lucian believes that investment should be made in research and innovation, clearly in the area of health and nutrition, and that tends to be, there tends to be a recency bias associated with that metric, so it's very much heavily focused on health and nutrition, and then of course climate and energy, and of course the others, like for example digitization, communication, and security. All right, over the years, there has been an increase in the availability of science, technology, and environmental clubs within the school system, and you see that reflected here. For example, the percentage of people who agree that yes, their school had some kind of a science, technology, and environmental club is for the under 30, for the over 35, it's 41%. So that was further back, that more historic, and the under 35 is more recent, 59%. So there's clearly been an increase in these forums at schools. Not sensitive. Okay, and again, should SALCC be the leading research and innovation institution in St. Lucia by percentage? And you see there's a resounding endorsement of that notion. Okay. Okay. What areas do you think that research and innovation efforts in St. Lucia should be focused? And again, you see health being the most prominent one, okay? Followed by, for example, agriculture, education and agriculture, okay? And some others like poverty, youth, very important, security, and so on. There's a small underlying theme of concern about security in St. Lucia. I think the last time we measured the cost to St. Lucians of security, it was close to 60 million in terms of annual cost associated with, you know, buying security devices and all of that, okay? And, public assessment of research and innovation activities in St. Lucia. Do you think that research and innovation in St. Lucia can contribute to the development of the economy? 77%. Okay, and you can see that do you believe that St. Lucia has the resources to engage in research and innovation? Well, most people say no, probably 45%, and 39% say yes. Okay, so the final report on this research and innovation survey will contain detailed analysis of knowledge, attitudes, and practices towards research and innovation, a full list of tabulations of all the variables and questions in this research and innovation survey will be produced using cross tabulations against some of these key control variables that we have: age group, sex, district of residence, urban, rural, classic breakdowns, and economic activity status breakdowns, religion, and so on. And the full report will be available by February 2021. Yes, so that is it. My contact information is at the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. St. Catherine. I think we have a lot of information given to us today, a lot to feed on, a lot to analyze, and a lot to draw from. I now invite Jerry George and Giles Romulus to take over for the presentations from our luminaries. I just wish to advise that our luminaries are time constraints. We'll have 10 minutes, and each speaker will have 5 minutes, and we'll be timing.
Thank you, Mr. St. Catherine, for this illuminating survey. After all, if we go into research and innovation, we have to start at a baseline. And we're going to be measuring that and to see what changes occur after our 6 months knowledge fair. So we will begin our presentations by our luminaries. And to open the baton for us would be Dr. Stephen King. And we need to bring Stephen into the picture now. Stephen is going to be the one talking on pathology, medicine, social justice, which is his area of expertise. ICT, is Dr. King ready? Yes, good. Dr. King.
Good morning.
Yes.
Welcome. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Stephen.
Can everybody hear me, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. I think let me see if I can share my screen. I'd like to thank Jeff, UNDP Small Grants Project for inviting me to have or to speak to you. In particular, I'd like to thank Giles for his confidence. I wanted to start really, and I'm not sure that my screen is showing. Is my screen? Does my screen show?
Yes, it does.
Oh, lovely. Thank you very much. So really, in my 5 minutes, I just want to bring this to our attention. For me, the whole issue about research and innovation is problem solving and capitalizing on opportunity. I'm a doctor, and I like the public health approach. And how I approach it is this way. First of all, there's insight. You must identify the issue and the opportunity. All people must have the ability to have this insight. Secondly, there's analyzing the issue, the opportunity, or the problem. That is where research kicks in. Seeking solutions, ideas, and concepts to help us to address the issue or the problem. Research again. Designing a feasible solution, innovation. Implementing, innovation. Modifying so that you get the best practice. That is innovation. And for me, what we are talking about doing here is unshackling our power And I, in particular, am moved by the whole concept of decolonization, because I do believe that we are people constrained by our histories, our history in this region. And I was always enamored with Kamal Brathwaite when he spoke about decolonizing his poetry. That is a form of research and innovation. It's interesting, 10 years ago in 2010, to show you how all the kinds of people that can be involved in research. The Millet Primary School, we had the science fair, and the winner of that science fair was a young student of the Millet Primary School who designed a washing machine powered by an exercise bicycle. But these are examples. Both Kamal Brathwaite and our young primary school students are people who have unshackled their power and are thinking beyond. And I think that speaks to our confidence as a people. Because if we're going to if we're going to pivot into a society that is focused on research and innovation, we need to have that confidence in ourselves. We need to have an education system which is decolonized to the point where it is no longer an education system of conformance, where we use punitive measures for conformance, be they emotional or physical. But we have a system of creative thinking and critical thinking where we allow our children to really grow. You can't have an education system where still it is so colonial that 80% of our children are considered failures within that system. So also the ability for the ordinary people to see, to again have these skills and be able to capitalize on opportunities that they themselves have, housewives, farmers, doctors, lawyers, everybody, because research and innovation is not just for some, but really for all. And there's a need, of course, to support. I've put for you the wellness wheel here. Why? In my view, I'm again, like speaking like a doctor, we constantly promote this wellness meal, which is holistic wellness, the spiritual, the social, the intellectual, the environmental, how it all comes together for wellness. But I must tell you that right now, for me, our system is more designed in a badness style. Badness has not gone out of style in our country. I say so to say that we still have a very abusive system, a system that caps and actually stymies creative thinking, critical thinking, different thinking, which is so necessary for research and innovation. So, for instance, our systems are way too abusive from our society, our governments, to our households, to our schools. It is really still very much a system that constrains. So I am a firm believer in research and innovation in every single thing we do every day, because every day we should get up and be a better version of what we were yesterday and do better today than we did yesterday in our thinking and in our doing. That is what we need to train our youth to be as well. If we did that, yes, we would have a culture of research and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Stephen, for this interesting presentation. You opened the button on shackling of our power, decolonization, building confidence, creative thinking, creative thought. As you spoke, I remember Paulo Freire's famous book, Pedagogy of the Oppressed, when he spoke of a banking system of education, where the teachers teach and bank information into the heads of the students, and the students regurgitate for the teachers. I must say for myself, when I only exhaled as a researcher when I did postgraduate
Mr. Master of Ceremonies?
in Canada as well. So thank you very much, Stephen, for that. We will now turn to Mr. Cletus Spring, I think, from Washington, D.C. Is Cletus on? ICT? Yes, Cletus is there. iPhone? Can we bring him on now? Okay, those of you who don't know Cletus worked in government.
I'm not here. talking. I'm not hearing. Hello?
Can we mute Dr. What's that? Can we...
I'm Giles.
Yes, you must repeat everything you said. We didn't hear.
I must repeat everything?
Not you, Stephen, Giles.
Oh, sorry.
No, that was good, Stephen.
Oh, thank you.
Thanks.
We're not hearing the chamber.
Oh, okay.
Can we unmute?
You want to hear me?
No, Clinton's trying to get Brian.
Yeah.
We want to hear Giles.
What's happening?
I heard chamber, so I was wondering.
No.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I think Giles is busy talking. I'm going to try calling someone to let him know. I think he's still muted.
No, I put a note in the chat, but nobody's responding.
What's wrong with this? Okay, so maybe we should move forward.
I'll try calling Anela.
Well, they have to do it from there. Can you Okay, thank you very much. Cletus, can you hear us?
There's an echo in the chamber.
Okay, well, maybe we should move forward. If Cletus is not responding, we'll get back to him when he's ready. We'll go now to Professor R.G. Henry Lee from UWI Mona. Professor, you have the floor.
Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you, organizers. May I be able to share my screen if possible? Can I get the privilege? Are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thanks. So I want to begin by thanking the organizers for allowing me to give some brief words on research and innovation, imperative for sustainable, inclusive development. I know that I'm told I had 10 minutes on paper, so I'm going to try and move as quickly as possible, but we know that the aim of this forum is how to integrate research and innovation into all aspects of sustainable development and create a culture of scientific inquiry which will best prepare St. Lucia and SIDS for the complex multivariate problems of the future. We all know the challenges that we face as in SIDS. We won't go into all of them because time is limited, but we take particular note of the COVID-19 and its impact, climate change. We heard already about the problem of the youth and their civic disengagement, and we need to bring them back into the fold, widening inequalities because of the impact of COVID. And at this point, the SDG 10, which calls for a reduction of inequalities, is very critical at this time. And we can only achieve any part of the UN 2030 agenda if we allow research and evidence to inform the policy process. I have to commend, as I prepared for this presentation, I must make some commendations. I realized that there is a science, technology, and innovation policy that is being developed for St. Lucia. There was the launch of the Decade of Research and Innovation 2019-2029, and I'm told that the ministry plans to stimulate and develop a culture of innovative scientific thinking and analysis with nationally driven research studies designed to offer sustainable solution. So this is very good. I won't spend much time on the impact. I think we all know what the impact of COVID has had on St. Lucia, and this St. Lucia COVID report speaks about the large income and job losses, the severe food insecurity, and the limited coverage of social protection programs. And of course, SDG 4, which speaks to the quality of education for all, has been affected, and we know that some children were not able to access virtual classrooms, they didn't have the take-home teaching aids, and so on. So we have to look very carefully at how we ensure that we fulfill SDG 4 because we know that education is one of the ways that we can break the intergenerational poverty. So UNCTAD reminds us that it is crucial, even as COVID is on, that countries reinforce their commitments to protect investment in science, technology, and innovation, and to design recovery packages that leverage technology and innovation for development. And I won't go through this, but I want to tell you, as we begin to think about the impact of COVID on research, as a researcher, I can say to you that a lot of research has been suspended or canceled. Face-to-face research methods have been discouraged. We have new expenses in research now where people need to get money for PPEs and data plans. We have moved our institute to online and telephone media. There is the limitation, of course, for persons with disability, for example. We may not be able to get them as we want. And we as researchers need to be increasingly creative in the conduct of our research as the pandemic will be with us for some time. The challenges of developing RNI in developing countries: we have a limited number of trained researchers. There are financial constraints. The research is mostly donor-led and controlled, so you respond to a bid and you have to work within the parameters of that bid and the conditionalities of that project. Culture in the Caribbean and in St. Lucia too is not supportive of longitudinal research, which is actually the best type of research, where you have baselines and you have monitor evaluation frameworks, and you can evaluate an intervention. But we're very impatient people. We want to see results as quickly as possible. The Westminster model does not promote RNI because the politicians react to social pressures and opportunities for votes. They don't want to wait for research findings, and so they too have made it very difficult for us. And of course, our citizens are waiting for the state to do everything and don't realize that they themselves can be innovative in their own research and find solutions for themselves. The kinds of research that are needed is timely and relevant research. We need rapid assessments that will fill immediate needs and respond to crises. I spoke already about the longitudinal studies. We need multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary research. We need to look at research in a regional manner where we can join it as a unit of CARICOM, a unit of OECS, and carry out multi-country research and document best practices so that we can learn each other and share our information in a timely fashion. It is imperative that our research is inclusive. Vulnerable groups must be targeted. They must be allowed to participate. It has to be language sensitive. Not everybody can speak English properly, so we need to ensure that we have, for example, in St. Lucia, that we have to be culturally sensitive. We need to be gender and diversity sensitive. And as the pandemic is with us, we need to be pandemic responsive and adaptive. We cannot stop research because of COVID, so we need to be flexible, but at all times, we must be ethical. We must not lose that part of it. The role of the university, I'm coming to an end. So the role of the university, we need to train and build capacity. The emphasis must be on critical thinking and innovation. We must train the change agents, be change agents ourselves, advocate for change, and that's where we can increase the number of think tanks that we have where we respond and evaluate policies and programs. We must be more involved in public education. And a simple thing that we can do in terms of helping research is to ask ministries to list their research need and submit to the relevant departments at the university. We welcome it here at Salises, and we would encourage our students to carry out the research for the ministry. Students are always looking for topics to explore. So this is one way in which we can support. How do we cultivate RNI? That's an important question. Stephen already spoke about it. We have to completely revamp the education system from early childhood. There's too much regurgitation, not enough critical thinking. We need to develop our critical thinking skills of our young people, reward creativity, and ensure that innovation and creativity are important elements of curriculum development. There needs to be more emphasis on learning through play, because children will learn more if they are more relaxed and they are learning through play. Train community leaders, because especially now that we have COVID is on and we cannot go to the communities, we need to train our community leaders with some basic research skills. And in fact, we need to tell our community members that they are themselves walking databases. They have attitudes, they have perceptions, and Edwin St. Catherine told us what they thought and what they didn't think and whether they wanted the vaccine. The community citizens are walking databases full of data. Capacity building needs to be encouraged within state and non-state agencies. We need monies in our national budgets for research, and researchers themselves must make their research more friendly and accessible. We have a way sometimes that we present research in a non-friendly manner. This has to stop. And we have to think of different ways of presentation. For example, we have oral histories. We can think about documentaries, art and cultural expressions, animation. It doesn't always have to be text. We have to be more creative in the presentation of our research. And we have to use the technological revolution to our benefit to ensure vulnerable groups, example, persons with disabilities, can be included and access the information. So innovation is more about the people. The fulfillment of the SDGs must rely heavily on research and innovation, leaving no one behind. From conceptualization to dissemination of results is very critical. Research must be inclusive because, as the persons with disability tell us, nothing about us without us. And the last slide is just to tell us that research and innovation starts with each and every one of us. We begin with a self-assessment, critically examining how each and every one of us can improve our contribution to our family, to our workplace, to our community, to our country. Research and innovation is a personal responsibility, and this is how sustainable living and development will be attained. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Henry Lee. You know, from that presentation, you can see why Professor Lee has won the Vice Chancellor's Award for Research for a number of years at Mona. And she's a daughter of the soil, and she continues to blaze the trail at Mona for us, and she's given us the nuts and bolts of research and innovation. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go back to Mr. Cletus Springer, I think, who is now available to speak to us on sustainable development. Cletus will be speaking to us from Washington, D.C. Cletus is a former permanent secretary in physical planning and also in tourism. He's also a former chairman of the Solution National Trust, and he has quite a number of skills. So over to Cletus now, please.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much. And good morning, everybody. I'm picking up an echo of feedback. I hope you're not picking it up as well. I can't say how thrilled, really, really thrilled I am to see this event taking place this morning. It's something that I've advocated for many years. In fact, just last week, I came across a proposal that I submitted when I was at the OECD Secretariat to a particular government to set up this exact type of forum to sort of bridge the gap between local imagination, local creativity, and indigenous capabilities that reside in the diaspora. And basically, the proposal was to have a conference of this nature every year to bring creative thinkers from the diaspora together to share their insights, the appreciations of the trends in the global setting, in the global economy, in the global society, and to give to our people a sense of hope and a sense of encouragement that they can, within their own spaces, create solutions and find solutions to their own problems. And that's the segue that I want to use to bring to make a connection to the discussion that we're having this morning. I think research and innovation cannot be objectives for their own sake. They have to be initiatives that impact our people in a very real and tangible way. If we do not engage in these activities and ensure that they have a transformational impact on the lives and livelihoods of our people, then it becomes esoteric and meaningless. And so that's the critical objective that we have to frame in our minds in terms of how we proceed with this. I want to encourage also that we expand the frame of our discussion away from, not away from research and innovation, but to include as well the issue of science and technology. And so I'm suggesting that we expand our frame of reference to a concept which I will call STIR, the acronym STIR: Science, Technology, Innovation, and Research. And the STIR there is a play on giving impetus and encouraging our people to proceed along these lines. These are, of course, related issues, related aims and objectives, but each of them in their own domains have an enormous amount of impact and content. Science on its own is critical, technology on its own is critical, innovation and research. But when you bring them together, you find a overarching frame that in which you can proceed to embed these things in the society and the economy. So very quickly, what are the things that I consider to be imperatives for our development at this time? I think our research has to be targeted at building our resilience, building the resilience of our citizens. How do we build a citizenry that is able to bounce back from the shocks that we experience in our daily lives and in our communities? And the bounce back and concept is one that is taking hold. I have to say, I'm very pleased to see the embrace that resilience is achieving, not just in St. Lucia, but across the Caribbean. So some of the areas in which we might want to focus that research is, in addition to resilience, I think green growth is an area of focus. The blue economy, the orange economy, youth entrepreneurship is, I think, extremely critical. And I think, Giles, in the examples that you gave earlier, you gave us the context in which we can see that kind of youth entrepreneurship really taking hold in our countries. Science-based decision-making, I have to emphasize that, because in my experience, this is one of the areas in which we have not progressed significantly at the national level in the Caribbean. We have this gap, this gulf between science and decision-making. We see things like environmental impact assessments that are not understood and embraced for their value, and decisions being taken about the use of our natural resources that are not informed by the results of environmental impact assessments. We need to design and utilize the tools for science-based research and decision-making. We need to share knowledge, share experiences. We need to build our information and communication technologies. We need to invest in ground-based observations, drawing as much as possible from the indigenous knowledge and understanding of our people. We need to focus as well on building an information society. And the use of ICTs there is going to be very critical, I believe. We have a digital divide now. We have a high level of digital illiteracy, which I believe can be addressed by increasing interconnectivity between the education and research networks in our countries. I'm not sure how much more time I have left, Giles, but there's a lot more that I could say on this, but I don't want to overrun my time.
Thank you, Cletus, for this presentation, as usual, pithy and on spot. Thank you for particularly the presentation on EIAs, I go back and I reminisce about EIAs in St. Lucia, where they're used more to support development rather than critically analyzing the developments. Having studied EIAs in Canada, I can do the contrast and comparisons in some level of detail. So thank you very much, Cletus, for this. I'm sure, Cletus, you'll come back during the discussion phase and make presentations. We want to move forward. I can see, unfortunately, Dr. Winston Fulgence is unable to be here today because he's not well, and therefore we hope he gets better very soon. So we will give the floor to Dr. Sharon Belma-George, our Chief Medical Officer, who has been on the front line for the last number of months. Dr. Belma, the floor is yours.
Good morning to all. I would like to adopt the protocol that has already been established. And I would really like to thank the organizers for the opportunity to participate in this forum of research and innovation, which really forms the foundation of medicine and public health. At the United Nations Millennium Summit in 2000, governments of over 189 countries agreed upon the adopted United Nations Millennium Declaration that highlighted the 8 time-bound targets with a deadline of 2015, known as the Millennium Development Goals, with the main aim of improving the lives of the world's poorest people by 2015. But based on the successes achieved and the challenges faced up until the deadline of 2015, many nations believe that the world can still be a better place and set a new deadline of 2030. Governments agreed that the global goals for sustainable development will provide that critical pathway to achieve an eco-friendly and better world, so new goals were set. St. Lucia is among the list of countries working steadfastly towards meeting the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals so that the citizens can have good health and well-being, experience gender equality, enjoy the basic right to clean water, sanitation, bring an end to poverty, facilitate industry, innovation, and infrastructure, among others. Research and innovation are 2 key activities that are vital to the attainment of the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. We need to look at the indicators, collect and analyze data to enable us to reach the expected targets for each of the Sustainable Development Goals in the various sectors. As advocated by the organization, Social Progress Imperative, I agree that our focus should be on life outcomes and social progress of our citizens and country, as this will bring us closer to meeting that benchmark for sustainability. Michael Green, the CEO of Social Progress Imperative, has advocated 3 overarching areas that should be paid particular attention to if we are to drive social progress to eventually achieve sustainable development. Researchers and innovators should focus their studies on the first one, basic human needs, which comprise of nutrition and basic medical care, water and sanitation, shelter and personal safety. The second one, the foundations of well-being, which speak of education, information and communication, health and wellness, and sustainable environment. The third one is the opportunity for citizens to improve themselves by having their rights respected, be free to make choices, and to be free from discrimination. Traditionally, research and innovation has really formed the foundation of medicine. This COVID-19 pandemic has affected the world beyond anyone's imagination, not only health-wise, but socially and financially, setting the stage for the conduct of a plethora of research and the creation of innovative technologies to help combat the virus and improve the outcome of our lives. Regionally, there are calls for healthcare providers and professionals of all spheres to conduct research and submit abstracts on COVID-19 related issues. Our frontline workers and public health practitioners have been seeing trends and taking note of how COVID-19 situation is impacting on the public and our healthcare and social systems in a similar way that we've seen the effect of Zika, chikungunya as new public health threats, dengue fever as one of our endemic diseases. Many countries are seeing the need for research and innovation, and St. Lucia will be a contributor to the global research pool as our people progress in seeking to conduct research guided by the Health Practitioners Act here, a legal instrument that calls for all research to be conducted in an ethical manner. It is imperative that public health recommendations be guided by evidence-based research, guided by the science for effective results, especially in resource-limited settings, such as here in St. Lucia. All research involving human participants, human tissue, human data must be reviewed by the legally constituted Research Ethics Committee of the Medical and Dental Council here in St. Lucia. Innovative technologies in communication and information, food production, and now virtual education learning are becoming more sought after during this pandemic. Our children are engaged in e-learning and becoming more technologically savvy. With structured and planned research and innovation activities, focusing on what we hold dear as our basic needs, opportunities that will improve our lives and have us in a state of well-being, we'll be well on our way to achieving the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Velma George, for focusing on the SDGs. First, the MDGs and the SDGs. What's important about the SDGs is the realization of humanity that we have to move from just talking about objectives to move into measurable outputs and indicators. I think that signal a move away from 30 years, 40 years ago. And this result-based management has permeated the SDGs as well. And we are looking forward to the SDG report on St. Lucia and other Caribbean islands. Let's move on, please. We now move to Ms. Kijana Shallery. Is she here today? Oh, Kijana Tusa Shallery. She's the operations manager of the Goodwill Fishermen of Vieux-Fort. So, Kijana, you have the floor. Welcome.
Good morning, all. Allow me to adopt the protocol that has already been established. We'll focus a bit on visioning sustainable fishing 2020 and beyond. Sustainable fishing is of importance to the industry, as it is important that we leave enough fish in the ocean, respect the habitats, and ensure that those who depend on fishing for their livelihood can do so well into the future. So there is need for maintenance and sustainability of the industry. And of course, research and innovation would undoubtedly lend itself to achieve those. I will focus on a few broad areas where I feel that research and innovation would add positively to the industry. Many fishers use what we call the fish aggregating devices or the FADs as a method of catch, which tends to be sustainable for both preservation of the fishery as well as the management of input. On the input side, it tends to lend itself to more fuel efficiency because there is the advantage of concentration. And in the case of the fishery, there is need for the introduction of technology to modify the traditional fads. And I'm pretty sure perhaps the speaker after me will perhaps touch a little more on that aspect. But it means that adding some level of technology to the aggregating devices would help assist in determining migratory patterns, feeding patterns, stock health, and so on. There is need for greater use of that type of fishing by the fisher folk, for greater investment in the creation and building and deployment of these aggregating devices, and the collection of analysis of data that will assist the decision makers in the planning process and thus lend itself to better decision making in order to enforce sustainability. Another area of importance is the marine protected areas. For us in St. Lucia, we have the PERSIPA, which is the Point Sab Environmental Protection Area in the south, and the SMMA, which is the Soufrière Marine Management Area. These areas have natural, cultural, and historical assets, which is worthy of conservation, sustainable use, and protection. And so it is important that both anecdotal and scientific information is made available in order to better educate the users of these protected areas on the importance of the fishery and the fish life that live in these areas and how it can lend itself to a more healthy sector and also to enforce the use of these areas. And of course, this will lend itself to fulfilling the Sustainable Development Goal number 12, which is life below water. open and close season for specific species of specific fishery. The Department of Fisheries, constantly does research in these areas, looking at specifically the health of fisheries such as the lobster and sea urchins, the conch and turtle. But I think there is greater need to ensure that there is constant review of that information and perhaps more scientific methods of collecting information on these fisheries to ensure that the users of this fishery is well versed and can well understand what is available in order to preserve this rare and fragile ecosystem and habits so that we can enjoy this type of fishery for many more years to come. In the area of human capacity and human capacity building, there is need for research to ensure that fishing techniques, preservation of techniques such as preserving the catch, and we look at specifically fish on ice and ice from catch to table. We know that this is a very ticklish area because the understanding of many persons who consume fish, many of the consumers, is that fish on ice is bad fish. But the information actually shows us that putting the fish on ice from the sea actually preserves the fish. And so there is need for us to enforce this. There is need for greater research in these areas and the need to educate, especially the consumers, but even more specifically, the fisher folk on the importance of such. We see other emerging areas in the fishing sector, such as agriculture, aquaculture, and aquaponics. And the FAO research shows that these are the research of 2018 shows that these are very viable areas. And so there is need for more in-depth research in these areas so that we can streamline, but also that we can guide these processes to ensure that the fishery continues to remain sustainable and that we can continue to enjoy wholesome fish for years to come. I just want to mention as I close the St. Lucia Sectoral Adaptation Strategy and Action Plan for the fisheries sector. And that plan is, we refer to it as the SASAP, and it looks at 2018 to 2028 under the National Adaptation Planning Process. And I just want to highlight two of the outcomes. Outcome one, which looks at the enhanced enabling environment for climate adaptation action in the fisheries sector, and the strategic objectives under that outcome. One, to improve the national policy, legal, regulatory, and institutional framework to facilitate climate adaptation to the fisheries sector. And the second objective is to enhance human and institutional capacities for the design, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation of fisheries-related climate adaptation projects. And three objectives on the outcome two, which is the enhanced nutrition, food availability, quality, and security through adaptation in the fisheries sector. And the objectives are one, to improve productivity through climate resilient fisheries management systems. Two, to promote climate resilient aquaculture production in response to a changing climate. And three, to promote alternative livelihoods, creation and development, and to strengthen climate resilience in fishery-dependent businesses. And so it is important that additional research and specific targeted research is done in the area of fishing and the fishing sector, because we also acknowledge the importance of that sector in food production and in the decrease of our food import bill. And so it is important that we as the users of the fishery, but also the policymakers, understand fully what the impacts are in that sector and how we can ensure that for years to come, that we continue to have a sustainable fishing sector due to the many benefits that it can bring to our island, St. Lucia. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Salary, for this presentation. I think you touched on all the important areas, marine protected areas and so on. But as she mentioned plants, you know, I want to make an observation here. We are very bullish on plants. Huh? We in St. Lucia and in the Caribbean, we like to quote our plans: outcome 1, outcome 2, outcome 3. And then after that, there is silence. And nobody comes back, say, 2 years, 3 years down the road and say, how many outcomes have been achieved or not achieved, or how many outputs have been achieved and not achieved. Part of the learning process, it appears to me, is that you need to do the evaluation of the outcomes, whether or not you achieve them or not. If you don't do that, then you are caught in that web. And sometimes the plans say the same thing every year. And I've been in the environmental business since the 1980s, late 1970s, early 80s, and I see some of the reports that have come out on the plans, and I said, oh my God, I saw that already, you know, in 19-something, and I saw that already, and that should have been done already. So, reflection and so on. We have the next gentleman, Mr. Carlos Noel. At this juncture, I want to mention a project we have just funded with the Goodwill Fishers, Mrs. Harry, Invictus, I think, the name of the company, and ourselves, and we are focusing on smart fishing aggregating device, and we have Microsoft as a partner in Washington State. Mr. Carlos Noel, you can perhaps use either this podium or this one. Let's welcome Carlos.
When I speak to most people, they use the word sustainability to mean the ability to maintain at a certain pace or plane, or the ability to uphold or defend a certain position. In other words, maintaining the status quo. However, sustainability is more than that. Sustainability spotlights and meeting the requirements of the present without compromising the capacity of future generations to meet their needs. The concept of sustainability is composed of 3 pillars: economic, environmental, and social. Also more commonly known as profits, planet, and people. Sustainability driven innovation goes beyond designing green products and packaging solely on their inherent virtue. Sustainability is the ability to exist constantly. In today's world, it refers generally to the capacity for the biosphere and human civilization to coexist. It entails improving business operations and processes to become more efficient with goals of dramatically reducing cost and waste. Good day, my name is Carlos Noel, and I am the Chief Technical Officer and co-founder of the firm Invictus. Invictus is a climate change adaptation company, and we focus primarily on smart ocean technologies. Our first innovation is the Life Cube, and it revolutionized the way people view desalination and its ensuing byproduct brine. This I did without really knowing much about desalination, but knowing that I wanted to do something about the perennial water situation in my community and St. Lucia at large. When it rains, we have no water. When in a drought, we have no water. Desalination in itself is a mature technology, which is a two-edged sword. As we say in our local language, a couteau de lame. On the other hand, it provides a necessary solution to water scarcity. But on the other hand, it's detrimental to the ecosystem, marine or otherwise. My invention, the brine management system, ensures that this mature technology meets the need of the present without compromising the ability of our future generations to meet their needs. Research and development plays a critical role in the innovation process and sustainable development. It's especially It is essentially an investment in technology and future capabilities which is transformed into new products, processes, and services. Currently, we are working on a project which will transform the fishing industry, having significant bearing on the three pillars of sustainability. Profits, which fishers will eventually see a significant shift in the bottom line upward. Planet, to protect the marine ecosystem, and people, sustainable livelihoods, and ensuring the preservation of resources for future generations. This innovation is a smart FAD. A FAD is a fish aggregating device, is a structure or device made of material, and it's used to lure fish. This can be natural or man-made. FADs are the most efficient and widely used fishing method, and its intent is to ensure fishers spend less time searching for profitable fishing grounds. But that is not always so. This supposed savior to fishermen is quite harmful in that they are largely unregulated. Now, while FADs have indeed helped fishermen discover more fishing grounds and land more fish and waste less fuel, and the efforts, there is a concern for the ecological impacts of using such technology. Because FADs attract a wide variety of fish, often endangered species and juvenile fish are caught incidentally. Furthermore, if FADs are abandoned at sea, they contribute to the global problem of marine debris and can eventually entangle wildlife, especially sea turtles. Some also worry about FADs can alter the migration patterns of some tuna species. The use of the smart FAD is meant to take the guesswork out of fishing, such that it mitigates unfettered abuse principally resulting in exhausted fishing grounds. The issue of overfishing has been mostly rooted in the unknown, gaps in data, and the absence of clear regional management guidelines. Life history trait includes growth rates, age of maturity, size are important variables to catalog in order to ameliorate against unregulated exploration, especially in the light of the already depleted population. Uncovering the reality behind this statement should be a priority for fishers and fisheries overall. If we are to truly alleviate the problem of overfishing, places on stock and the ecosystem. And this is an example of how the infusion of research and innovation impacts sustainability. The smart FAD is different from the existing technology as it goes beyond aggregation and incorporate functions of intelligence, actuation, and control in order to describe and analyze a situation and make decisions based on the available data and its explorative or robust manner, in an explorative or robust manner, thereby performing smart actions through a multifaceted approach. Improving FAD data collection and reporting could lead to enhanced enforcement of existing management measures while working with skippers on best practices at sea to help reduce capacity and fishing efforts and promote science-led efforts. We hope that this smart FAD, that the smartness of this system can create a cadre of smart fishers and more sustainable livelihoods. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carlos, for this presentation. We look forward next year to be making an announcement in the area of food security, but also our protein deficit will be taken care of, and we will have a lower carbon footprint from our fishing industry. Ladies and gentlemen, now we turn to one of our luminaries, from our local luminaries to our international luminary. We go to Professor Cato Lawrenson. Professor Cato comes out of the University of Connecticut. He's one of 2 professors there, and as I said earlier, there's a branch of medicine named after him in regenerative medicine. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Cato Lawrenson.
Well, thank you very much. It's really an honor, a great honor to be here and with you today, and also a great honor to be the first from the diaspora to speak to you today. I am Dr. Cato Lawrenson. I'm the university professor, one of 2 at the University of Connecticut. My background is also that in orthopedic surgery and also in engineering. I do run the Connecticut Convergence Institute at the University of Connecticut. So my disclosures, I'll be discussing my relative disclosures. I own companies called Soft Tissue Regeneration Biores, Healing Orthopedic Technologies, Bone, and BioBind. I'm also on the board of directors of MiMedx, which is a public company. So my task given to me by Mr. Romulus was to tell them who you are, inspire young people, and provide some perspective and advice, but all in 10 minutes. So I'm going to try to do that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to tell you who I am. Along the way, I want to give thanks to St. Lucia. I want to discuss one of the signature achievements that we've had in terms of our work. I hope that my brief talk inspires young people to think about working in the area that I'm working in. And also want to provide an opportunity for individuals, young people who want to work in the area from St. Lucia, and also provide some overall vision in terms of St. Lucia, in terms of these areas of science and technology. Well, I'm an academic orthopedic surgeon. I take care of patients, I operate, I teach, I take care of athletes in terms as a sports medicine doctor. I do minimally invasive surgery. That's me doing arthroscopy. I take care of teams. This is the national team, U.S. national team for boxing. And I take care of, I'm a member of USA Boxing as a boxing physician and ringside boxing physician in terms of my work. I've had a number of administrative leadership positions. I've been chair of orthopedic surgery at the University of Virginia, University of Connecticut. I was dean of the medical school and vice president for health affairs, and ran our overall university translational science institute. And right now I'm the university professor, and I'm CEO of the Connecticut Convergence Institute here at the University of Connecticut. One of my big jobs is I'm a scientist and an engineer, and I think that's one of the reasons why I was asked to come and speak in terms of research and innovation. I want to take the opportunity to thank St. Lucia, and particularly Dr. Gail Rigobert, and I have an open letter I wanted to send to her that says, Dr. Rigobert, I'd like to take this opportunity again to thank you for providing an endorsement for me for the prestigious UNESCO Equatorial Guinea International Prize for Research in the Life Sciences, which is Africa's all life science prize. On the recommendation of an international jury, the Director General decided to award me the prize. I am happy and proud to share our culture and our history throughout the world. So my staff has created a precise replica of the prize proclamation, and I would be honored to provide it to the nation of St. Lucia for display in the Parliament of St. Lucia. So thanks again. As is shown here, I did win the UNESCO Equatorial Guinea International Prize for Research in Life Sciences and became the first American, the first of St. Lucian descent to earn the award. The ceremony took place during the African Union Heads of State Summit in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and I was formally selected for my contributions to the field of regenerative engineering. And so I'd like to play a small video which introduces me. That was done by the individuals at UNESCO that talks about who I am and what I do and what my role is. Please let me know that if you can hear it, make sure you can hear it.
Yes, we're hearing.
Can you hear it?
Not yet.
Change probably which app you're sharing. You're currently sharing PowerPoint. Is the video opening in another program? You see, it's behind. Sorry, Dr. Lorenzen, we're not seeing the video.
Hi, Dr. Lorenzen. We're not seeing the video, and perhaps it's an issue of different programs, maybe. May I suggest you continue with your PowerPoint presentation while our ICT technicians try to address that problem. So continue the slide presentation, and then we'll try to address it at the end. Go ahead. Am I muted? Dr. Lorenzen, I was just saying that we're having problems watching the video, so we are proposing that you proceed with the PowerPoint presentation, and we will try to rectify the problem at the end of your video, of the PowerPoint. So proceed.
I hope that everyone was able to see that. I think some people said they could not. I apologize if not. The video is actually on the UNESCO website under the UNESCO Equatorial Guinea Prize, which describes some of our work. And so this is what I do. I work in terms of the area of engineering new tissues. And in a piece in Science I wrote about 8 years ago, I spoke to the fact that we need to invent a brand new field in terms of the work that we need to do. And that field is called regenerative engineering. And we define this as the convergence of advanced material science, stem cell science, physics, developmental biology, and clinical translation for the regeneration of complex tissues, organs, and organ systems. And we utilize these different technologies to do complex regeneration. I'll talk about one of the signature areas that we've worked on, and that's in the engineering ligaments. And as you know, the anterior cruciate ligament, you've heard about a person who's out for the season with a knee injury. It's usually the anterior cruciate ligament. It controls motion, acts as a stabilizer. And these injuries can lead to massive problems. And we've worked to engineer these matrices for ligament regeneration using our technology. This is what it looks like in 6 months when we implant it in the sheep. This is actually in the inside of a sheep knee. And we've been able to, using this regenerative engineering technique, create an engineered ligament that now has been in 7 years in man since in July 2020. For the work that I did in the engineered ligament and also for the work in terms of other tissues such as bone, I became a laureate of the National Medal of Technology and Innovation, receiving the National Medal of Technology and Innovation from President Obama in 2016. Was very, very, very proud of that. So our next work that we're doing is actually in regenerating whole limbs. We've started to do work in terms of limb regeneration. And the project is called the Hartford Engineering a Limb Project. And it's an ambitious goal to regenerate lost limbs in humans. And for the young people out there, this may seem like an ambitious goal, and it is. And you have to really aim high in order to be able to achieve. And also remember, you never know how strong you are until being strong is your only choice. And who said that? We know that's Bob Marley who said that. The other statement I tell my students is difficult, yes, impossible, never. Who said that? Actually, me. I said that. That's my phrase. So the convergence of these different areas, advanced materials science, stem cell science, physics, developmental biology, these are the areas that we work in terms of regeneration. We have a new book on regenerative engineering, a new textbook that's available. We have a new journal, Regenerative Engineering and Translational Medicine, that we've formed. And now we've created a new society, the Regenerative Engineering Society. It's actually the first society for everyone. It can not only scientists and engineers, but also lay people can join. And it's $20 under 20 to join. Our journal comes with a lay summary, and we have a K-12 newsletter. This is the website, aiche.org, to be able to join. This may be the first international society that was founded by a Black person. It definitely is the first international society that has a Black man's symbol, a hand, as the symbol for the society. So if there's interest, please join. I'd like to do something in terms of for St. Lucia with this, and my institute will provide 2-year memberships for the top 50 high school students in science in St. Lucia, as determined by the St. Lucian government. We'll provide 2-year memberships for the top 50 high school students to get them involved and get them interested in this area of regenerative engineering and these melding of these different areas of science and medicine, and to provide opportunities. We'll provide 2-year memberships for the students in the Regenerative Engineering Society. So science, technology, and innovation. In this last part, I want to talk about my vision for St. Lucia and in terms of where I think we can go. First, we need to build on the tradition of the intellectual excellence of St. Lucia. St. Lucia is known far and wide for its intellectual excellence, more Nobel Prize winners per capita than anywhere else in the world. And so this intellectual excellence that St. Lucia exhibits is not only a source of pride, but it's a source of strength, I think, for the country, and we should build upon that. My vision would be to create a clinical research, technology, an entrepreneurial institute in St. Lucia, that we would create an environment of world-class clinical care, world-class biomedical and medical engineering, science and technology, and an entrepreneurial hub. It's important that entrepreneurship is promoted, translating technology to corporate incubators in the area, and also industrial parks for companies in St. Lucia. So I think that I look forward to helping in the knowledge building. I look forward to helping in the technology development, and also look forward to working with you in commercialization. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Cato. I've grown to know Professor Cato over the last 2 months as I spoke with him, and he decided to present. Thank you very much for that presentation. I think you have offered St. Lucia a significant prize, our students. The principal of South Lucia Community College is here, and the director of innovation, and I'm sure they're going to convey that to our ministers, and we'll take that up. Importantly, Professor, I hope you come to St. Lucia very soon. Professor Cato's father apparently comes from Masha, where I was born and brought up, And those of you who know the intersection of Rock Hall and Marshall Road, there's a little grocery store there owned by Lawrenson. That is the origin of this gentleman here, and so on. And he has relatives that were great footballers, so Shamrock and CYO, the great rivalry days. Thank you very much, Professor Cato, for that. I'm sure we'll take that up during the discussion phase. We now invite, go into the realm of business and invite the CEO of the St. Lucia Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Brian Luisi, to take the floor now. Brian?
Thank you very much, Giles. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me thank the GF for inviting me to be part of this. I'm honored to share the same mic and stage with our very excellent luminaries, who I think really deserve that term more than I do. I think it's quite obvious, and coming right off the last presenter, Dr. Lawrenson, it's quite obvious that there is a strong nexus between business and innovation, and research and technology. In fact, if we're not able to have our persons who are innovating, who are researching and creating and using their intellectual capital to see the benefits of it, we're going to have some challenges. We need to make research and innovation sexy. In the business community, research and innovation is not necessarily about being sexy. It's a necessity for survival. In an environment where the technology is so rapidly improving, we're in what we call the fourth industrial revolution. And in such a climate, if you're not, as a business, actively engaged in research and innovation, you are not going to be around for much longer. So there's a razor depth. There's a real rationale why businesses have to innovate. And I think that one of the challenges we have is that businesses have found in the past, research has been expensive. New technologies have been expensive. Access to information was time-consuming and expensive. But in this modern era, that is no longer the case. The ITC, digital divide, digital technology is making access to technology really the great equalizer. We have seen changes take place that make us think. Years ago, I remember reading Alan Lewis, our former Governor General and brother to Sir Arthur Lewis. He did his law degree by correspondence. In this modern world, we're talking about virtual education. So from St. Lucia, he did his law degree and he topped the Commonwealth. So we have that experience, we have that culture of excellence. And so in using the technology, we should feel comfortable and confident that we can do it and we have no excuse. The business community continues to recognize that we need better access to technology, better access to information, even local information. We continue to treat local information housed in government as a national secrets. We have great research and great data sets sitting in government offices that if we try to get, you have to jump through hoops. If we want people to use the information and use technology, we must find ways to make that technology and that access to information a lot easier. Access to human resources is, again, no longer a hurdle, is no longer a constraint. We now have persons in the business community, in education, working with each other from across the world, not having met each other in face-to-face. We should therefore use that access to human resources to strengthen our management capacities and our ability to innovate at the local level. But talking about management capacities, I think this is the key thing. How do our managers start to create innovative firms and firms that make innovation a day-to-day operation and activity, rather than continue to manage in the old way of do as I say. This is how we've always done it. This is where the innovation is to take place, in the way we think. Change how we think, change how we manage, so that we can better understand, and we have a desire to understand how to innovate and to encourage innovation. We hire bright young persons, and do we allow them to innovate? Do we allow them to bring in the new modes of thinking? Do we understand that we have the new generation that is thinking differently? I think it is absolutely essential that we recognize that we need to, as Dr. King said and other speakers have said, change our education system so that we develop more problem-solving persons, people who are willing to look at issues, look at things and say, how can I do it better? How can I do it differently to save costs, to save time, and to get higher returns? The Chamber is looking at hosting in the next couple of weeks a design thinking workshop with one of our partners, the Foundation from the German Savings Bank. We call them the Savings Bank Foundation for International Cooperation, where we will be working with our businesses to talk about how we do design thinking, how we do problem solving, how we bring people together, and we go through a systematic process to solve problems and find new ways of doing things to bring benefits to companies. If we don't start doing that, and if businesses are not encouraged to do that and facilitated in doing that, and we create an environment, we will not innovate. And if businesses do not innovate, they will die. The technology costs are coming down, and so businesses are quickly and more quickly absorbing these technologies and using it. We need to therefore lead by example, create the environment for innovation, create the human resource that is prepared to innovate, and change the mindset. And I want to say that this discussion, research and research and technology, is extremely important to that. We have to create this type of dialogue where people understand and people share experiences and network to start to innovate. We have to also create an environment where people start to do research. And the research is used, the research is applied. Because unless it's applied, it's not an innovation, it's just a creation that's sitting there. We need to apply the innovations, apply the new ideas, the new systems, and the new processes. And I think the business community is coming along with that. But we need to create this environment, and I think this dialogue and discussion is the start of it. So I want to once again thank you, Giles, and thanks the GF for inviting me, and thank you, the former presenters, and those who are coming, for the fantastic ideas and the fantastic perspectives they have shared. And we need to keep this going and make this a regular event. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brian. As you spoke, I thought of a good friend of mine reminded me recently of what I used to hear when I was at Mona: publish or perish, innovate or die, which is essentially what you said. And our businesses must learn to develop new ideas, to reduce average cost of production, and reduce marginal costs and so on, to improve access to markets and so on. So your point is well taken, and the idea of design workshops are important to the things we do. We move on now to Dr. Ezra Jabatis. Is Dr. Jabatis? I don't see him. Is he online? Dr. Ezra Jabatis? ICT is online? You can't find him. Okay, so we will go on. Mr. Murphylas James, unfortunately, is not well today. He just sent me an email this morning saying he couldn't make it. And therefore, we move to Dr. Adrian Augier. Adrian, as an economist and a man of the arts, we welcome you to the podium.
Thank you, Giles. Time is short, so I'm going to move quickly along. a few opening statements about where we are, what we need to do, and some life experiences, some life examples of what we can do immediately. Art and economics are not separate and opposing sciences. I'd like to start by dispelling that notion, because the future does indeed belong to the hybrids, the mavericks, the multilingualists who speak the languages of several sectors. There are so many false boxes into which we continue to lock ourselves, like English versus Creole, when in fact we are delightfully bilingual and therefore predisposed to linguistics. Art and economics are both dedicated to critical observation, interpretation, expression, even prediction, and ultimately lead to solution design. So I'm going to bridge those fields today, as I must every day of my life. Consider that whoever prevails at the next general election will inherit an economy distressed by COVID and compromised by pre-existing deficiencies. Those include fiscal weakness, poor physical infrastructure, inadequate service systems. These deficiencies will drag out any recovery and will still need correction even after we return to some semblance of normalcy. That is, if we wish to overcome our chronic economic anemia. That anemia is directly related to three things: an overdependence on tourism, an addiction to foreign investment, and an over-reliance on external trade. And thus we face the black hole characterized by another three. Our problems come in threes, it seems. This looming black hole of low wages, low growth, and high debt. Those are the economic challenges facing us looking into the future, and this is not news. There are other issues as well, but I'm rushing ahead and trying to summarize them into categories. So, since there is no one out there proposing any quick fix, there is no vaccine for these economic ailments, the solutions must come from within. They must be suitably informed by global best practice, yes, but again, they must be driven by local research and adapted for relevance, effectiveness, and sustainability. That requires both critical and creative processes, requiring thought, observation, imagination, perception, change, innovation, and a constant openness to novel ideas and strategic adaptation. This is the science that we must now engage in. So I am so glad that we're having this conversation about research and innovation. And the unshackling of minds is potentially our highest priority, as Dr. King so eloquently said at the opening of this session. And at some stage, we must address the impact of religion on contemporary notions of self-determination. These things are often at odds with our future direction, and they present similar constraints as the wholesale adoption of the Westminster system, also mentioned earlier today. We need to address these uncomfortable truths. The solutions we need are not textbook miracles. They have to be scientifically designed by us, created by us, implemented by us, managed with more than stats and graphs and faceless econometric models, as important as these may be. They have to be managed as much with science as with a new humanity, a sense of equity and justice, a notion of economic dignity which goes beyond individual ownership and begins to consider concepts of communal ownership, shared responsibility. In these presumed microcosms, which are in fact vast ocean states with untold resources of talent, diversity, humanity, creativity, we need primarily to reimagine ourselves, to give meaning to those values which give meaning to us and relevance to our society, allowing us to move from survival of the fittest to no child, no elder, no citizen left behind or excluded. Hence the need for functional courts, universal health, viable schools, and the teaching of ethics and civics, literature, geography, history, and art. In our emerging nation, it is especially important to dream, to collectively believe in the possibility of new and better and more, and this is what innovation does for us. Given our meager origins and our vulnerable circumstances, there is no other way to rationally, to scientifically address our future, and settling for the ordinary, the unimaginative, is at odds with progress and change. Our advancement must be powered by an intelligence of history, identity, culture, art, science, which together provoke us to rise, plunge, explore, and reveal the unsprung potential of both sower and seed. These are the wellsprings of our humanity. If we don't do this, then all we are left with is the violence which plagues us now. That violence derives primarily from a poverty of imagination, not necessarily at grassroots level where survival is a process of daily innovation, but like Giles's grandmother and the biscuit tin, heat, tolerance of metal and dough, air circulation, temperature regulation, energy source, and the delicious reward of baseline cake. So the poverty of imagination is not necessarily there, but there's a whole generation of bright, tech-savvy young people dying for want of attention, funding, an open mind, an open door, an open window, someone to support them make that journey into the future. But there is a poverty of imagination among those whose task it is to lead institutions, to shape policy, change processes, and solve problems, and sometimes just to allocate resources appropriately to the sustainable betterment of people, because there really is nothing else really matters. So regarding innovation, a few solutions which need to be leveraged and soon. In the arts and entertainment sector where I earn my living, we are looking to the conversion of live arts to digital content for global distribution. Technological support there is urgently needed. Dr. King spoke of unshackling minds, as I mentioned earlier. Research into St. Lucian music. I work with musicians every day, or very often, who do not have any idea of what the St. Lucian songbook is. And so the question is, whose song will they sing when they sit at their digital keyboards and they sit in their virtual studios? What will they produce and where will it come from? Researching the history of ourselves, our families, our villages is directly related to land use policy, for example, and why things are the way they are and who owns what and when will this change. And these are the economic hegemonies that perpetuate the status quo, the economic imbalance which we need to address if we are to move ahead as a country. It also reemphasizes the lost redistributive functions of government, which seem to be not a priority anymore. But these are the things we need to research and innovate around. In food and agriculture, the development of tech-based equity models to drive idle money, largely domestic dollars, into agricultural production, particularly high-end organics and exotics. The allocation of idle lands to innovative agriculture using a land bank app that will facilitate peer-to-peer linkages and mimics the Uber model of bringing users and owners together. Guru, a technology developed by a young St. Lucian, a technology which links producers and consumers with real-time and predictive information regarding supply, demand, pricing, and availability of food. Patents and IP law are under-researched and underutilized in our context so that people who create things do not own them for very long, especially in this world of mimic men and women. There used to be pioneer status incentives which have disappeared, where if you developed something or if you were the first to invest in a particular area, you'd be protected for some time. In the great climb to unbridled capitalism, we seem to have forgotten the need to protect our own. Private sector and public sector are still working in silos across a great divide of mistrust and obscurity, sometimes with competitive acrimony and crowding out. Professor Cato Lorenzon's suggestion of a world-class entrepreneurial center of excellence is welcome and ought to be pursued. We have buildings sitting idle all over this country, schools which have fallen into disrepair, ministry buildings less than 200 yards from where we speak. We have the infrastructure, let us use them. We have the brains as well. In terms of financing, a single data bank where the grant money is, Giles, where is it and on what terms? And what are the rules of access and conditionalities? Can we get an app for that? That would be really cool if we could. To close, thank you to Giles, UE, Jeff, SGP, UNDP, NSC, and everybody who's spoken before and after me. This should be an annual summit. Thank you.
If I had a guitar, I'd play a few chords during your presentation. I think there was a musical somewhere in between there, you know. The melodies were there, the ups and the downs, the minors and the majors. Thank you, Adrian. Thank you, Adrian, on Shackle Minds and call for us in St. Lucia to create our future. to have the force and the inner strength to create the futures that we all desire, to attend to the needs of our young people and create the environment for blossoming into world-class leaders. And when we look at people like our Professor Cato Lawrenson, we can have somebody has climbed the ladders of success and we can look up to, and who can help to pull us up as well, and so on. So thank you, Adrian, for that melody of progress, maybe you might call it. Thank you very much. We move on now to our next speaker, and how appropriately we move from the arts and economics into education. And we call on our Oxford graduate, Joel Shalmain, former principal of the Soufriere Secondary School and now the district education officer. Joel, you have the floor. Thank you.
Protocol already established. A wonderful morning to all of you. Permit me to veer you from the beautiful presentation by Dr. Auger on economics and arts and direct your attention to perhaps the most important sector of our economy, education, which produced the caliber of people we have here in this room, physically and online. As a caveat, this topic is big, and 5 minutes does not really allow for in-depth examination and report on research and innovation in education. I will shallowly scrape the surface, but if I go overboard, I beg your indulgence. If COVID-19 is the litmus test of the strengths of systems and structures, it has certainly stripped our education system naked, revealing through panoramic lens the inadequacies, inefficiencies, and misalignment to the ideals of the 21st century classroom. More glaring is the incontrovertible difficulties of transitioning to remote learning, which demands a device, first of all, internet connectivity, mastery of an online teaching platform and other teaching learning technologies, basic computer skills, and a superb ability to deliver quality and effective instruction, ensuring that no child is left behind. Number 4 and 9 of the projected 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. With the realities that present themselves in this pandemic, we ask, how far are we from these ideals? Were we kidding ourselves 8 months ago that we were making significant strides in these directions? The litany of tragedies brought on by COVID-19 to our education system questions the extent of reform we have undergone and innovation we needed to refine our education system. As a teacher, principal, education officer, I have perceived from the evidence presented in this pandemic that our schools have not changed much over time. The pressure transferred to students to now take greater ownership of their own learning. The stress upon teachers to find creative and innovative ways of teaching new concepts remotely. The fact that many were unaware of the vast amount of teaching learning resources available freely to them on the World Wide Web and the technologies to enhance the learning environment has exposed the weaknesses of our instructional practices. We are perhaps stuck with a model redolent of traditional methodologies and archaism. Not much evolution has happened in our practices to reflect current day advances in cognitive and behavioral science and educational psychology. More worrying is that the average classroom today is a mirror image of those of the 90s when I attended secondary school. I am certain those of the 1970s also bear striking resemblance. How much reconfigurations have classrooms undergone, accompanied with technological accoutrements that activate and engage students in the learning process? William Pollard warns that the arrogance of success is to think that what you did yesterday is sufficient for tomorrow. We cannot dismiss that the greatest transformation evident in modern day society is that technology has become the pen and paper of this age. Alvin Toffler explains it nicely in saying, the illiterate of the 21st century will not be those who cannot read and write, but those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. Remote learning brought on by this pandemic has exposed the realities of how we educate our students and presents now an opportunity for us to do better. So, this is the reality that COVID exhumed. But flipped, there are great ideas and initiatives ongoing and some to be rolled out that we can tout and celebrate as innovation in education. Permit me to share a few. One, computer coding and robotics funded by USAID for secondary schools piloted a coding and robotics program. This did not only develop the problem and develop skills, in programming and building functional robots, but it also fostered problem-solving, creative, innovative skills as students were actively involved in identifying environmental issues and designing robots to address these. Number two, Profuturo Education, funded by OAS and the Profuturo Foundations of Spain. 12 primary schools on island stand to benefit from an implementation of technology in education initiative. This project is expected to promote access to quality education with emphasis on honing 4 important skills in students: critical thinking, creativity, communication, and collaboration. It is hoped that this project will empower teachers to bring innovation to the classrooms and prepare students adequately for the digital world. Equipment have been received by the schools. Presently, 2 teachers per primary school in St. Lucia, all schools included, are undergoing webinar training in teaching learning methodologies to deliver more effectively in the classroom. My District 8 will start tomorrow till Thursday. 3, e-books. Previously, 13 schools benefited from this initiative in the 3rd term of the last academic year. Presently, this is being rolled out in more schools. The beauty of this is not just the cost savings to parents not having to purchase textbooks, but the utility of a virtual lab for students to conduct experiments, negating costs of procurement of materials, and the ability of teachers to design additional content, such as open education resources for students, text, videos, PDF images, URL web links, and audio resources. 4, promotion of a digital academy at the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College, which enables increased access to education with the offerings of online courses. 5, digital leadership education initiative. We had teachers and students across 22 schools receiving skills training and exposure to C Delta, and I would like to throw in there Raspberry Pi and STEM, teaching, learning skills to be more effective in areas such as science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And 7, smart classroom project. 5 schools are in the vanguard of educational reform and development with a smart classroom project funded through the Taiwan ICDF project for ICT in education in St. Lucia. This project, when rolled out, will include collaborative teaching, twinning with a school in Taiwan in areas such as mathematics, foreign languages and sciences, an educational portal, and an online teaching platform. I must say a diverse range of teaching materials have already been received by the schools, and presently teachers of the pilot schools are undergoing digital education training with the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College. So, as it can be noted, exciting things are happening in line with education, innovation in education, the pursuit of which is primarily to engage or enable students to attain their full potential in an educational environment which is more inclusive, equitable, and which leverages new methods for instruction and learning. It is regrettable that implementation of these has been halted by COVID. we hope to see a great change in the education landscape in the future. Our interest then, ladies and gentlemen, should be to measure innovation, monitor it systematically, and evaluate the extent to which these innovations are linked to better educational outcomes, improved students' well-being, bridging the achievement gap, improving teacher efficacy, to name a few. This would reciprocally help policymakers to better target interventions and resources and give feedback on whether education reforms do translate to actual change in educational practices as anticipated. The apparent pressure, distress, and possible depression experienced by teachers to unearth the most creative and innovative ways to teach students remotely shows that we seriously need to focus on pedagogical innovation. We should not be scared to become innovative because COVID has bargained alternative teaching methodologies to effectively introduce new content to students other than the chalk and talk approach. But being innovative, creative in the classroom should be interwoven in our educational practices, not just for the duration of COVID, but afterwards as well. Educators need to be more result-oriented. It is time that education governance demands serious accountability of teachers, principals, and education officers for the caliber of students they produce. Now, with regard to research, I know I have exhausted my 5 minutes a long time ago and loaned additional time from you. So I will endeavor to throttle on this point. Inarguably, research informs and guides policy. One would argue that a vast amount of research has already been conducted on the education system in St. Lucia, all of which would be contextually and culturally relevant as they have focused on an aspect of instruction, school operations, impact of educational policies, to name a few. For a degree in education, just imagine, a research paper is required at all levels, bachelor's, master's, doctoral. It suggests that every graduate teacher or educator in St. Lucia would have engaged in research. Not to mention nationals who reside overseas and non-nationals who have converged on our shores to research an aspect of education in St. Lucia. But the thought-provoking question is, how accessible are these research papers? Where are they stored? Do we even have an archive of research that has been done in St. Lucia? There is a growing body of theories which underscores the inextricable link between research and innovation. An aspect of education may investigate, for example, the impact of a particular teaching methodology on student learning. It is expected in these research papers, prescriptions for change or improvement should be made. This is where innovation is introduced. But who keeps stock that change is effectuated? I would like to recommend, just as Dr. Kito Lorenzen mentioned, the establishment of a research center in St. Lucia, one that will oversee research in many areas: education, applied sciences, sociology, anthropology, to name a few. Research papers, including the theses, dissertations, can be stored and accessible there. Exceptional researchers could be employed to conduct research in their area of specialization. There are great researchers in St. Lucia. Take myself, for example. I hold a Master of Science with distinction in Applied Linguistics and Second Language Acquisition with the University of Oxford, and the award for best research in that program in that year, a research of publishable quality. Have my knowledge and skills in research been tapped post-Oxford? Sadly, no. I have wilted. With a research center on environment that values research to inform policies or decisions like England, I am confident that this would ignite interest in and encourage research and innovation. Now, how can we ignite interest of young people in research and innovation during their formative years and beyond? Truth be told, research is included in the curriculum. Students as early as grade 2, grade 4, with MST and grades 5 and 6 with CPA are expected to complete a research paper on SBA. Likewise, every subject at the CXC level, except the foreign languages, has an SBA which engages students in investigations. In these SBAs, students pursue solutions to problems by asking questions, designing plans, carrying out experimentations, creating artifacts, making inferences based on data collected, communicating findings. The tenet of project-based learning lies in real-life application of the research. The reward of early involvement of students in research is the nurturing of their critical thinking, problem-solving skills, awakening in them creativity, innovation, passion, ingenuity. Though these are the intentions, we hear the recurring lamentations of employers that secondary school graduates lack the level of critical thinking and other soft skills demanded for workplace competencies. This questions the teaching methodologies used and the extent to which we give students more agency in their learning. It calls us educators to return to the drawing board and architecture a better way of doing. I want to end by saying research and innovation evokes a renaissance of wisdom, a transformation from an intellectual exercise, research, to imagining practical education reform supported by actual execution of projects, initiative to derive a better way of doing innovation. The symbiosis between research and innovation is crucial. The powers above which institute rules and policies to govern education must steer us on the right path. I thank you. Should I sanitize, sir, or you? Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Joel, for this presentation that was eye-opening, mind-opening, head-opening, and everything. And I really appreciate your reference to Alvin Toffler's Learn, Unlearn, and Relearn, and bringing greater accountability into the classroom, and also subjecting our teachers, our principals, to annual evaluations, and also bringing the whole system of results-based management into the system, and so on. So thank you very much for that, Joel. We will now go on to Dr. Barry Husbands, Jr., who will present from his perspective. And as I said earlier, Dr. Husbands is a former student of mine I admire very much, and his area of expertise is in supercomputers and AI. Barry, you have the floor.
Thank you. Sorry. Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak about my field, my story, challenges and opportunities. I'm Barry Husbands, and my area of research is parallel scientific computing. And by this, I mean we harness the power of a large number of computers working together to solve problems in science. Areas include, climate simulation, material science, which is engineering materials to have particular properties, other areas of physics, mechanical engineering, drug discovery, epidemiology, economics, energy, the list goes on. What links all of these together, of course, is the mathematics. We can computationally solve a variety of problems by reusing software for performing basic mathematical operations and solving different types of equations. And the challenge, of course, is to put these together in an efficient way. And this is, what initially drew me to the area. It's enabling technology. One famous example involved a program that started out in weapons testing, right? How it was used by the U.S. military. How seeing how objects behave when they collide at high speed. Okay, but then it got used to design safer cars, because it's cheaper and more effective to simulate crashes in computers instead of building real prototypes. Ultimately, it was adapted to study how juice boxes deform, making them less likely to fail, and so impacting a product that's used by millions and millions of people. And now, a lot of the techniques that have been developed in parallel computing now find a home in machine learning and artificial intelligence. But I guess I'll say a little bit more about my story. How did I start, right? Initially, I learned to code at a summer program between Form 3 and Form 4 at Mango Information Systems on Chaussee Road. I don't know if any of you remember it. And it was taught by a friend who was a few years ahead of me at school. And with this basic knowledge, I even managed to get a little job locally doing some programming tasks for business. Because I did a double major in math and computer science at the beginning of my graduate studies, I looked for a specialty that combined the two. After starting first in more theoretical computer science, I took some classes in scientific computing and started research with a professor who was incredibly supportive and incidentally continues to be a collaborator to this day. Since then, I've performed research in an academic setting in a public research lab that's owned by the US Department of Energy. But in the last, say, 10 to 15 years, I've mostly been producing software. First at interactive supercomputing, which was built on my PhD research in trying to make high performance computing user-friendly. Then at Microsoft, and now I work at Light Matter, a company that is building a new type of computing device for artificial intelligence applications based on manipulating light instead of using silicon transistors. But in thinking about challenges to research and innovation, in addition to a lot of the topics that have already been discussed, a few came to mind, and I guess these are in some sense universal. One is acquiring the skills, learning the craft, demystifying the process. Is research and innovation accessible to just a few, or is it something that many all of us can participate in? Obtaining the infrastructure for experimentation is a challenge, as well as support and getting started in the field. Compared to when I was growing up, long ago, and this was before the smartphone, and many barriers have been lowered through recent advances in telecommunications and computing. As we all know, resources for online learning have exploded, and a lot of information is just a search away. And now it's possible to access many different kinds of learning materials and gain certification in a variety of subjects. There was a famous example from a Stanford online course where the professor remarked that many of the best solutions didn't come from the Stanford students, came from people on the other side of the world. But that's only the beginning of the journey, taking the classes. Progressing as a researcher, however, takes practice and guidance, and this is still a scarce resource. And I'm very grateful to have been around, and had the opportunity to learn from some truly world-class practitioners, in Toronto, at MIT, and also at UC Berkeley. Maybe 15, 20 years ago, to do research in my field, one had to be associated with a major computing center, because that's where all the big computers were. The national labs and some universities. But now, we have cloud computing, and infrastructure is generally available, although cost to rent the equipment is still a challenge. Data, which is the raw material for a lot of research, is also getting to be more accessible. As an example, ImageNet, which is a freely available database of labeled images. This is a dog, this is a cat, has really helped accelerate the field of artificial intelligence. One of the big developments in computing has been free and open source software, where designs and instructions for software programs are available to everyone. And it has made it possible not only to learn how software is constructed, but to modify, customize, and adapt to different uses. I'd also like to note that the move to more open access publication has also helped in this regard. So I think the general trend has been to democratize computer science and technology, and this has made it possible for a variety of solutions to be developed, and it's not just in developed countries. One of the points I'd like to make is that we could definitely leapfrog the capabilities of developed countries because of how open and accessible a lot of the building blocks have become. And as an example of something that's it's been a really interesting project, the Aadhaar project in India that has given everybody a verifiable, biometrically validated identity, and has really been a big boon to their society and economy, because now everybody has easy access to government services, bank and credit, and other value added services. But computing and technology is not a means onto itself. I hope that this initiative gives us the opportunity to continue to bring together and nurture interdisciplinary teams to develop locally relevant solutions. And thank you once again for the invitation to participate, and I hope I can contribute in the future in any way that I can. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barry. As you spoke, I thought of self-learning, self-teaching, and developing in this dynamic age. We are going to take a very short break of about 30 minutes, allow you to stretch your legs, but please be back in here. What time is it now? It's now 9 minutes to 12, so let's say about quarter past 12. Please be in here. There are some refreshments downstairs for you. Our colleagues in cyberspace, perhaps this is an opportunity to stretch your legs as well. Have a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, and let's be back and resume at precisely quarter past 12. So thank you very much. We are signing off now. We'll be back in 30 minutes. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Welcome back, Luminaries, local and international. We will move right into the presentations immediately. I hope Dr. Mary-Louise Felix is there. She's an expert in, excuse me, science marine biology. Dr. Mary-Louise Felix, you have the floor.
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. And protocols having previously been established, I'm going to go straight. And no, I do not have a video, so I'm going to apologize. I hope that my voice is going to be entertaining enough. What I wish to touch on today, there have been a number of presentations on all the wonderful things that we do know that we can achieve in St. Lucia. And we are very fortunate that a lot has been achieved by a number of persons. However, we do recognize the shortcomings that we face, both in research and innovation, in not just science, but also with regards to social sciences, with regards to the arts, with regards to culture. We've also heard of the many efforts being made, the amount of research into identifying how can we do better, and the many efforts being made for us to improve on this. If I am to focus on our education program, because the question begs, why are we not more innovative? Why is it with all the research as to how we can improve on our productivity and innovation, we are still failing to do so? Why is it that we seem to know where we want to go? We even know, to some extent, what we need to do, and yet it is not happening. We can also ask the question that we are putting certain efforts forward, but we do not seem to be getting the desired results. I lecture at the South Louis Community College, and I therefore find myself engaging with young persons who, for the most part, we believe are the cream of the crop. They have been able to overcome many of the challenges that several of our students are facing, in that they've been able to reach this point of tertiary education. However, when asked to take the first step, to step out of the box, to develop research ideas and innovation, these same students who have achieved so much are either, and in the past I said they're unwilling, but sometimes, or right now, I question, are they able to do so? Are they able to think independently from what they are fed by the lecturers, or by the books, or by the television, or by the internet? And so we ask our students, or we ask ourselves, why is it that students who have reached this stage of tertiary education are not able to think for themselves, are not interested, it seems, in research, and are really very content to sit back and absorb information, and then to regurgitate it? And what does that say for our society? How are we going to address the many problems we are facing, some problems that we've not faced in the past? And it means that we need to have persons who can think on their feet. Where are we falling short? So I look back at the students and I look back at the education career, and I have listened to the past speakers who speak about all that the Ministry of Education is attempting to do. And yet we have students At tertiary level, that we have a science fair and I ask for persons to step forward. Here you have the opportunity. I will provide you with the resources. What are you interested in finding out? What problem are you interested in fixing or at least exploring? And I get no students. But when we look back at our young persons, our 7-year-olds, our 8-year-olds, our 5-year-olds, who are full of the need to ask questions and to explore, they have so much enthusiasm. And then they go to school, and yes, for a lot of them, except the privileged few who may go to private school where there are only 10 in the class, but for most of our young people, they are sitting in a class with 35 students and one teacher who has from a mandate by her principal, who has a mandate from the Ministry of Education, that so much must be achieved in this period of time. And your success will be measured by how much your students can regurgitate in an hour on a piece of paper. And therefore, this 5-year-old, 6-year-old, 7-year-old, with all the interest that we want to see in our tertiary level students, is told to sit and be quiet whilst I pass this information on to you. Take a paper and pencil and write it down. Go home and study it. And tomorrow when I come in, you have to have the capacity to regurgitate it for me. And the child who is interested in, when I am teaching one-on-one, he wants to know how does a bird fly, is told that you are being a nuisance and you ought to sit and be silent. And the child who wants to know why are some people respond to a social pressure in one way whilst others don't. They may not be able to articulate this, but they're curious, but there's no one to either answer the question or to encourage them to research it. And so from this age, our students are told that you have to be quiet and regurgitate, learn and regurgitate. And our education system judges you based on this through the common entrance and then all the other exams the student faces in the secondary and primary and tertiary schools. Therefore, it means that with all due respect to all our great luminaries that are here right now and all the others, we have a situation where everything that we are hoping for is really based on a foundation that we have persons who are curious and are interested and have the capacity and the resources to do research. But this is not the case. And therefore, all our well-meaning recommendations likely will not take place, and that we will have another knowledge fair in 10 years, and all of us will be here again making the same recommendations and have not achieved anything. So what do? I think we need to start encouraging our children to play. We need to encourage our children to explore. We need to have innovative labs. We need to have playrooms in our schools from very young. We need to cut this humongous program of work that we are asking our young children to do. I have friends with kids who are 7 and who have to cram, who need to know who is the prime minister of every country in the Caribbean. My goodness, why are we doing that to our children? And these are the same children who can barely read or write. We need to change this and make 30% of the school day playtime. Let the children go out and explore. Let them ask questions. And yes, one may say, but who's going to do it? Because we have one teacher for 35 kids. Well, we need volunteers. We need trained volunteers. Maybe we can lean on our Peace Corps, our Japanese volunteers, so that we have persons to man the labs. And therefore, and I'm saying a lab, but we're talking about kids that may be interested in the social sciences. Put them on a bus, bring up kids and bring them out. Let us reduce the workload of our students when they are young, and let us encourage them to think for themselves. Let us change. We've been saying it for years. I know that the ministry is really looking at the common entrance and all the other exams. Well, you need to stop looking and you need to act. We need to make a difference from the time young people are young. Let us let our children ask questions, explore, and let us not judge our children on how many questions they can get right on an exam. It pains me every common entrance when the common entrance results come out. And so many people are praising the kids who have passed for St. Joseph's Convent and for St. Mary's College. And I think of this poor child who's not academic, but curious, and who got maybe 30% in the exam. This child is forgotten. This child is told that you not going to make it here. And therefore, it is not surprising that our children, when they get to tertiary education, and when they leave Sir Arthur, because our program of education is the same, when they leave and they go out into the world, and an officer from Lucia says, we have a problem on the line, and then our student who got fantastic grades needs to go and check a book or his phone to get the answer because he cannot think. And then we are surprised and we are saying the schools are not producing what we need. Well, you are correct. We are not producing. But until we find a solution and we start from small, we will continue not to produce. We do have the few that, despite the poor system, do achieve. So we do have the Parry husbands, and is it Mr. Noel, and we have those who are here today, that despite the limitations, you've risen above it. But very few students are going to be able to follow in your footsteps. So those of you in the private sector, because the Ministry of Education cannot do it alone, the Ministry of Education cannot afford really to put an innovative lab in every school without the input and the stepping forward of the private sector and our businesses. So my final words are that we do need to see a change, and a change has to start from very young, but we do need a lot of support from the private sector to make it happen. And we do need the persons in the Ministry of Education to themselves step out of the box and start to look at real solutions to the real problems we face. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Felix. As you spoke, I thought of a period in our lives when maybe the school system is killing our initiative. Maybe there's a zone there between 5 and 6 and 7 when the ebullience of a young person is thwarted, dampened, and you're told to conform, absorb and regurgitate. And I heard Dr. Felix is making an appeal for that not to happen. And I like the idea of play because you learn so much. We move forward now, and we ask our lady from Laborie, a business lady, and also partnering with Mr. Carlos. Well, Ms. Laura Japierre, you have the floor now.
The chair is going to be brutal with the time because we do have to move along, so I'm going to be very, yes, with the time, including the time for our chair in between. The chair has the duty of trying to put everything in context, but I do wish all speeches would shorten. Thank you.
Is it because it's me? Before I begin my presentation, I just want to say to Dr. Marie Louise Felix that I felt that she was speaking about my partner, Mr. Carlos Noel, and I am so thankful every day that he was not a sit down and listen child, and that he grew up to be the innovator that he is. Thank God for that. There's a lot to be said for children who buck the rules at an early age. They're not being miserable, they're not being troublesome. They're not being disobedient. They just know from an early age what their destiny is supposed to be. So thank God for that. Permit me to adopt the protocol already established. My name is Laura Japierre, and I am indeed the other half of Invictus. We are a climate change adaptation company, and our focus is on smart ocean technologies. I think by now you would know that our first product is the Life Cube, and we're very proud of that. We recently have won the Get in the Ring St. Lucia edition, and we are on our way, hopefully, God willing and COVID willing, to Montreal in February, so look out for our journey to Montreal. Enterprises worldwide are constantly bombarded with ongoing disruptions, be it technologies where we move from manual to automation, or biological, and we're experiencing that right now, the pandemic, the novel coronavirus, COVID-19, or biospheric climate change. Entrepreneurs are now tasked with the responsibility of quickly responding to these disruptions. R&D is crucial to innovation and a key factor in developing new competitive advantages. For companies such as ours, Invictus, it is the holy grail. How do we parlay the three pillars of sustainability, profits, the planet, and people into products, solutions that would enable consumers, clients, customers to meet their needs and requirements without impinging upon the requirements and the needs of those to come? We need to have buy-in. As I said earlier, we are on our way to the global meetup of Get in the Ring in Montreal. And one of the things that will be asked of us, you have this product. It is revolutionary, it is innovative, but what is your country's buy-in? We are asking for buy-in from the outside. We are looking for investors. We are looking for people to take an interest in what we produce, in what we have innovated, in what we've invented. But what about us right here in St. Lucia? We like to boast, and I think today there are, two or three presenters have spoken about that. We like to boast that we have the highest rate of Nobel laureates per capita in the world. But we are hard-pressed to find Derek Walcott's books, his poems, on our book lists for school. We are hard-pressed to find, or our people do not have an appreciation for Sir Arthur Lewis's economic model. We are the winners of last year, 2019's Prime Minister's Award for Innovation. But is our technology used here in St. Lucia? As Mr. Romulus spoke about earlier, we have exported to Nauru, and the unit is being used there, and we are getting praised over there. We have also exported to Tanzania, albeit in a different format, but we are over there, and we are being praised for our product. But what about right here in St. Lucia? Are we being used? Have successive governments found it within their purview to implement the product that we have? And I'm speaking about the Life Cube, the desalinator. For a small business to grow, we must constantly be focused on R&D, as it feeds and supports directly technology and knowledge. But we do not always have the coffers. That is why it is imperative for governments to not only pay lip service to R&D and innovation, but invest in small and medium enterprises. For instance, Invictus, we're small. We don't even have an R&D budget per se. We don't have a budget for anything, really. But we don't. We don't have a budget for anything. We're just making it up as we go. But we have plans in the near future to have or to implement what we call the KISS, Kids in Science, which is a playground, and that seems to be a common theme, a playground for children to learn. We have an advanced lab. We're looking to improve that and to upgrade that. But once we are in a position, we will be opening that lab up to the public to select students to come in to learn science, to learn to play, to learn to innovate, to learn to be creative. We're not big by any stretch of the imagination, except in our minds and in our innovation, in our creativity, and we intend to share that with the younger ones, because as Dr. Marie-Louise Felix says, it starts when they're very young, not when they're at the secondary school level stage. We are challenged, of course. We are challenged because we have innovations that sometimes we are afraid to put out there because we don't have patents on them. And we do not want to be like Trinidad and Tobago and the pan, wherein they do not hold the patent for the steel pan that is being held by George Whitmire and Harvey Price of the United States of America. But yet the steel pan was invented in Trinidad. We don't want to be like that. We are competing with larger firms, and note I said larger, not better firms, with bigger budgets. And as I said earlier, we don't have a budget for anything, but we are mindful. We are mindful of the Sustainable Development Goals, which we are guided by and which is the impetus for everything that we do. And I can think off the top of my head 3 Sustainable Development Goals that we hold near and dear to us, and that is SDG 6, where we speak about clean water and sanitation. The Life Cube does that marvelously. SDG 13 and 14, and my partner would have spoken about it earlier, the Smart FAD, we actually incorporate that into our Smart FAD. And SDG 13 speaks to climate change adaptation and its impacts. We do that with the Life Cube as well as the Smart FAD, as well as SDG 14, which speaks to sustainable use of our oceans. And guess what? We also have an app for that. We do that with the Life Cube and the Smart FAD, after all. We are a climate change adaptation company, and we focus on smart ocean technologies. Now, the curious thing about SDG 14, sustainable use of our oceans, it feeds into SDG 1, which speaks to no poverty, and SDG 2, which speaks to zero hunger, because once we can sustain ourselves with our fish, that is, we're speaking about our food, and we're speaking about having more food so that we can feed our nation. No poverty, zero hunger. We have it in our 238 square miles to do something to impact not just our lives, but the lives of persons around the world. Let us not let it die. Let us not let it be a soundbite that we have innovative people. Let us show the world we have innovative people, and we're doing something about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Laura, especially for remaining within the time.
Thank you, Laura, for your presentation and connecting everything to the SDGs and the importance of patents. I think we have an attorney who's going to be speaking later on, and perhaps she would bring that up as an issue, as a point of rectification. I would like to now welcome Richard Matthias, who is an apiculturist by nature. He's studying to be a master beekeeper at Cornell University now, and I have a pleasure in welcoming you to the podium. Welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to follow already established protocol. That was my presentation I was waiting for. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so my name is Richard Matthias. I am the president of the Ainoa Apiculture Collective. And apiculture, by its name, we specialize and focus on bees. Next slide, please. Okay, so our organization, excuse me, has been focused on research and innovation as best we can as regards to apiculture. And over the last 18 months, we've been running a hive monitoring program where we look at 4 variables in beehives, the brood temperature, humidity, the weight, and the acoustics that come from the hive in order to try to establish the optimal conditions for a beehive and to analyze it and cross-reference that data to see if we can find correlations between what's happening in the current climate change environment. We also have a selective breeding program, which we select the best colonies. We produce queens from the best colonies on the island, and we crossbreed them and to try to establish if we can get better producing stock. And we've also focused on value-added products from the hive of higher value, which we can obviously profit better from. So in our research and innovation, as I said, we've looked at hive monitors. We use a system called the RNA hive monitoring system out of the UK. And we've also worked with a company out of India called Laborie, and they've developed a hive monitoring app for us, which we can distribute to beekeepers in our cluster, and they can upload information as to how their hives are progressing, and we can look at that data, give them assistance via virtually, or we can directly go in and assist them. So we've tried to integrate technology into our hive apparatus, and we've also tried to mirror this implementation of technology into other Caribbean islands. So we have a project running in Trinidad where we're going to replicate a lot of the tools that we've established here in St. Lucia technologically and bring that to Trinidad as well. So we are moving forward, and as my colleague said, we are venturing beyond our shores to find some recognition, as well as try to establish our own here as well. You want a little bit more? Okay, so selective breeding, just for those of you that are sure what selective breeding is all about, we try to look at bees or colonies of bees that have the traits that we want. So we want less aggressive or more calmer bees. We want bees that have good honey production. We're also looking for bees which have good hygiene practices. Bees have, as you know, under a lot of global threat from throughout the world with pesticides and climate change and all kinds of different new parasites and viruses which are attacking them. So one of the best things to help bees is that because they don't have an proper immune system like humans do, we like to have bees that project the greatest hygiene practices. So this is a great thing for us as well. And also we do something called instrumental insemination. So in order to crossbreed the lines of bees that we want, we actually collect drone sperm from the small male bees, and we maybe take about 20 or 30, and we would inseminate that into a female bee, and that will go into a spermatheca, and we will look for the results of that crossbreeding exercise and try to mirror that in more colonies that have the best attributes that we believe that can help us to expand our apiculture sector. Moving on to value-added products. One of the things that climate change has taught us is that as a commercial beekeeper, we produce a lot of honey, but because of the inclement weather due to the seasons, sometimes that can become unpredictable. So it's forced us and forced our organization to look into other value-added products to help sustain us. So some of the stuff we've done, we've worked with a young lady by the name of Shakira Roberts, and we produce a solid lotion. So rather than you having a lotion in a plastic bottle, She infuses it with a number of other products. There's a solid bar, but when you rub it on your skin, it melts on skin contact. So that's an environmentally good product to have. It's less plastics and comes in a nice little paper box, and it's very good. We've done soaps, we've done candles, and probably one of our best innovations is that we've gone into the field of producing apitoxin. Apitoxin is the venom from the bees. It's quite a valuable substance. It's been used in acupuncture to help people with multiple sclerosis and other remedies for many, many years. But one of the prime uses of late is that there's been research recently that they can use it to cure certain types of breast cancer. Also, there's some kinds of stomach cancer that's been used for as well. And also, if you've got an allergic reaction to these things, the only way you can overcome that is for a doctor to administer low doses of apitoxin to you, so your body builds a resistance to the substance. So there's many medicinal uses and research uses for this product. It's very valuable. A gram of raw apitoxin could probably cost in the range of about $30 to $40 per gram, and processed it can be anywhere from $150 to $300 per gram, depending on the compound mix that the researchers may be looking for. So we're trying to transcend from, as Mr. Romulus would say, the low-hanging fruits, beyond that to the higher value products that we can derive from the hive. We also harvest large quantities of propolis. Propolis is very good for women's fertility, treatments for diabetes. Traditionally, in the years gone by, it was the active ingredient in cough syrups. So there is a very active market because people are looking for alternatives. One of the things that we're looking at from an antibacterial standpoint for both our honey and our propolis is to see how they react in laboratory experiments, test the antibacterial properties. There has been a lot of research being done in Brazil in this regards, and we would like to mirror some of that research that's been done in Brazil, in St. Lucia, to test the antibacterial properties of the propolis that's produced by our bees in St. Lucia and the surrounding Caribbean. So if there are found, we find that there are specific times of the year where there's specific propolis, which is resins from particular trees, we may be able to harvest this and benefit from this and package this and patent this, Mr. Auger, and move forward to better things for our future. So we are really trying to innovate, do a lot of research, and diversify and grow a whole industry through our organization, especially through the help of SGP, that have been, I think, a savior for the apiculture sector, and really have been, in the OP6 and OP7, they have really focused on apiculture and building livelihoods through people getting into the field of apiculture. And I think some of the work we've been able to do through the assistance of SGP will enable us to innovate and help more farmers and help more beekeepers to realize the full potential of the apiculture sector. So I will not fall under the cosh of our chairperson, and I think I've finished within my 5-minute parameter. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Richard. My hand was on the mic already.
Thank you, Richard, for this succinct presentation. I must tell you, we are partnering with Richard, and we are hoping to move honey production to a national industry in St. Lucia over the next 3 to 4 years as we design an international project in apiculture and biodiversity. So thank you very much for that, Richard. Richard also has spoken to you about apitourism, a new sector in the tourism industry that we're going to be developing very soon. We move from bees to fish, and for that we have Mr. McDome. Mr. McDome.
Thank you so kindly, my brothers and my sisters. as I take this opportunity to address you in matters relating to our fishing industry, permit me to go back to the prophet King Austin song, it's Calypso of 1980, which is prophetical. He said, today, when I look around in the world, what do I see? I see footprints that man have left on the sun while walking through time. I see fruit of our imagination. Fruits of our ambitions, figment of our imagination. And I ask myself, when will it end? When will it end? It is plain to see, universally, this land is not bountiful as it was, simply because in his quest for success, nothing stands in man's ways. All rivers run dry. Soon the birds wouldn't fly. The mountain will be no longer high. And when I really think of it, I just wonder why. And I could go on where he said, at the end of his Calypso, and some of the things the scripture predict truthfully come to pass. Soil that wouldn't bear, children making children to be part of this growing mass. And I ask, if this is progress, how long will it last? Today, I sat around and I listened to many of those who came before me to present on the various subject matter that confronts us. And I asked myself, how much of what we are discussing here today actually filters to the ordinary man and woman, which lives are affected by the very subject in which we are asked to make our presentation. But I don't have a lot of time, and therefore my concentration must be centered around the fishing industry. The fishing industry is a major contributor to national GDP and play an important role in the creation of employment in the rural and blue industry. Data has shown that the worth of that industry is somewhere in the region of $90 to $100 million in the national economy annually. But you would appreciate that a major chunk of what the fishermen or the fishing industry contribute towards the national economy goes towards this entity that is involved in the supply and distribution of fossil fuel or fossil product. The average fishers or pelagic boat fishers that goes out regularly during the pelagic season consume an average of about 800 to 1,000 EC dollars on a day trip to go out for their catch. And I look around and I ask myself, with all the bright brains and everything that we have discussed here, why is it in this day and age that we have a situation, and I'm happy that I have Ms. Laura and the gentleman here who has made a lot of stride in the area to try and resolve some of that problem. But critically, like anything else, it doesn't seem like the powers or those who are responsible in terms of creating policy guidelines to help us are interested in using particularly local technology and innovation to help in areas of the economy and industries that is important to us. And so therefore, you are left to go overseas to see how best you can even stay above water. So we have a situation where in this day and age, I don't see no incentive being offered for better craft or craft with engine that would be more efficient or even using renewable energy. Another critical aspect of the industry is when I examine what is happening inland, I can see not only the threat to the livelihood of the fishing community and by extension the rural economy and what we have as the national food security because of our behavior upstream. I want to speak from my heart. Those of us who muddy the water upstream without no care or attention of the effect that it will have on those who are downstream will have a rude awakening one day when we wake up and realize that there is no movement below to take care of us. And I say this to say that I see the destruction at an alarming rate of our wetland and our mangrove, which is very critical in the preservation of the blue economy, not only to fishers, but for everyone who uses, including those who perhaps today are very instrumental in the destruction of that very ecosystem that is critical to the sustainability of our lives and every industry along the way. And I talk about the mangrove. The mangroves serve as a critical first-hand barrier against the destruction of our ocean and our coral reef. It serves as a filter to trap mud and siltation to prevent it from reaching the coral reef. And we are destroying that mangrove at an alarming rate in the name of development, not understanding the critical impact that it will have, not only on the fishing industry, but the entire economy of our land if we do not stop that reckless course and behavior. That same mangrove serves as a nursery, and it serves as a nursery to protect and for the upkeep of our fish stock in this country. All the snappers, both the mahogany and the mangrove snappers, the grunt, the Margaret, the tapan, all of them need the mangrove in order for them to continue to strive and survive. And if we don't understand that our behavior upstream and what we do on land have a direct impact downstream and in our ocean, and we continue to behave as if we are the only one that are important, without embracing each other and work together with each other to prevent the total collapse of not only the fishing industry, but of our ocean and waterways, then we will be in for rude awakening. I say so. It cannot be right in this day and age that we have a Ministry of Infrastructure who you mean to tell me do not have an environmentalist within that ministry to inform the ministry that it cannot desilk waterways and rivers 2 or 3 weeks before the hurricane season or the rainy season. That the disturbance of the soil is going to create problems so that when the rain comes down, the deposit of that silt and mud goes directly upon our coral reef, thereby creating serious problem for the coral reef and for our fish stock. And also for the very people that we invite here, so that they can dive and see the pristine nature of our water. Today, before you have any level of wind activity, almost no one can use the sea. The very tourists. So those who are involved in our development and in the tourism industry are doing a disservice to themselves by not paying attention to the activities that is being done upstream. And I have said so to the ministry that you need to embark on a program of desilting our rivers 6 to 4 months before the rainy season, thereby giving the soil sufficient time to harden up and for the vegetation to regrow, so that we do not have a situation where it rains and all the mud goes onto our coral reef. My people, as I listen to everybody here today, I ask myself, what is the significance of this exercise? I've learned quite a bit, I must say. But I've wondered how many of this actually reaches the people who needs to know of what is happening. We have to create a balance. We are only passerbys here, you know. We have a very short time to live here. We have to live an environment that the generation after us is going to enjoy. We need to preserve what we have. I cannot end without mentioning that, you know, I heard Mr. Ramirez this morning mention of innovation in terms of being done on the field. And I remember when my father was first introduced to the banana industry, and they wanted him to become a banana farmer. After 2 years of practicing banana cultivation, my father decided that he was no longer going to continue in that area, because he saw firsthand the level of soil degradation and erosion that was happening on the slope as a result, and the level of poison and chemical that was being dumped into the waterway as a result of the banana industry. And he moved away from it, and my father, being a farmer all his life, never used neither pesticide, weedicide, etc. And he planted, I wanted to say something that is a bit laughable, but he wanted to plant 3 crops to protect the soil. And it brings me back to the report that is now coming out of Martinique. And I wonder whether it is true here today, and that because we are not interested, or we believe that we do not have the voice, that we have left our farmers and our rural community almost powerless to carry out an assessment of the detrimental effect that those poisons have had on our community and our waterways. Today, Martinique is said that not even the drinking water in Martinique is considered safe, and that the fish stock around the coastline of Martinique is unsafe as a result of a particular pesticide. So when we do things, when we are all about developing ways of making good money and making things and life easier for us, we must consider the implication that it is going to have, not only on those who do not care about, but also on our own lives, because it will always come back to haunt us. Because there must be a balance. And if you're on a seesaw, and you believe that you can cause somebody to crumble as a result of your behavior, you better watch it, that when that person has crumbled, you yourself from a higher height will come crumbling down. And I want to say to you today that I'm very thankful that you have made it possible to give us a voice that we can articulate our position and what is affecting us. But I want to see a forum that can reach out to the ordinary man and woman on the street, because who feels it, knows it. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Maggie. I turn now to Jerry George to continue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll be taking over from Mr. Giles Romulus, who has done a fantastic job all morning long, and I know he needs the rest. So I'm very happy to do that. And Madam Chair, I will certainly follow your advice, because you heard the words she used, brutal. So I'm going to be careful in not even reading the preamble I had for this, so as for us to get the time. But I just want to comment on what Mr. Ricky McDoom had said. And it seems through all the presentation, there needs to be an innovation in media and communication, as well as public information, for the trickle-down effect of all what's happening in terms of the innovation and all the wonderful things we're speaking about to get to the people who need to hear as to what is happening. We really, really need that. But listening to all the presentations too, I think that the overriding theme is that there is innovation, or there is need for innovation in the innovation. You know, we have perhaps lost our way somewhere, and we need to sort of get back in terms of getting the information to others. Our next luminary is Dr. Nikaya Dorr, whose interest is electrical and electronic engineering, joining us from the University of Bristol in the UK via Zoom.
Are we all good? Sorry, I'm not actually able to hear or see anyone. So if you are able to just give me some feedback that you can hear me and you can see my slide deck.
Yes, we can hear you. We're seeing your presentation also on screen.
All right, brilliant. Just want to say thank you for inviting me, and it's been really inspirational to be part of this meeting today. And in the interest of time, I will kick off with my short introduction and an account of my journey in the industry of research and innovation as well. So I'd like to start with a bit of background about myself. Right now, I'm the founder and chief executive officer of Floretic Limited. We're a multi-award winning UK startup. And prior to that, I was a member of the UK Department for International Trade Global Entrepreneur Program. And as part of my career, I've also held an enterprise fellowship at the Quantum Technology Enterprise Center. And prior to that, I was in research within the photonics group at the University of Bristol. And during that time, I authored 14 publications, and some of my favorites went to international conferences in New York, Shanghai, and Beijing. Academically, I did undergraduate and a PhD in electrical and electronic engineering, but I haven't been with the university for a little while, so just a little bit of an update there. So On a daily basis, I lead an interdisciplinary team of scientists and business leaders, and we're tackling major diagnostic challenges. We all share a common vision that everyone should receive the optimal antibiotic treatment from their first visit to the doctor because it saves time, it saves money, and ultimately it will save lives. And to that end, we've been developing, in fact, we invented and patented a novel test called Nanoplex. And the entire thesis around it is to reduce the time to diagnose bacterial infections from 2 days to 15 minutes. And the benefits of that is wide reaching. So over the next minute or so, I'll share a short video which explains the basis of the test and how it works. So changing gears a little bit, how did I end up working on tests for urine-based infectious diseases? Well, back in 2000, I did all of my early education and even up to A levels in St. Lucia. I went to St. Mary's College. I'm very proud of that. And there I studied mostly science subjects. And in 2005, went on to Arthur Lewis Community College, and not unlike many other young St. Lucians, where I focused on math, chemistry, and biology. I even forgot it for a while there. In 2007, I was really fortunate to be awarded one of 3 Island Scholar full scholarships to pursue education outside of St. Lucia. But before taking up that offer, I actually spent 2 years working with my oldest brother, Sebastian, at IDC. And that gave me a really good foundation and grounding before going off to study outside of St. Lucia. So from 2009 to 2012, I actually did an undergraduate degree in electrical and electronic engineering. And as part of that, that program, the honors program, we were all required to do a short research project with one of the research groups within the department. And my particular project was actually, it was my first exposure to structured research. And it involved modeling wireless signal propagation, so how Wi-Fi signal spreads in the house. And that is a lot more complicated than it actually sounds, but it was for an important purpose. At the time, the research group was trying to figure out how do we guarantee that every corner of a house has Wi-Fi signal. And the reason for this is because we're looking at smart houses where an older person who is reliant on care from third parties could potentially live independently. And so they're probably wearing some kind of gadget like a Fitbit, which monitors their vitals. And so you need to make sure that no matter where they are in the house, if something were to happen, you could always pick up on that. And so that was a really good introduction to research. And in 2012, I graduated top of my class and then moved back to St. Lucia for a few months before the university got in touch and offered me a scholarship to come back for a PhD within the photonics group. Now, my research there was focused on nano antenna technology. So that's effectively, I spent time researching ways to make tiny structures about 1,000th of the size of the human hair to manipulate light on that tiny scale. And I'll mention the application again because a lot of the reason I'm still in research and innovation is because of the outcomes and how it could improve life. And so the application of that was to pick up on very small signatures for early detection of oil spills and even for monitoring water quality. So that work was actually funded by a Swiss company called ABB. And if you're not familiar with the name, you may have seen their products if you've ever looked at an Iron Man film, because those robots were actually made by ABB, the ones that assembled his suit. So after finishing the PhD in 2016, I actually went on to do a short research contract, building again on the theme of applied research. It was a short contract between the University of Bristol, Cardiff University, and Bath University. And we were using our collective knowledge to find new ways to accelerate the detection of hospital-acquired infections. And that was, I think, probably one of the catalysts for the direction that Fluoretica has taken. But it was also aided by an enterprise fellowship that I was awarded by QTech while still on that program. And QTech effectively paid for me to retrain at Cranfield School of Management. So I did business training to commercialize research of my choosing. So that was a very rare and really good opportunity, which I think was a pivotal point in my career. Now, I was asked to share some of the challenges that I faced along the way, and I've just highlighted 3 of them, and I think it will apply to most of us who are in this space, and I'll share them nonetheless. So the first is the complexity of it. The thing about research and innovation in and of itself is you're often tackling problems that problems of human curiosity that people before you haven't necessarily addressed. And so there's limited information to know whether you're on the right track or not. And so you kind of have to go through the process iteratively. And as part of that, you tend to get, well, for me, I had to get comfortable with complexity. And even more so in my current role, I do need to get comfortable with complexity of going through that problem-solving process. The next element is competition. It's not immediately obvious when you look at the field, but research, academic research in particular, and even innovation is a very competitive space. And I'll explain what I mean by that by way of numbers. So if you take the UK, for example, every year, 8,500 people graduate with PhDs. And as of last night, there are about 1,400 jobs available in research. And so even if you're fortunate enough to get one of those roles, it becomes really competitive to retain those roles and to move on to tenureship or professorship. And so it's really important to always be at your best, any opportunity that you have to show up and to deliver your best, because the space is really competitive. The third element, and that one's a little bit tricky to explain, but rejection. So throughout your research career, your work will be judged by a jury of your peers. And you have to get comfortable with criticism. Sometimes it's constructive, other times it's not really, but you do have to get comfortable with criticism. And even when you've cracked a very important research question or generated new information, it's not guaranteed that the journal of your choice would actually publish your work. So it's another area of resilience that you need to build up. But it's not all doom and gloom. I've also assembled some of the thoughts behind what I think contributed to my success, or the success I've enjoyed so far. And I'll just put a caveat here that this is very much subjective. And so these are my own, and if anyone would like to use them, please feel free to do so. The first I would point out is dedication, and I'll elaborate on this by way of an example. I mentioned that during my PhD, I was developing nano antennas, so these tiny structures. In fact, they were 1/10 millionth of a meter in size, which pushes the boundaries of what you could engineer reproducibly. So it took me about 6 months to actually come up with my first viable sample. And even then, although it was viable, it didn't work the way I expected it to. So I had to go around that loop continuously in order to get the success that I was looking for. The next important element, and this cannot be overstated, is the support network. I've been really fortunate from a very young age and even to now to have family and friends and people around me who continuously believed in me and pushed me to keep going and encouraging me and opening doors for me. And today is one of those examples. So I can't overstate this one, that is really important to have a good support network. And I'll come back to this later on when I talk about recommendations. And the final piece is the hand of God. And this is very true. And I'll explain this by way of example again, that for those of us who are familiar with the Island Scholar Award, it's usually given to 2 people each year. But in 2007, if I'm not mistaken, an exception was actually made to award it to 3 of us. And so that opened the door to my research career. The next element is that I'm a St. Lucian running a tech business in the UK. And we've been really fortunate to have had investment from both public and private sector to develop both the technology and the business. So I'll stop sharing for a second. And in terms of my suggestions around innovation and what we could do back home, from what I could see, we have all of the backbone elements to actually drive an innovation ecosystem. So over here, it is really a big industry. Every time you hear of companies like Microsoft, we'll be speaking later, these companies are knowledge-intensive companies. They are by nature research-intensive companies, and they do well for the public through the products they release, and also for the taxman through the revenues they return. And so it really does require input and support from the government to actually build this ecosystem. So I'll give a few suggestions of how that happens. The first is in innovation grants. I know that for certain, my company has been really fortunate with a number of innovation grants that helped us bootstrap in the early days. And for some investors, that was actually a requirement to have some kind of government backing behind you before they put some money in. The second element is around tax reform. Small companies, small businesses contribute significantly to the economy. And if you want growth in an economy, you actually want to encourage small businesses, and generating small businesses, they create employment and they create tax revenue. And so one of the things that has been done over here, and I know for certain it is being done in other countries as well that I've visited, is investor relief. So if someone in this room has supported our colleagues who've been working on the desalination plant, we should incentivize that. We should incentivize people to actually put their hard-earned money into supporting the pioneers of the future who can create products and services to better the country and the world at large. And finally, I think the other element is more of a regional one. We've got a stock exchange. We've got several of them. And that is an exit route. So you typically have, exits via trade sale or through public sale of businesses, and that's how investors make their money back. But our stock exchange is very inactive. I wouldn't be able to go today and purchase a stock in a Caribbean business or a St. Lucian business on the basis that we haven't really encouraged everyone to participate in that part of the economy. And so I think these are areas that we could tackle to actually create more opportunities for people within the country to build new ideas, to build on them, to see that there's a future and success in it. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to speak and to share. And I do hope the rest of the program goes well.
Thank you, Dr. Dorr, for sharing your journey with us. And I'm just remembering that every year we put on a National Schools Science Fair, usually at the Derek Walcott Square, and you see these children eager to talk about the experiments that they have devised for that particular year. And once that is over, you just see it packed up and it disappears. You know, I like the idea of the fund so that even at this early stage, we can start putting in some money to see that some of the better projects begin to grow wings to fly. Our next speaker is Dr. Keith Nurse, who is a principal at Sir Arthur Lewis Community College. I know him in earlier times when he visited St. Lucia talking about the cultural industries and the economic impact that the cultural industries have on the economies across the Caribbean. Dr. Nurse?
Thank you very much, Chair. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm very delighted to be invited to participate in what I consider to be a game changer event. It's also great to be speaking right after one of our alumnus from the college. So that's very gratifying. I was waiting to see him say a little box saying, you know, one of these elements of the success was education in St. Lucia. Obviously, it was, and evidently so. Yes. I need to tell him that we've changed our logo so he can update his slide. I've spoken on the issue of innovation so many times, in so many places. And before coming to St. Lucia to pick up this job, I was working at the OECD in Paris, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, and running their unit for structural policies and innovation. And over the last several months, I've been working on the innovation plans for different countries. Dominican Republic was the portfolio I worked on the most in that time, but we were also working on Egypt and Shenzhen in China. So not for all of China, but Shenzhen. But Shenzhen is like equivalent to all of the developing world multiplied by 10 in terms of the quantum of innovation. And 40, 50 years ago, it was a small fishing village with a very small population. What is it I'm trying to share? Much of what we're discussing today is actually nation innovation, which needs to be distinguished from talking about innovators, which is having innovative people per se, or innovative individuals, or innovative firms. It's about talking about an ecosystem that generates innovators and innovative firms and so on. In effect, it's a discussion about a governance structure, what I call innovation governance. So every society has innovators, innovative firms, and so on. What really matters is the quantum and the speed and so on. So for example, is your innovation levels low or high? Is it slow or fast? Is it ad hoc or is it structured? Is it fragmented or is it organized? And then lastly, is it undocumented or is it documented? Well, one of the things with innovation, especially in a developing country context, is the latter. There tends to be no data and no information on the level of innovation. So if you go and you do some research on St. Lucia in terms of innovation, you would be hard-pressed to find good quality information that can be benchmarked against other countries in the world. And that applies to most countries in the Caribbean. So for example, the only country in the Caribbean that generates consistent data on R&D expenditures as a share of GDP is Trinidad and Tobago, my home country. And for the last 20 years or so, the expenditure of Trinidad and Tobago on research and development has been 0.05% of GDP, and consistently so. So, and this is an oil-rich hydrocarbon economy that has no shortage of resources in relative terms. So most Caribbean countries fall probably way below that. The expenditure level for R&D as a share of GDP that is recommended for a developing country to progress in the world is 1% of GDP. Most developing countries that are doing well, or if you could call them developing countries anymore, are spending 2 or 3 times that, meaning they're spending 2, 3, even as much as 5% of their GDP on research and development. So a country like Trinidad and Tobago is spending less than a quarter, less than 10% of what it should be spending to do well. Far more to be globally competitive. That means that if we look at a country like St. Lucia or any other Caribbean country, we are severely under-investing in research and development. And so if it is we are actually interested in making a quantum leap forward, then we need to change the discussion. Because the debate we're having is an interesting one, a very useful one. But as I always said, and I said that my good friend, Dame Pearl Louisette, when we were stepping out the room for lunch, where is the money? Because ultimately, it comes down to resources, human resources, but also financial resources. So just a week ago, I made a presentation to the ministers of education of the OECS. We had a discussion about tertiary education in the OECS territories. So the night before, I said, okay, let me see if I could find some data, because I do research on innovation. And so I collected the data from the World Bank on expenditure on tertiary education as a share of government expenditure on education. Right? So this is how much you're spending on tertiary relative to how much you're spending on education. The average for the Latin America and the Caribbean is about 20%, almost 21%. The OECS average is 8%. St. Lucia's average over a number of years is 5%. So St. Lucia is below the OECS average, and it is operating at 1/3 of the average for Latin America and the Caribbean. Now, I'm not even comparing Latin America and the Caribbean with some of the Asian countries, because if you compare Latin America and the Caribbean with Asian countries, which are the countries that we have to compete with, we are probably, as a region, 1/3, if not a quarter, of what they are spending on research and development. So, where do we go from here? Well, the first thing that we have to do is, first of all, develop the data infrastructure on what it is we are doing and what we are spending our resources on, and estimate what is the economic impact or the return on that investment. So there are those who argue that we spend a lot on education, and in some respects we do, 5 to 6% of our GDP, in most instances across the region, if not higher. Several of our presenters, including my colleague, Dr. Felix, lamented the quality of our educational experience. Having 2 teenagers of my own, I can tell you that, yes, we are stifling innovation in our children, and we do it in a very systematic and a very systemic way. In fact, our education system is actually designed to do so, to snuff out the creativity and innovation in our children, because children are supposed to be quiet, well-behaved, and so on. And there's a gender dimension to it as well, particularly targeted at boys. And I gave the feature address at several years ago in Barbados when I was working there at the Barbados Secondary School Association's conference, and I was asked to talk about masculinities. So when I was finished, 3 teachers came up to me, female teachers of course, because over 90%, in fact probably 98% of our teachers are female at the primary and secondary school. And they said something to me that I've never forgotten. They said, you know, we treat boys like bad behaved girls because they don't sit still. They come into the classroom very sweaty very often, and the list goes on and on and on and on and on. So our school systems are actually designed to temper all of that. And so the result that we get are really people who cannot think out of the box. Those who are able to get out of the box are the people that we've seen on the screens all day long. They are the exception to the rule. But it is these exceptions that prove the rule, which is that institutionally we are starving ourselves of innovation. So let's end now to say that at the college, we have an uphill task as well, which is that if you compare the St. Louis Community College with some of its comparators, even competitors, our share of PhD staff, people who have actually been trained to do research at a higher level, is low. It's at 8%. At the University of Guyana, it's 16% of their staff have PhDs. And at UWI, where I used to work, 80% of their staff have PhDs. And so the quantum leap that is required to move to become an innovation nation is very significant. And the resources that are required to make that leap need to be prepared and organized in a very structured, organized way. There's a way to do it, and I think we have the capabilities, but we have to be clear by setting benchmarks, targets, with all the required metrics. So beyond this very august meeting and the exceptional presentations, I think we need to set ourselves a very, very simple but specific task, which is to say, let us document where we are at now. And let us identify where we would like to be in 10 years from now and or 20 years from now. And in which specific sectors do we consider it to be a priority? So I saw the presentation on apiculture yesterday and again today. I think that's an excellent area. Some areas of the blue economy. Of course, we have to do agri-tech areas. And of course, we have to catch up with fintech, medtech, digital technologies, and so on. But you can't do everything in a small place. You have to figure out where you can make a difference in terms of your export capabilities, but also in terms of employment generation. And so that's what I would like to offer. At the college, we can help the government of St. Lucia and all the key stakeholders come up with a very specific innovation plan. I've been doing this for several years. I've just done it for Dominican Republic. I'm working on Egypt, I've worked on China. We can pull together a team to prepare, and that's what I'd like to offer. We are doing other things. We have just set up an e-learning academy. We're just about to establish, thanks to help from several stakeholders in St. Lucia and outside of St. Lucia, to set up an innovation lab and a startup center. We are also working on an upskilling academy with the private sector. And last but not least, we are working on establishing a digital and creative academy, which is one of my pet areas of research. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
I would just like to advise the remaining speakers, while we do want to hear everything and everything that you say, we do have a time limit to be here. So please make your presentations to time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. From Dr. Nurse, where is the money? Where is the data? Let me call on now Mr. Norani Aziz. Is he with us? Norani Aziz? Okay, he's not here with us via Zoom, but we will move on to our next speaker, Mr. Jabade Delis, student from Sir Arthur Lewis Community College via Zoom. Are you there, Mr. Delis?
Yes, yes, yes. Hello? Hello, sir. Are you in?
Hello? Yes.
Firstly, allow me to adopt the Allow me to adopt the protocol which has already been established. Good day. I am Jibade Olushola Dilis, second-year student of Sir Arthur Lewis Community College. Currently pursuing an associate degree in environmental science. Firstly, I'd like to thank God and the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College for granting me this opportunity. Additionally, all the organizers of this prestigious event, I would like to say thank you for this opportunity. Today, I will just be sharing my views on how some ways in which I believe, as a young person, the family, the community, the state, and the education system can ignite the interest of the young people in research and development in their formative years and beyond. Okay. Firstly, I believe that greater sensitization on research and innovation must be done to increase the awareness amongst young people. If there are many ideas and many suggestions and solutions, however, if we as young people are not knowledgeable of, the benefits, the how to, we cannot efficiently endeavor into that field and be effective in that field. So I believe that that'll be my first suggestion. Secondly, I believe that the research and integration and innovation should be integrated through curriculum from very young, so that we young people could have an idea and awareness cultivated into us. So it will be easier for us to maneuver into those fields and to explore those options, especially as we grow and develop, in whichever field that we look towards. For example, the the research and integration and innovation, sorry, could be implemented into games. So young, let's say the preschoolers, so they would have, so young preschoolers, they could be introduced at school or preschools. So they could just be open. It would increase, they could be more aware of these, or that field, and it would be, so it'd be easier. Let's look at the Reading Month initiative, which is very successful. It is common knowledge now that Reading Month is an annual activity amongst young people. However, the main and most important factor that contributed to this common knowledge is that it has started and has been continued from the time we are very, very young. So we have become accustomed and grown knowledgeable in that field, and it has increased our awareness and our appeal to that field. It makes it more appealing to us. Yes. A third point, a third suggestion would be, I believe that the relevant authorities should ensure fully functional research and innovation labs for young people to be exposed till university. Now, I know this one would require necessary funding. However, I just want to put the suggestion, I just want to say the suggestion to, yes. With this, we'll be able to, like for instance, the annual science fair, all these great ideas can be further developed by the relevant persons who are equipped in that field. And this would lend itself to, more development in that field, more development in research and innovation, and a brighter scope of endeavors and benefits to the country and the world at large. Yes. I know my time is short. To conclude, I would like to end by sharing this quote by Dr. Albert Szent-Györgyi. Innovation is seeing what everybody has seen and thinking what nobody has thought. I repeat, innovation is seeing what everybody has seen and thinking what nobody has thought. I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delis. Our next speaker will be Dr. James Fletcher, and he will make his presentation on the title, Infusion of Innovation in Sustainable Development. I know that Dr. Fletcher is here. Let's go over to him right now.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Hello, everyone. I am hoping that you are seeing my screen. Can you just tell me yes, that you are?
Yes, we're seeing you.
Right, so I've been asked to speak on the infusion of research and innovation in sustainability and sustainable development. And I guess it probably would be good to start off with what is sustainability? What is sustainable development? And I think one or two of our speakers have referenced sustainable development as development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability.
We're seeing you, but not your screen.
You're seeing me or not my screen? Okay, why is that? It's like carnival costumes that we look at them, we judge them, and then we cast them aside. There's some excellent work, excellent research, excellent innovation that has gone into this, but we don't look to see whether they're commercially viable. We don't look to see whether there's any way of rewarding our children by giving them some way of promoting and continuing that quest that they have for innovation. We just cast them aside, and every year we do the same thing. Our education system, as has been said by many, particularly Marie-Louise Felix, it must promote and must encourage curiosity, scientific inquiry, and challenging of the status quo. It is not doing that right now. So we can't have an innovative culture if at the school level we're not promoting innovation. But it's not just our children. Our elders also have an important role to play. They possess valuable information and experience, and we really must make greater use of indigenous and traditional knowledge. What we dismiss as folklore is actually the accumulation of generations of observation of cause and effect data in several different environmental conditions by hundreds of informal researchers specific to our unique local conditions. You can't get more rigorous empirical observation than that, but we dismiss it as, just folklore. But these things are things that our ancestors have looked at, and they've realized that there is a cause and effect. Why aren't we using it? We must free up access to information and data. I think many people, including Dr. Nils, spoke about access to data and managing data. Access to knowledge and information is a critical factor for the development of our society. We're not doing that. We're not making it available. Our governments must also recognize and value our natural assets. I was very pleased to hear how passionately Ricky spoke on this. Something simple like the featherless. Our featherless snake, the symptoms of a bite from the featherless resembles symptoms of some major forms of heart disease, and it may provide a model for future treatments. But that's not unprecedented. The first ACE inhibitor, which is used to treat hypertension, actually came from the venom from a Brazilian pit viper, which is a Bothrops species, same like our Bothrops caribeus, which is the St. Lucian featherless, but we're not doing any research into this. Deadly toxins to life-saving therapeutics, many have been gotten from vipers like ours. And if you look at the Kentucky Reptile Zoo, you'll see that the venom from our featherless is being sold at $250 per gram. It's actually one of the most expensive products you could buy from the Kentucky Reptile Zoo, but we haven't patented it. We're not, if any drugs like captopril, which is the ACE inhibitor that was gotten from the Brazilian viper, if anything like that comes out, St. Lucia will get no benefit from it whatsoever. These are things that we need to be looking into. You go to Whole Foods or Holland and Barrett in the UK, and what products do you see there? Bitter melon, kokum coulis, turmeric, chichima, ginger, graviola leaf tea from soursop, which is supposed to be a strong anti-carcinogen. And the nutraceuticals market is forecast to record yearly growth of over 8% per year, but we're not taking advantage of that. These are all products that we have in St. Lucia: Japana, Veven Lachewat, Gwenaba Fay, all of these things, no real research to see how we can commercialize them. Our banana industry has come from this, but when you go again into Whole Foods, this is what you see, all sorts of banana products, but yet we say we don't have a market for our bananas. Are we focusing on the right things? Are we introducing innovation? These are the things that we have to look at. We really have to provide consistent support to our innovators. We heard from Carlos and Laura today. Carlos and Laura, there's Joannan, there's Gillan, Chadia, Laura. So many have done really good work, but are we saying to our hotels that they must buy Carlos's Life Cube and put it in there, because every single one of these hotels have problems with water availability? So are we encouraging the hotels to buy the Life Cube and put it in there so that they can solve their water problems? We're not. We have to invest heavily in our youth. I heard a lot of talk about having a research institute, but 4 years ago, I gave the feature address at the launch of the Vaughan Allen Lewis Institute for Research and Innovation. That was supposed to be the institute that would promote research and innovation in our country. What has happened to Laborie? Why isn't Laborie being that place where we collect all of that information, serve as a repository for all of the innovation, as Giles said, from farm to field, from dancehall to dojo, everything that people are doing, and see how we can turn that into commercial opportunity for us to improve on our socioeconomic profile. We're not doing that. We have an institute. Let's use it. Why don't we provide fellowships for promising young and budding innovators to be at Laborie, to focus exclusively on creating, innovating, without having to worry about where the next paycheck comes from? These are some of the things that I think we can do. Walt Disney said it very, very clearly. If you can dream it, you can do it. And I think this era that we're living in is showing very clearly. Research and innovation will help us to get out of the low growth, high debt, high unemployment, low wage trap we're in. Nothing else will do it. There is no model, no economic model that we are pursuing right now that will do it. Could be tourism. Nothing will do it, because we've seen whether that's landed us. We have to focus on research and innovation. And it will also help us to address some of the persistent vexing problems, stimulate our economy, create jobs, and have that balanced development we're talking about. We're living in a global knowledge economy where neurons, what causes our brains to communicate, our nerve fibers to fire, neurons are much more valuable than euros. And I think when we realize that and we understand that investing in our people is the most important investment we can make, then maybe we'll get out of this problem that we're in. Thank you very much.
A splendid reminder there from Dr. Jimmy Fletcher. And I think earlier we had heard from Dr. Cato, and he was saying, difficult, yes. Impossible, no. So maybe this is the time for us to rethink. Well, we move on to another section right now, and we are looking to hear from Dr. Whitney Henry, and we will meet him via Zoom from MIT, Cambridge in the, Boston.
Okay. Oh boy. Can you guys hear me?
And we've just seen your presentation on the screen. So, Dr. Whitney Henry, please go ahead.
Sure. So first of all, I'd like to thank the organizers for this incredible opportunity. To be quite honest, it has been really inspiring to see some of these presentations, and I am really excited and hopeful about the future of St. Lucia. So for those of you who do not know me, I am currently a postdoctoral research scientist at the Whitehead Institute for Biomedical Research, which is an affiliate of MIT, which is located in Cambridge, in Massachusetts, in the US. And my research largely focuses on identifying and understanding the complex biological processes that occur within cancer cells that allows them to gain the capabilities to become resistant to both chemo and immune therapies, as well as to gain properties that allow them to metastasize, which is to disseminate from the primary site where the tumor forms, for example, the breast, to distant organs like the brain and the lung and bone and so on. So what are those processes or dependencies of cancer cells? With the hopes that by understanding those fundamental processes, one might be able to extrapolate that information to inform more efficacious strategies for the treatment of this disease. And to do this, I actually use a very multidisciplinary approach. It involves very sophisticated molecular tools, advanced gene editing techniques like CRISPR-Cas9, which some of you may have known, may have heard of. I also work with extremely talented and smart people in the fields of both bioengineering, computer science, and in some cases, physician scientists. So right now, science is kind of moving into this collaborative mode, I would say, not only within academia, but between academia and the biotech, pharma, tech industry. So it's really an exciting time to be part of research, especially in the context of cancer biology. Now, in keeping with the theme and the mandate that was given to me by Mr. Romulus, I wanted to now shift gears a little and really tell you about my scientific journey and experience. And I'm hoping that for the young people, especially who are listening and watching, that this will inspire you and hopefully get you to think a little bit more about what research might entail and what a career in this area might look like. So I entitled my presentation Against All Odds, and I hope, and maybe at the end of this presentation, it'll become a little clear to you why. So it all began in the town of Beaufort, where I was born, and I came from very humble circumstances, was adopted and brought up by the Burt family. For 7 years, I traveled from Beaufort to Castries to attend the St. Joseph's Convent Secondary School, followed by the Sir Arthur Lewis Community College. I then taught high school for about 1 year, a little bit I spent some time at SJC as well as at the Meekwood Secondary School. After which I was very fortunate to earn a full academic scholarship to attend Grambling State University to pursue my bachelor's in biology with a minor in chemistry, with the goal of continuing along a more traditional medical career track. So I was contemplating whether I should become a medical doctor or a dentist. That was the goal, because this was really what I thought of when I considered the career options for someone who was formally trained in biology and chemistry. But it so happened that in college, I got the opportunity to participate in two transformative research experiences. One was at Purdue University in Indiana, and the second was at the University of Texas in Dallas. And really, these experiences allowed me to gain firsthand knowledge of what research entailed, what the lifestyle was like, and how exciting it was to be part of the discovery process, the creation of knowledge. It wasn't simply about regurgitating something from the textbook. In fact, I felt like the textbook had come to life, and it was really empowering to be in that space. What this taught me, one, was that had I not been exposed to research, I would not have known that it was something that I could do and that I would enjoy doing. These experiences also highlighted the challenges associated with research. And one of the things that I'm very careful about was not painting this rosy picture about what a research career or what research really entails. It can be very challenging. There may be long periods where one can experience a lot of quote unquote failures and setbacks. There is a lot of delayed gratification in the process. And so one must have an attitude of focus and determination in order to succeed, and some level of luck, I would say. So fast forward, at the end of college, I actually changed my plans and decided to pursue my graduate studies and went on to pursue my doctoral degree in biomedical sciences. Reluctantly, almost, I would say, I accepted an offer from Harvard to gain my PhD. And I say reluctantly because I was in some ways very insecure and apprehensive about kind of forging into this new unknown territory. Here I was transitioning from a small liberal arts college that's a historically Black college and university in northern Louisiana to a predominantly white elite Ivy League school in New England. And with that came many challenges, both intellectually, but more so psychologically. But as with many things in my life, I overcome that after undergoing a very steep learning curve, and by all metrics was successful in that endeavor. This has now placed me in, I think, one of the best opportunities that a researcher could ask for, and that is working and being trained in one of the best cancer research labs in the world. And that is in the lab of Bob Weinberg. Looking back, I can say that I am incredibly grateful for the life-changing opportunities that have come my way. But two things I want to underscore to this audience and to the young people listening. One is the importance of exposure. So I came in and entered the US system and so on with one idea of what one can do with training in biology and chemistry and so on. But it wasn't until I was exposed to this new area of research that I realized that this was something that I loved and I was passionate about and that I am good at. The second is the importance of having the right preparation to meet the opportunities as they present themselves. So here is just me, first here on the right is my very first internship in a dental office in St. Lucia. And the second is me now working in a biomedical research lab at the Whitehead Institute. Here I'm showing my transition from Grambling to Harvard. And here is me as a new, I think of myself as someone who has evolved in my way of thinking, and how I approach problems. And when I started to think about some of the themes that some of those speakers brought up, there are several that also came to mind, but I want to reinforce the idea of changing our perception of who is a researcher and an innovator. Most students think of a researcher or innovator as someone who is boring, who is not a creative, who is confined to just a small space or a computer or in a lab by themselves. And that is far from the truth. There is a lot of creativity involved in research. And the second, I think, is the importance of parents and educators in fostering curiosity, which is a theme that I think many speakers highlighted, but it's so important. Kids are natural innovators. If you put a kid in a kitchen with just normal appliances, you will be intrigued by what they can come up with. And so I think this is something that we shouldn't just dampen. We should encourage it. And secondly, is I think it's not too early to expose kids to the research methodology, because they do it. They look around their environment and they ask questions, but it's up to us to, I think, take it to the next level and to further develop those by asking them how to formalize their observations, how to ask the questions, how to test it, and how to communicate that back to maybe the parents or to the wider community. And finally, I think it's also important to incorporate real-world applications of research and innovation. And it doesn't have to be specifically to the pure sciences. It could be social sciences and so on. And the last thing, on a personal note, is the idea that maybe we should rethink our metrics of success back home. It's not always about straight A's and top grades. And sometimes what that leads to is students being afraid to fail, quote unquote. And that is, being able to be risk takers and to push the boundary of knowledge is something that is so critical for innovation. And with that, I will end, and thank you again for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Whitney Henry. We have our next speaker, Mr. Laurent Jean-Pierre. He's an ethnobotanist, very passionate about his work and dedicated to sharing the information that he has with all of us.
Bon après-midi tout le monde, good afternoon, and greetings and salutations from the world of academia, science and technology. I happen to be a scientist, it's my life work, but I took a three-pronged approach to it: the social sciences, the hard sciences, and also religion. So I married the three of them on the undergraduate level. I've said all of that to say that life has two movements. And sometimes they're opposites, but you need both of them for movement. In every sense, you need to marry the two in order to get good results. C'est comme on a toujours dit, balier neuf, ka balier net, mais vieux balier connaît ses coins. New brooms sweep clean, but old brooms know the corners. So we need to marry things in order for us to come to a solid conclusion. In fact, God said it many years. He says, life in its truth seldom lies in the opposing forces, but in the reconciliation of the two, when you bring the two forces together. Now, I've said all of that to say that my work has been marrying traditional knowledge and conventional knowledge. That is the bedrock of my research. looking at what's within our traditions, what we have, what belongs to us, and researching it. And that is what I want to encourage here this afternoon in terms of the what you call the topic on the discussion, the discourse that we are having for ourselves. And it's something we call in academia roots redux. You go back to go forward. You look at what you have, what is in your immediate presence, so that you could interrogate it, you could study it, and then you could move into a new direction. So I want to present some of my research in terms of the Jardin Creole, medicinal plants, looking at what we have growing in our backyards, how we solve our problems in terms of food security, food sovereignty, and food safety, based on the body of knowledge that we have at hand. Like Giles said earlier, what we got from our ancestors, what was in the savannah, the fishing techniques that we cannot just throw away. They're part of our body of knowledge that we should interrogate and glean from it. We talk about science fair. I've been doing science fair from the beginning of science fair. You know, with the schools extracting essential oils. It is science. How to make coconut oil, how to make castor oil. This is science. You know, and our grandparents did it. I used to go make foreign with my grandmother to transform a root crop that is toxic. If you eat it in its raw state, it has cyanide, but to transform it from this toxicity into something that is edible and that is good for us. It prevents colon cancer. In some societies, they've done research and found there was very little colon cancer, in fact, none at all in some part of Africa. And the researchers found that because of, among other things, the diet of cassava. And by the way, cassava is a marvelous plant. It grows in all kinds of conditions. It's a drought-resistant, salt-resistant. And that was a gift to us from our Kari brothers and sisters, or our Karinago or indigenous people. They were handed down to us, and we have mastered the art of extracting the toxicity and giving us food that can be stored. Ça can live en terre sec. It can live n'importe côté. Il pas besoin de l'eau. It's salt resistant, drought resistant, as I've said before. So I could go on and on, but what I want to promote there is the concept of the Jardin Creole. The Jardin Creole is the garden that we have around the house. It is based on its composition and its position, where you put things and where it is established. And that is good in the event of, or in this current climate of COVID-19 and the climate of climate change. I think we need to rethink and look again at what we have as a people and research it and build on it. And there are several things. I could go for several examples. As a matter of fact, even our naming of our plants. I'm a taxonomist. I'm a plant researcher. I identify plants and name them based on two models. The Linnaeus model of taxonomy. But I also use our traditional model. And you might, when you do deep research, you find we have a binomial system of taxonomy in our own Creole taxonomy. This is bois d'orange. A binomial system. It's the bois and the d'orange. D'orange means it's orange. It produces a dye. So we are saying something when we speak of our plants. And the scientific naming of plants as well. So it's the balance. We need that balance in research. And that is what I come here to talk about. The broom, clean, new, balance. Let us find that health, like Tagore says, is truth never lies in the opposing forces, but in the reconciliation of the two. In balancing the research methodologies and using all that we have. Sometimes we abandon our traditional knowledge and we go and flirt with conventional knowledge. I am saying let us marry the two. Marry the two to get to reach closer to what we are doing. Especially in this area, let me just read very quickly the importance of the Jardin Creole and endangered ethnobotanical knowledge in a post-COVID-19 world and for mitigation and adaptation to climate change. With the current COVID-19 pandemic and predicted climate uncertainty, there is a growing international concern for safe food and medicine, food safety, sovereignty, local livelihoods, and sustainability. We need to marry all of these together. You cannot have food and it's not sustainable, as you rightly said about the cordon in Martinique. We had a lot of bananas, but we paid a heavy price of cancer in Martinique, and perhaps a lot of the people that are dying here. So we need again to find that healthy equilibrium. Yes, we need to produce food. We need to find methods of doing it, but we need to do it sustainably. Now more than ever, it has been necessary to prepare and to feed and to self-medicate an increasing world population, which according to the 2019 UN population, it says that we have 7.7 billion people on the planet, and there will be 9.7 billion by 2050. We need to feed ourselves. How do we do that? Survival is a triumph of stubbornness. C'est pour entêter pour nous rester vivants. And how do we do that? We need to go back to the knowledge of the ancestors, the traditional knowledge. As Jimmy rightly said, making coconut oil is science, that's deep science. So we need to look at what we have and build on it. Use both wings of, as Giles always used to say, both wings of the bird to fly. And Giles had something, and this is a bird I have a lot of respect for. We have our tensions and we have our debates because that's what part of life is all about. But for his what I call his scientific rigor, when you work with Giles, you become a better person because he interrogates your work. And that's what we need to do. Look at what we have and interrogate it. Study it. Turn it around. Tunevi way. Shavi way. Viegade. Our fishing methods. Our agricultural methods. And we have something called the Jardin Creole, and I think we should go back and look at it, the composition of it, where you put your medicinal plants, especially in this COVID-19 period, where you are locked down. Unipuni manger. Unipuni we might self-medicate. And that is why I'm proposing that every hospital in St. Lucia should have a medicinal garden. And that medicinal garden would be connected to the doctor's computers with scientific name and scientific data, so that when the little Mali become doctor, medical service, go popon, ebe fei kosol, you could just, when you come, you have the garden there, you authenticate that this plant is what the lady is talking about. We doctors in some medical service. You go on your computer, you open it up, there's all the botanical data, there's all the biochemistry of the plant. So the doctor can now better administer onto that patient. This is something we can do. The data is already there. 40 years of my life, we've been looking at medicinal plants with a group called Tramil around the Caribbean with scientific rigor. Doctors, biochemists, botanists, because even if you have all the good data in terms of the chemistry and you do not know the name of the plant, you do not know what you are researching, your research is null and void. You need to know what you're researching. So in a nutshell, brothers and sisters, because a lot of people got to have so much to say, but I just want us to bring us back to our tangible and intangible heritage. What we've been handed down to us by our ancestors, to revisit it, the language. In the language, there's lots of wisdom and a lot of material in our language. Don't underestimate the Creole language. In fact, where David says, or is it Fanon, that the language carries the weight of the culture. So without language, that important Creole language, there is a lot in it. So we need to look in introspect, we need to look in retrospect, so that we could go in prospect, so that we could see the prospects that are ahead. As I said, the landscape, the language, the landscape, the land, the seascape. So it's about the biosphere and the ethnosphere. So when you marry these two spheres, then you have results. You see, the biosphere is what's out there naturally, but the ethnosphere is the body of knowledge that you extract or you impose on the biosphere, or you glean from, for your own, our entertainment, our enjoyment, but most importantly, our survival. That's what it's about. It's about survival. How do we protect that body of knowledge, improve on it, and leave it in a better condition than we inherited it for the next generation? So, Punka Savla, get the technology, extract the toxic substance, the cyanide, and make it available for the next generation, so that it's a little easier, and so many other things. The person who got the Nobel Prize in China for malaria, she went back into the archives and dig deep and found something in the archives, and she went into the labs with it and became a Nobel laureate. We have it in the minds of our people, in our language, a lot of information that we could mine, we could glean, and go back to the laboratory, do our biochemistry and our research, so that we could come with a whole lot of new things. Even in the World War II, we were using something called Exostema Santa Lucia. It's a plant that is endemic to Central. By endemism, I mean it's found nowhere else in the world. And we were already extracting, it's called cinchona back in English. We were already extracting a substance from it to treat malaria. And the truth of the matter, it was wartime. Ships couldn't bring medicine, so we had to use what's indigenous. COVID-19, hey, when we were locked in, you cannot go out, you cannot do what. So you had to, the lockdowns, you could have feed from your Jardin Creole with all your medicine around, you know, all your food around. Fig pala, ou ka hedi de cheddar chin pala, ou connaît fait ça pour manger, pour faire un bouillon pala. That is what it's about, survival. Survival and knowledge. And as you balance that knowledge, we can survive in our civilization. So let me just, for example, in Haiti, as an anthropologist, demystified the zombieism. What they take out more, you can call to zombie. You can live in more. It was the fish of a certain, the bone of a certain fish that was used in the concoction to put them in the heartbeat was so low that you couldn't measure it with your what's the instrument the doctors use, the thermometer or whatever they call it. What is it? Yes, so I am saying, when you take all of this thing and you put it together, you realize that we have a lot of knowledge, a body of knowledge, and the anthropologists found out that you go so, your heartbeat lowers so much, it's like you're dead. And after a while, when it wears out, you can come back alive. And it was Wade Davis who demystified that. He worked in the Amazon as an anthropologist and in Haiti to find out. So that biocultural heritage, people, we need to guard it for our life, and I'm glad we're doing that. Our wild plants, our local community, the indigenous people and their knowledge, they know about weather. You could determine weather by the changing of the leaves and so forth, the taxonomy. As I said, we now have a Caribbean pharmacopoeia that we've been studying for 40 years. Leaf baths, let's research these things. When you're a child, you take a BOAP. Go back to it, take it to the laboratory and authenticate it. And I could give you so many. Local dyes. We don't do local dyes anymore. There's a whole industry out there with local dyes. You know, Roucou and Bois d'Orange and Campeche. Campeche is not only for baking bread, you know. It was planted as a red dye. It can give you a dye, Haematoxylum, it is called. And so many. Chinitwef. Who's doing work on Chinitwef? You know? Or something, if you're poisoned and you drink it, it take off the bile and make you vomit it. I am a living experience of that. When I was a child, I was dying one Christmas Day. I couldn't eat malade. They give me a little shot of shinny to effect. I just vomit feel la. And right away it was like yellow, like a mango, a ripe mango. And in a little while I was up and about dancing and enjoying myself. So brothers and sisters, I have a lot to say, but that's not the time because a lot of more people got to speak. But let us feed off the past in order to face the future. And as Derek rightly puts it, he says, break a vase, and the love that it takes to reassemble the fragments is greater than the love that took the symmetry for granted when it was whole. I thank you.
Dr. Jean-Pierre, thank you very much. Krista Henry, she's on Zoom with us. Krista?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Are you there? The student of this Arthur Lewis Community College.
My name is Krista Henry. I am a second-year student at Arthur Lewis Community College. I am currently studying the field of environmental science, and today my question is on the youth. Like everybody talking about the health sector, fisheries and all, but mine is about the youth. And my question is, what other plans or ideas do the Research and Innovation Organization have in place to encourage and persuade young adults like myself to participate in events or meetings held by the organization? And what I suggest, like a way to start to encourage young adults is by doing a survey to find out the reasons for why young adults are not interested or taking part or doing voluntary work to help with sustainable development of the country. And the reason I said this will build a foundation on how we approach the situation and what are the steps in doing so. So whilst I was thinking about it, I came about I think I have 5 points why I think teenager or young adults like myself do not take part in things like that. And one is peer pressure. I think a lot of young adults or students try to fit in, and when they feel like they're standing out, like they cannot take on the tension or all eyes on them. So I think they try to feel comfortable, and that's why they keep on staying in the same group. And my other point is fast money. A reason why young adults do not do any volunteer to do anything, they want money. So you want to get paid for what they're doing. And it same with adults like over 30, or everybody want to be paid. And I think experience is way better than just getting paid. So I think we should just be open about it and approach the situation with an open mind. One is lifestyle, and I think it has to do with the children being exposed to the American life. They think everything is good and things like that, so they do not want to try. One is support, and the reason why I say support, a lot of young adults have ideas and stuff, but they do not have the support. They do not have people to encourage them to do the necessary things. So like my example is it have to do with me at primary school when my teacher Miss Edwards and some of the students, we came up with an idea of having a straw that can filter the water so people can drink. like they can use the places like Haiti that do not have good water system or source. And it like we tried, we planned it, but we didn't have the resources to develop that idea. And recently I was just on social media and I saw that a company came up with that idea and they're making money off it. And I was like, oh, if we had the support, if we had the resource to do that, we could have been the first to invent that straw. And it have to do a lot with the parents too. Some parents, I understand you want your child to be the best, but some of them they I would say like they do not encourage the child. They always have something bad to say about them. So if they have a good idea or plan, like they always, oh, that you want to do, that's what you want to put yourself into, like help, just give them that little motivation to do it. And I find that a lot of us, we can achieve great things if the parents, the school too, like every child have a different purpose, and we're trying to teach one set of thing. So we want all the okay, medicine, lawyer, or something like that. Like everybody have a different purpose. So make the children branch out and try something new instead of keeping them in the same box all the time. And I find that if we just give support and keep on exposing the students or other young adults like myself, we'll have a better chance in achieving more. And I one point that's my last point is some of us, we just lazy. We want everything to come to us. We do not want to try. We do not want to reach out to hands. Some of the us, we feel like asking people for help is begging, and I don't know if that's true, but you need help. You can't do everything on your own. So I find some people, young adults like myself, we just lazy and we just want everything to come our way and we're not trying. Even though we have the idea, we say, me now do that and things like that. So I find that if we have the support and we ourselves just do not be afraid to feel like we'll achieve greatness. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just hoping that you would be inspired by some of the stories, success stories we heard from our luminaries, for us to continue on that path of your own success. Next is Miss Diana Thomas. I don't think she is with us. So we'll call on Mr. Kemuel Jean-Baptiste, and he will speak about agriculture.
Good day, everyone. Let me take the opportunity to adopt the protocol that has been established and to thank the organizers for this opportunity to speak to the gathering on the area of agriculture with a twist on extension. The day has been long and a lot has been said. And while I sat there, it is easy to see that there is a lot of bleeding of the ideas and there's a lot of cross-cutting issues that we have been speaking about. But by way of starting the conversation today, I'm always reminded of a conversation that Dr. David Dolly at St. Augustine, Trinidad, when he told his parents that he wanted to do a PhD in agricultural extension. He always says his father asked him, what is a PhD in agricultural extension? And essentially, he says that the question was asked because they didn't understand the field of his work and his endeavor. And so I just want to inform our audience that agricultural extension essentially is education for adults in the agricultural sector, simply put. And the interesting thing about agricultural extension as it relates to innovation is part of perhaps a three-prong diagram, if you put it that way, where you have the farmer involved, the researcher involved, and the extensionist essentially is the broker that helps to broker the information between farmers and researchers. We come from a background where sometimes the research agenda is set, and you have instances where the researcher feels, I need to go out there and let the farmer know what they need to do to correct their problems, to solve their problems, to correct the mistakes that they're making. But the farmer has been at the field level and been involved in his craft for all these years, or her craft for all these years. And so there has to be respect for indigenous knowledge, and you heard some of our colleagues speak about it early on. And so what we do in Extension essentially is to integrate that whole relationship between what happens at the field level in terms of those involved in actual production and so on, and those persons who are seeking to improve what it is that is being done. Essentially, the work of Extension is focused on influencing knowledge, attitudes, and practice. And you would have heard some of our earlier speakers mention the whole issue of knowledge, attitude, and practice. Knowledge, indigenous knowledge is there. We see emerging experiences of those who spend time in laboratories. Climate change comes in with its own challenges, pest and disease, and having to deal with those and having to adapt. And so while the producers and processors are heading in one direction and are being faced with those challenges, and they have their own ideas as to how they're going to solve these difficulties, the researcher is also there to provide support. And so what Agricultural Extension seeks to do is to get researchers and farmers involved in what we call participatory rural experiences. We go into those rural areas and we use what we call participatory rural appraisal, where you get both researchers, extensionists, and producers involved in an interactive process where we seek to identify what are called felt needs. Those producers, those processors, those livestock rearers, what do they feel are their own needs and challenges? And in the process, draw to their attention what is generally referred to as unfelt needs. And using participatory approaches to engage all the players in a process where we identify solutions that are amenable to everyone in the process. One of the things that agricultural extension is challenged with, and also farmers, is often you find that sometimes researchers come in and they're the rural tourists. We spend a little time, we gather some basic information, we formulate solutions, and we want to feed it back. But very often these fed back solutions are not necessarily readily adapted. And if you read the story about the humble potato in the Peruvian Heights, you'll see how that process went through over time. And so it is really important here that we allow the knowledge users, the knowledge generators to interact at a place where there is opportunity for development of ideas and solutions. Some of you might have heard what is referred to as Farmer Field School Program. What these essentially seek to do is to use open fields or production or processing or trade, depending on what is being advocated, and allow learning, discovery-based learning, to take place in these environments. Knowledge, the attitudes also we seek to influence. They would interest you that a lot of the stuff that happens at the field level, a lot of it is historic. And sometimes the historic approaches that are there may not be the best suited. And so part of our responsibility is to ensure that we get in there and help producers and others to get those aha moments. These aha moments are moments when persons recognize that there is a better way. There is a new and improved way. And this is what we seek to do in terms of participatory approaches. For a producer and for the agriculture sector, there are opportunities for innovation at several levels. We have pre-production. These are the people who look to develop new breeds, new species, and so on. And some of you might have heard of the Green Revolution of many decades ago, where we sought to develop new species and new hybrids of vegetables, of livestock, and so on. Then you have the production issues. You have issues related to irrigation, issues related to what sort of production environment am I going to use? Am I going to use the traditional soil? Am I going to use greenhousing? All of these present opportunities for innovative research. In fact, you have agencies like the international agencies like the Food and Agriculture Organization, of the United Nations. More locally and regionally, we have the Inter-American Institute for Cooperation on Agriculture. And we also have our own Caribbean agency, the Caribbean Agricultural Research and Development Agency, CARDI. And what we seek to do is to ensure that we have access to these agencies, that the extensionists are able to interact with those agencies, share with them what the concerns of producers, smallholders are, and in anticipation that they will follow the same pattern of interactive research and development. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot do it alone. We require partnerships. And for us in Extension, we have international agencies such as the Global Forum for Rural Advisory Services, and more recently we have what is called the Caribbean Agriculture Extension Providers Network. And all of these networking and agencies are intended to help to bring the whole idea of operations at the field level, the research agenda, and the work of extension into a network environment where we could support each other in terms of what it is that we are looking for. There are issues related, for example, in terms of managing your pest and disease, integrated pest management, integrated plant nutrition. All these present exceptional and excellent opportunities for innovative ideas, for innovative ways of doing things. And so my closing here today is to say to our governments to ensure that we support regional agencies such as CARDI, to say to our international agencies to continue to provide avenues for our students to go into these environments, the universities in Taiwan, the universities in Central America, Cartier, Earth University, all these other areas, to allow our students the opportunities for exposure, as one of our earlier speakers mentioned, so that they could come back and help to strengthen and foster this whole research and innovation that we have been talking about here today. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to just applaud the organizers and to say to you that we are really excited, and I'm hoping that the extensionists today are viewing some of what we've been talking about and in a hope of broadening the mind in terms of what the possibilities are. With this, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baptiste. So very important in these COVID-19 times. We move on with another of our luminaries, and we are calling on Mr. Daisuke Nakarara, and he is going to be joining us from Washington State in the United States. You would have heard Mr. Romulus speak so excitedly about the cooperation that is in the works. Are you ready, sir? Doctor?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Okay, yes, I'm ready. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'd just like to share my screen with the quick presentation. You see my screen? Hello?
Yes, we see you.
Okay, great. I'm not sure which one you're seeing. Maybe this is wrong screen. Okay, this should be better. Hi, my name is Daisuke Nakahara. I am from Microsoft IoT sales team. Within IoT sales team, my responsibility is to work with the partners to build IoT solutions. So, even though I belong to IoT sales team, I'm still on the engineering side. I met with Giles about 6 months, almost a year ago, through UNDP Yoko Watanabe, and we started a few pilot programs. And I just wanted to introduce what Microsoft is doing in this space and how technology can help people in St. Lucia. So last 3 to 5 years, IT industry or tech industry has been focusing on IoT. So on the left side of the this cycle adaptation life cycle, this is all technology companies, and we've been trying new technologies, new use cases, and how we can make people's life better, so forth. And now we are looking to see how this technology can enter into mainstream, meaning how IoT can benefit, people like average people can benefit from IoT and other technologies. Now, in a world of IoT, it also includes, machine learning, AIs, and all the fancy word you hear these days. And those will, we hope, to help people. And in the past, if you look at the personal computing, today, a lot of people, they don't realize how much benefit people are getting from, PCs and smartphones, all the technologies. Like about 20, 25 years ago when I started, Microsoft, people are surprised to see like ATM machines or running on Windows, for example. And those days, majority of people, especially senior people, didn't know how to use ATM machines. And they went to the bank, they, met the bank teller and get the cash or put the cash into their accounts. But now, after 20 years, people know how to use ATM machines. So that's, just one of the examples. But over time, technology, people will adopt new technologies. And on ourselves, like a technology industry, we have to make things easier to use for the average people. So in my Microsoft, our mission is to simplify IoT, meaning IoT is still very difficult. IoT is still for technology people. But we've been working on how we can make things easier and faster to deploy or use or implement. And making something easy and fast requires very powerful tools and platforms and infrastructure, and maybe even human resources and a skill set, experience. Something easy is supported by foundation of something super powerful. So these are the things that we've been working on last few years through the my camera back on. Okay. Through the pilot programs, what we learned is, well, we kind of knew IoT was still too difficult, but now we realized this is almost impossible for average people to implement. We've been working with Laura and Kailis on smart pad, and we just recently had a conversation on honey firms, and we are hearing many interesting use cases. And another thing I realized through the conversation and the engagement with Giles is we as a tech company, we know how to make things happen, but we don't know how people want to use it. So it's been very good lessons for us, how technology can be used in, to support many different industries, fishing, farming, agriculture, conservation, sustainability, so many use cases. We've been learning through Giles and his team how technology can support the society. And at the same time, we also realized many use cases are very same from at least from technology point of view. right? So, for example, the solution for the ocean is very similar, fundamentally very similar to a solution for agriculture, because everybody wants to see data and everybody wants to, create the value from the data. And same, like 80% of times, same concept applies. Now, of course, people like to have a different, UIs and new tools and the different views, but those are some, minor customization we have to make. So through the UNDP and SGP projects, we've been focusing on, let's focus on 80% of, something only technology and the experience people can work on, but we don't know how, use cases are. So let's run from the, people in the field, and let's make those 20%, customization easy enough for, people and students from St. Lucia, for example. Because another challenge, one of the challenges in IoT is it's very difficult to find experienced engineers, especially in the remote areas. Even within Microsoft, we are very having a hard time, finding the right kind of people or right, engineers for the job. So, if you go to some non-tech locations, even within the United States, it's very difficult to find those people in some states and cities. So I can imagine, how difficult it is to find, IoT engineers in St. Lucia. But I'm pretty sure a lot of students, from St. Lucia, they probably know how to create a website, right? So our kind of mindset has shifted from how we can teach, people in St. Lucia how to use the IoT and the technology to support or help the society, to how we can, contribute by focusing on what we are good at it and have local people to work on the customization, people needs for their requirements and needs. So those are the, experiments and the experience we had, and we had a couple projects, and we are in the halfway, but we are looking forward to see, making a big progress in 2021. And last but not least, thank you very much for this opportunity to share time with the government, and having, listening to people. It's very inspiring, and it would be my pleasure to speak to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. Our speaker is Miss Catherine Seelys. Her area of interest is gender, but I think the society as a whole concerns her. So let's hear from Catherine Seelys, please.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are here for two reasons. We do have a project that we are doing to create employment for women and girls who are victims of gender-based violence. It is a project partly funded by UNDP, and it is an agro-processing facility where we were looking to create food products for sale and to create sustainable employment for women and girls. I think my task here today is to talk about gender. Where are we? Some time ago, the ILO released a report speaking about St. Lucia was among the top countries with women being in management. And at that time, I think all women who were in management put a feather in their cap and threw up their chest and said that we had arrived. Where are we? We are at a place where women have been managers of the social services for over 30 years. We have had a female attorney general, I think 2, We have had most of the senior public servants are female, judges in our courts, ministers and legislators, politicians, community leaders, etc., etc. But what have we achieved with regards to gender equality? There is still ambiguity and a lot of confusion around the age of consent for girls. We're not sure if it's 18 or if it is 16. Girls can be sexually active, but they cannot access birth control, go to the doctor on their own. They cannot vote. They cannot sign legally binding documents, but they can be sexually active. Women are still asked for their receipts to prove that they have contributed to assets in a relationship when they go to the family court to look for relief. Women who file for divorce are still victimized by both the system of justice and the laws administered by female judges in the courts. We have cases where the divorce had been final for at least 2 years, but the man had not held up his end of the bargain dictated by the court for child support and separation of assets. Rape of children is still being referred to as sex with minors in our criminal code and in court filings. And, but we have, as a country, a predominance of women in critical positions for the last 30 years. A rape trial is still like an inquisition during the witches' inquisition in the 1900s for a woman from disclosure to trial. And our women has not seen it fit to do something about it, but we are still senior managers in every aspect, be it in the public service or in the private sector. Where are we with respect to the Sustainable Development Goals? Goal number 1, poverty reduction. Goal number 2, zero hunger. Goal number 5, gender equality. Gender equality is a buzzword that we use when we want to get funding from international organizations and when we want to calm the nerves of international organizations that complains about gender equality, gender conforming, and things like that. Where are we when it comes to decent work and economic growth? SGD 8. We have women in St. Lucia who leave Beaufort, travel to Castries and work for $250 a fortnight. We have women who work with very prominent hotels and they call our organization for help with food. And I noticed during the week somebody posted a job receipt, a salary slip that said the person went home with $250. And everybody fell down on the person and said, well, how many hours did they work? Nobody pays that amount of money. They work for 12. Well, we have news. The hotels pay between $3.07 to $4.57 an hour. And there are women who work at the hotel every day, and they go home and they do not have food to eat. So I noticed that it was like a re-victimization of the person that were being underpaid, and not a question to the authorities like the Labor Department, the Ministry of Tourism, and the respective hotels that were involved. How might we look at innovation and we look at research to reduce domestic violence, to reduce sexual abuse of children? It is something that has been on the rise, specifically now that women have lost their jobs. We had over 18,000 women, 18,600 and something people who lost their job due to Corona. And out of this, 70% of them were women. We have how do we provide opportunities for vulnerable populations and communities, and specifically women and girls who have nowhere to go when they go to the social services? The same women who manage the social services are the same women who will not design a care plan to ensure their safety and security. But we continue to be very proud that the ILO has said that we are at the forefront when it comes to women managers, but we must ask ourselves the question, where are we with gender equality and the safety and security of our women and girls? And generally, how do we eliminate inequalities in St. Lucia? While COVID-19 has exposed a lot of our vulnerabilities, I have to say, and I don't think it's a surprise to anybody, that COVID-19 did not create our vulnerabilities. It simply exposed it, and how might we use the opportunity to do better and to use innovation and research to come out of this crisis a lot better. I noticed that even when it comes to submitting a document to the Ministry of Education to pay a bill of $250, you had to print it, sign it, and hand deliver it. They would not accept it over email because they don't accept scanned documents. We are still where we were in 1974 when I was still in Belvedere Primary School in Beaufort. Gender equality must be something that we aim to achieve, not something that we use conveniently when we think it is going to bear some fruit. We are at the time where we are still asking girls to behave like girls, but at the same time, we continue to ignore the very conventions and protocols that we sign at international meetings and say that we are right up there with the rest of the world. Today, we heard a number of people who have achieved things that we read and we attribute to people out of North America and Europe. And you know, it's exciting, but it's also sad at the same time, because here we sit in St. Lucia, cutting people leg and limb left and right when we have people who have the technology to save with a simple procedure. So while we speak of gender equality, we have not made any strides, as women are still at a great disadvantage within the system of justice, the system of legislation. And while women are very proud that they are senior managers, they are everything, they probably do have very big positions, but I always doubt that they have the power that comes with the position to create the change that is necessary so that we as St. Lucian can be proud of being women who has engineered change in our society. I thank you.
Catherine, I thank you very much for that presentation. We're moving on, Mr. Felix Herman, to speak on agriculture. He's not here. Dr. Gilbertha St. Rose, she'll join us via Zoom.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you very much. Protocols haven't been established. Yeah, I wish to thank especially Mr. Romulus for having me on here to share and participate. I enjoyed very much the presentations before, and it's good to hear, you know, all the updated things that are happening. It's very encouraging and gives me more reason to persevere. Yeah. And I was very happy to hear my colleague, Laura Jean-Pierre, you know, expounding, and we continue the passion and we continue to move forward. So today I am going to be speaking on this visioning sustainable futures, and I'll entitle it The Need for Integration with Eden Herbs Limited. Yeah, some of you know me, I'm a dermatologist, herbalist, and integrative healthcare specialist. Integrative is when conventional allopathic medicine is used together with traditional medicine, in this case, herbal medicine. So, and I'm also the managing director of Eden Herbs Limited. So today, hope you're hearing me well. Is everybody hearing me well? And see my screen? Hello? Is everybody hearing me and seeing my screen?
I can hear you, I can see you.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, I'll continue. So the objectives of my presentation, keep it vibrant, keep it participatory and inclusive is the objectives of what I intend to do. And then the goals are to inform, educate, and to motivate for use. And I preempt that as I introduce a sustainable development project, trying to develop, well, wanting to develop an Eden Herbal family. And I just want to talk a bit of Eden Herbs. We have been producing in St. Lucia since 1996 by myself, registered in 99, exporting from 2001, and you can check us on the internet, edenherbs.com. And the products we produce are drinks, teas, creams, oils, capsules, and powders. And these are products used for common ailments, over the counter, and can be used with other medications. So we have a list of drinks here. I'll run through them because I know the time is short. Some of you must have seen them. Purify and Tonic, our traditional cooling, is the commonest one that we sell. And we have a range of capsules, a whole list here, and you can see it on the website, some more here. I just put the moringa on the screen because now in this time of COVID, everybody should be using moringa. And this is the capsules. We also have it in powdered form as well. This is what the tree looks like. And luckily we have it all over the place. The Indians had brought it here, and then some years ago, my friend and I, we started propagating, and thank God we have lots of moringa now. So it's nutrient-rich dietary supplements containing amino acids, antioxidants, vitamins, minerals. Very good for boosting up the immune system. So you can see it's quite a good product for our COVID climate. We also have the animal gully roots, which is one of our teas. And I list it here because it's also good for boosting up the immune system. We have a whole list of creams. And I highlight one here, the citronella. A lot of you must know of lemongrass to prevent the insect bites. Now we're into the dengue season, and it's very good insect repellent. So that's our creams. And then we have oils. We have a neem oil. We have a sanitizing oil, also good for sanitizing surfaces and for diffusing in the environment. We also make a sanitizing lotion. So as I introduce the concepts of this project for the Eden Herbs family, the methodology I would like to inculcate is the fact that persons need to know themselves. So one knows themselves in terms of their needs, take responsibility for one's health. Don't be too dependent on the system, and becoming and remaining knowledgeable on health issues. So one needs to become and remain motivated, become and remain empowered, and become and remain disciplined in that venture. It's an everyday event. So in doing the above, we do it at the family level where we can share experiences with one another. We can plan together, we can cook together, eat together. And as we do these things, we get to learn our herbs and foods. At the community level, we can share seeds, planting materials, supplies, produce, and we can market together and the concept of the community gardens. We can have educational seminars and workshops and invite and participate in community activities all around herbs and food. And of course, the cooking and eating sessions. Persons always like the cooking and eating, and maintaining good health is a good objective of living. At the state level, we would like support and get subsidization of the inputs for production and also marketing and sales of the produce. And you can even have national advertisements We have our national television station and other friendly local channels. And then incentives to facilitate local production and sales. At the state level, very, very important to incorporate and integrate the use of the herbals into the healthcare system. In the education system, we look at the school gardens, and there, in addition to foods, you have herbs. Incorporate them in the school feeding program and home economic classes. You use the herbs and you serve teas. Remember, you can make a tea and then cool it down or just drink it with or without the juice. And build an appreciation and stimulate the tastes and desires for these local foods and herbs. There are some communities where persons survive only on what they grow in their vicinities. In the education system too, we'd like to see our public health education, the Ministry of Health and Wellness, educate persons. And I saw Mr. St. Catherine in his survey really got from the people that they need to see more in terms of health education, health research, so they can know what to do. A lot of people are lost out there and too dependent on sitting in health centers, waiting for paracetamol or things they could adjust for themselves while they look at, the wheel of wellness. And Dr. King did put up the chart of the wheel of wellness and wheel of health, wellness. And one needs to be quite aware of what that wheel of wellness is so that it could be executed on a daily basis. Very, very important, we need to educate our health professionals. Because when the persons get to know the goodness of the herbs, they use it, they go to the health practitioners. And because the health practitioners have not been educated or don't know about the herbs, they are too easily telling them don't use it. And this is very, very sad. In fact, creeping into criminality, because it's part of the responsibility of a health professional to be knowledgeable on these basic things that the patients know. So in terms of the education, we want to see it in the curriculum, in the schools, in the agricultural programs, in the farmers' organizations. And here's an appeal, please, please, keep it organic. I know we need all the certification for organic, but towards being organic. Let's not poison ourselves with our food and our herbs. So we need some policy imperatives. And these policy imperatives, we need to encourage, implement, and facilitate healthy living means and practices. Remember I say the means because you need to afford it, and the practices to be educated of the practices. Then we need to integrate the herbals into the healthcare system, and we have to look into the import reductions. The food import bill is much too high. And unfortunately, we are lots of times importing poisons, which are making us more ill, waiting for drugs and other medications to put it right. So let's do our own foods, cut down on imports, and keep it organic. More policy imperatives, like I said, introducing the herbals into the National Health Drug Formulary. We need to develop a Caribbean herbal pharmacopoeia. And we need WHO, the World Health Organizations, and PAHO to assist us governments to integrate the herbal medicines into the healthcare system. And PAHO, I know PAHO is ready to intervene to help, but our Ministry of Health need to ask them. They need to ask. They won't just come in and do it. And although, they might be reluctant, but if we ask for it, they will, because it is part of the mandate of WHO, as has been stated in the annual meetings. There are countries like Brazil who have integrated herbal medicines into the healthcare system, and they are ready to assist, but they need to be asked by our government. I lament a few years ago in West St. Lucia, Tourist Board, there was a big trade conference, and Brazil and other countries were here. And Brazil was all ready to assist us, but I tried to get the Ministry of Foreign Affairs just to write a letter, tell them, yes, come, we're ready. But it didn't happen. It didn't happen. So these policy imperatives should be put in place and executed so we can get the help we need to integrate the herbal medicine into our healthcare system. So we need incentives by our government, and we need exemptions on import duty on certain things that we don't get here, and also income tax relief. We need assistance with overseas marketing. Let us utilize the foreign embassies and the Lucian associations in the diaspora to help us market our produce here, not just our herbs, but our food. And the people out there, they want the herbs and food. So let our government assist us in making the contact and make it happen. Linkages. So let's look at linkages as we go through this sustainable development project. I'm happy that I am looking at making a link and a partnership with superior broom producers out in Monrepo. I'll tell you of our linkage with TRAMIL, UWI, OECS, SLDB, healthcare practitioners, and our distribution outlets, and more importantly, you. So let's look at the specific linkages. So superior broom producers out in Monrepo, they're holders of a Global Environmental Fund grant project. And if we work together, then we will expand our production of herbs. And in addition to that, we will be looking at together the sea moss and cassava farine that they already produce. So here's a collaboration that can help us in our upscaling and doing more things for this project. And there will be other expertise that will come with this partnership. I have a linkage with the University of the West Indies Center for Food Security and Entrepreneurship, CFSC, in Barbados with Professor O'Garo, and we are working on some projects with our Eden Herbs products. Our Real Pet project, and Laurent Jean-Pierre did speak of it, our Traditional Medicines of the Islands project, started in '82, and it's a program and network of applied research, traditional popular medicines in the Caribbean, aiming to rationalize health practices based on the use of medicinal plants. And we have developed a Caribbean pharmacopoeia, but it needs to be expanded. It has been scientifically validated and gives you the botanical, common names, pharmacology, recommended use, and in particular, the toxicology. So the taxonomy to identify the plant and the toxology to advise on the use. So there's what our electronic ebook looks like. And we are working with 23 Caribbean countries, English, French, Spanish, and their universities and other networks. And they are willing to assist with educational publications. They are more advanced than us in the Spanish and French countries. And they're willing to let us have it for translation, but we need funds for translation. And they can also help us in implementation of the integrative mechanism of herbals into the healthcare system. So this is our TRAMIL project. The OECS, Organization of East Caribbean States, we have started a dialogue, and we need to apply to the OECS pharmaceutical procurement services to get herbals integrated into the national health formularies. We are familiar with the process. but we have to go through the application and make it happen. So we need the cooperation of the OECS to get us legitimately and correctly into the healthcare system. SLDB or other financial institutions, we're looking to get assistance of a prospectus. And then we need the structuring for issuing of shares because we want to create a public liability company where persons will be given shares. And then we will be needing capital for upscaling of business activities and infrastructure. And I was happy to hear from Dr. Nurse, that's Alpha Lewis Community College has a department, not only a lab for innovation, but also for upscaling. So although I didn't have you when I made this presentation as being part of our linkage, we surely can do some talking because we need to upscale our operations. Thank you very much in advance. Then in terms of distribution, some of you may have heard of Karen Roseman. He is the one that was the entrepreneur a few years ago, young manufacturer of the year in his virgin coconut oil. So he approached me because he wanted to create a platform on Amazon stores, and we're almost near there. By the end of the month, we'll be launching the trademark of Eden Herbs and be able to use Amazon as a sales platform. In addition to that, we can be doing white labeling, so we can look at other products from here or wherever that we see that we want to market and do the white labeling. So we'll label it of Eden Herbs to put on our Amazon sales platform. So looking at the specific linkages again, and we're looking at you. So we'll go through your healthcare practitioners. So everybody has a healthcare practitioner. So this is why we want to educate our healthcare practitioners on our Eden Herbs products so that they can work with you while you use the products if you're on any other medication or want to discuss any particular health problem. We are already in the local pharmacies, we are already in the major supermarkets. We have some direct sales representatives, and we need many more direct sales representatives. And then we see that we have the young entrepreneurs, you know, in agriculture and elsewhere. So there are opportunities for entrepreneurship as direct sales representatives with our Eden Herbs products. And you the people who will be in the Eden Herbs family, there's a concept of social marketing. Social marketing. Share your healing experience when using the Eden Herbs products with others. Because you'll find that the marketing of our products is everybody's business, and everybody can pass the word around. It can be very effective. Marketing being everybody's business. So here for you, Eden Herbs ready to expand into a public company, issue shares, work with you, give you good incentives, be a good organized structure for you, family, and friends. So here's for innovation. So you're invited. You're invited to link with us to do this together. May God bless you and give you the grace and wisdom to do the right things. Let us do it together as an Eden Herbs family. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. St. Rose, on this comprehensive bit of information on conventional and local medicines. Right now, we will zoom to Mr. Kagan Mayers, and he will speak on smart agriculture. We'll join him via Zoom.
Good day. I would like to adopt the protocols established and like to thank Giles and the team for presenting another knowledge fair. So I know time is limited, so allow me to be quick. I believe for the most part, people are aware of smart agriculture, the idea of bringing technology and innovation into the agricultural space to improve yield and improve market response. And my name is Keegan Mears. I am the chief grower and proprietor of Nature's Key. It's an organic farm in Laguerre. And I'm also the agricultural lead for agri-tech company called Guru. Thank you, Mr. Ogier. You actually gave us a nice bit of PR there. We have launched the market platform in conjunction with Massey for the beta run. But however, let me take a step back and let me, in a sense, give the story of how this evolves to show that we are an anomaly and not the rule, and therein lies the problem. In 2016, I charted this platform and I took it to the Ministry of Agriculture. And I'm not knocking any government exactly, but I just want us to understand, just get some context here. So we spent 6 months hashing out how this could work. After 6 months, I was basically ghosted. No more return calls, no one returning the emails. And I stopped. At that point in time, I called it the One Market Initiative. Shortly after that, I just continued back on my farming, but the issue here with lack of data and a disconnect between the producers and the consumers and the buyers was still a huge factor, still is a huge factor in agriculture. So I met with a former school friend of mine and now my business partner, Jade. And so we came up, okay, we're going to do Guru, we're going to do this agri-tech company, and this is going to be one of the things. Another part of it was actually developing a system that would respond to climate change, a growing system. So we're also doing a climate smart greenhouse. So we're going to add a lot of the sensors in there and everything so that you get and understand. So the farmer can actually get the information and have basically in his hand a agricultural engineer to help him through his growing process. So 2016 ended, nothing. And then we're moving forward to about 2017 and we pitched this and Jeff has picked this up and we're going through, and now we're in 2020 and how fortunate we have a beta run of this market platform with Massey running it. We have interest in Grenada, we have interest in Dominica, and we have actually had initial conversations with the OECS on this. And that is a wonderful thing to happen. I'm not trying to take away from that, but the backstory to all of this is the fact that I've had to spend on the project alone, over about $60,000 in my own money. I've had a family that has backed me. I've had to do some rather extraordinary things to make it through. There have been many doors shut along the way. And the problem here is that we live in a country that doesn't have the capacity to support. It does not support research and innovation. It does not support entrepreneurs. I'm still actually now currently haggling with a bank to get some additional funding because the drought and all this rain has basically wiped the farm out. So we went from a position of earning about $1,200 a week to spending everything to try to stay afloat. And you really don't have the access to funding. And we have encouragement. And I know here today we have a wonderful opportunity to proselytize, and we're trying to to convert people to the understanding of the importance of research and innovation. But at the same time, to all of us here who are doing this, there's also the truth that faith does not pay the bills. But to the institutions, to the government, to all the bodies who have purported to help, but can't and find reason not to, doubt will equally not save us at all. The longer we wait is the more desperate things become. The longer we wait, we become the ones last to adopt, the last adopters, and then we're always behind. St. Lucia suffers from an over $350 million leak of funds. That's for our foods import. The Caribbean suffers from one that's about $4 to $6 billion US a year. That's a lot of money that's just leaving the Caribbean, and we can do something about it. Yes, we do need data, and so I'm thankful that this system is being adopted. And yes, we do need to do better, have better farming practices. Now, I'm thankful for that too. But at the same time, I can give you at least 4 concrete ways of doing different projects in, say, St. Lucia and the Caribbean that can help fisheries. It can help with Mr. McDoom was talking about desilting, for us not to have to do desilting, so which means that we can have better seagrass beds, we can help the pelagic species, our coral reefs, and our entire fisheries. But now, how does that work? How am I able to go ahead and do that? Because remember, there are going to be bills to pay. There is going to be a life to lead. And how am I going to afford to do that? Because even if, I'm thankful for Jeff, I'm not saying no, but even when we do this and we get funding for all the technical support, it doesn't actually fund everything. And then how do you access that funding? Can I go to a bank? Is there a relationship that we have currently to say, okay, you have this Jeff funding, go to this place, and then now you can get a line of credit so that can assist you? No, we don't. We have projects that are magnificent projects, like Invictus with the water. And does that actually have a government stamp of approval to say that this is what needs to be done and this is how we're moving forward? No, it doesn't. So they have to do a whole lot of work trying to push themselves and trying to push that to be successful. Now, the rate of technology adoption, somebody could see that and take it maybe 5 years down the line, because technology actually grows quite quickly, who has more money, and then they have a profitable business. And yet still, the genius of this is just sitting here in St. Lucia, trying to get through and trying to get by. Research and innovation, it's beautiful. And it's wonderful that we can sit here and discuss all the challenges. But the question still becomes, what are we doing about it? Are we actually going to go ahead, sit down, and produce actual results by having good action, by ensuring that everything that's needed, the capacity that's needed for these wonderful minds is there? Because even if we went ahead and did everything in education right, we still will have a massive gap because there's no system for them to plug into for them to take it out. I am, yes, an anomaly, but the problem is I should be the rule. The rule shouldn't be that most of us just have to end up getting a 9-to-5 job and just forgetting our dreams. That shouldn't be the rule. And that's what we face. Thank you.
Thank you much, Mr. Mayers. We'll just make a slight change to our program. We were expecting to hear from Dr. Sarah Maston, as you will see on your program, but she is unfortunately not well and won't be joining us. And in place of this, we would like to have some brief remarks from the Global Manager for GEF SGP UNDP, Ms. Yoko Watanabe.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are.
Yes. Okay, great. Thank you very much for the flexibility. I was supposed to make the remark after these presentations, but there was a conflict. Thank you very much. Conflict with other meetings. I'm glad that I'll be able to make this remark now. And thank you very much for the organizers and chairs for this opportunity. To start with, Honorable Alan Chastanet, Prime Minister of St. Lucia, Honorable Gail Rigobert, Minister of Education, Innovation, Gender Relations, and Sustainable Development, luminaries from the St. Lucian diaspora and from within St. Lucia, all members of the Small Grants Program National Steering Committee, and grantees of the GEF Small Grants Program in St. Lucia, and colleagues and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Yoko Watanabe, and I'm the Global Manager of the Global Environment Facilities Small Grants Program, which is implemented by United Nations Development Program. As I begin this short address, allow me to congratulate the government and people of St. Lucia for convening the People's Parliament in the Parliamentary Chamber of St. Lucia. The location and importance placed to this event by the government and other stakeholders represent St. Lucia's striving leadership and strong leadership and commitment in placing people at the center of sustainable development, which is also at the heart of sustainable development goals, and having a truly inclusive approach. It is not surprising that such innovative and highly recognized event is happening in St. Lucia, the Helen of West Indies, with the most Nobel Prize winners per capita, as you have been highlighting over the days today. I also want to recognize our own Giles Luminaries, one of the most innovative and experienced national coordinators of Small Grants Program, as well as Anele and his team that has made this event a reality with strong coordination and support from all partners. As we pause to reflect on 2020, the ongoing crisis of COVID-19 pandemic reminds us of what many already knew too well, of the fractured relationship between nature, health, and well-being. Up here in New York, we, like you, are buffeted with these impacts of coronavirus to the economy, society, and health system. Epidemics and pandemics are about more than pathogens. They are about inequalities and global imbalances in the socio-ecological system and landscape which pathogens take root. The impact of COVID is most hard hit among the poor and the vulnerable populations, as you see also in St. Lucia. While a medicinal vaccine to COVID will be the critical immediate step, a nature-based vaccine with enhanced landscape and seascape resilience, meaning a healthy ecosystem, is needed through innovation and actions from the bottom up and from the local communities to address the underlying drivers of pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, under this context, I wish to note that the Small Grants Program in St. Lucia is doing exactly that, spearheading its way among our global program in promoting and nurturing innovative solutions, as we've been talking the whole morning and afternoon, with local communities, particularly among the vulnerable populations, including women, youth, persons with disability, in addressing the immense global environmental challenge that we face today, including biodiversity loss, climate change, and more. During the 7th operational program of the Small Grants Program, we are seeking to further operational innovation in our program. As you've been talking, research and innovation is not only of the domain of the academic or private sector, but it is concerned to all, and the local communities indeed hold rich traditional knowledge and innovative ideas that should be supported and scaled up. The Small Grants Program is well positioned to take the risk to test and support these innovations from the local communities, including both traditional knowledge and modern science and tools. With a focus on innovation, inclusion, and impact, the Small Grants Program aims to have larger influence and results at the local and national and global levels. The ongoing SGP partner with Microsoft that Daisuke just informed about is one of the many that we are driving for the commitment for innovation. And this is one reason why I have introduced our friends at Microsoft to the St. Lucia program and apply Internet of Things and Solution Accelerator, an open platform to tackle issues related to wildlife, fisheries, agriculture, and many more by effectively collecting and analyzing data for actions. I am so excited with the progress we have made between the Microsoft and St. Lucia program. Under this program, as we just heard from Laura, St. Lucia is working on its first smart fish aggregating device, which will provide the food security, addressing impact for climate change, and marine science research. We're also working on sensor-controlled greenhouse, which Kagan just mentioned, for food production, and also integrating technology into apiculture, as Richard just mentioned. The demonstration and lessons learned from the St. Lucia Country Program will be shared widely with our network and expected to expand and scale up globally. With a focus on innovation, as well as actively engaged in South-South cooperation between St. Lucia and Pacific and many other countries in Latin America and Caribbean, St. Lucia Country Program is blazing the trail and showing pioneer spirit on what and how we can work further with local communities, together with local entrepreneurs and governments in addressing global environment and sustainable development issues. Let me end by once again congratulate the government of people of St. Lucia for consenting to have this event. I also take this opportunity to thank the Luminaries for your participation. It's been enlightening to hear your stories. I'm sure this is a commencement of a bridge to significant exchange and progress for a truly innovative and inclusive approach for sustainable development in St. Lucia and beyond, and we're really looking forward to our further collaboration. I also want to extend our particular gratitude to the Caribbean Youth Environment Network for a very successful Knowledge Fair 2020-21. Above all, our sincere compliments and gratitude to many of the SGP National Steering Committee who are present today, who give their time and expertise so willingly, with their dedication and commitment. With these words, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for this opportunity and all the very, very, very best for the reminder of the conference today. Thank you again.
So much. It was good to hear from you for these words of hope and very positive feedback from you. Thank you again. We continue for our speakers, and we'll call on Mr. Vincent Boland. I think he was here with us earlier today, but he has moved on to Zoom. Are you there, Mr. Boland?
Hi. Can you hear me? So, good afternoon, everyone. Let me adopt the protocol that has been established, and then say thank you very much to the persons who put this whole program together, particularly Mr. Giles Romulus. We do appreciate you pulling all parties together to have this very vital, informative discussion that we are having today. Can I share my screen with you, please? So this afternoon, we wanted to be able to, I heard, during the course of the day, a number of speakers indicating where are the funds? Where is the money? And, we have to understand that we are a small island state, and the government has, very limited space in terms of their fiscal space, and we have to utilize the resources that we have. We have seen that we have a huge, vast resource of intellectual capital, particularly by the number of luminaries who have spoken today, as well as other persons, our Nobel laureates, etc. So we know that there is potential for us to be able to rise and fly and use all our wings, like Mr. Romulus has indicated on a few occasions. But if we think of the SLDBs, before I speak to the SLDB's mandate, I want to just indicate that innovation to us, similar to what Dr. King spoke of this morning, is really looking at solutions to a problem. But at the same time, understanding that according to the Bible, there is nothing new under the sun, that everything really has, is there for us to bring to the fore, for us to utilize all the resources and skills that we have to be able to bring it to the fore. I also wanted to share a quote by Sir Arthur Lewis, where he indicated that the collective judgment of new ideas is so often wrong that it is arguable that progress depends on individuals being free to back their own judgment despite collective disapproval. And when you think of, persons who, for instance, who spoke earlier this morning, Mr. Callis Noel, when he was faced with the challenge to come up with a solution, a lot of people may have said, well, no, you're crazy, that can't work. But here, months later, we have our, the mobile desalination plant. We also have young entrepreneurs, Mr. Dujon, for example. He, when first people would have said that's not possible to make fertilizer from the sargassum seaweed. But again, he's on the shelf, so much so that he was listed on the Forbes under 40 top, 40 people in the world. So these are things that are quite within our capability. The challenge that we are seeing, though, is that financing is not flowing to high priority projects in vulnerable countries. And this was identified by our colleagues at the Global Green Growth Institute. And they have decided to really, take the bull by the horn to see how best they can make that change, to be in a position to get access to financing and to be able to make projects or bring bankable projects. That's one of the things that even we at the bank have challenges with where persons have great ideas, and we are now trying to see how best, and you will see that in our priorities, how best we then can move from doing research to the innovation. When we talk about innovation and the research, we look at it from two perspectives, one internally and externally. As a bank, we have to look internally to be able to come up with our strategic plan and look at our key priority areas and to be able to facilitate the access to credit within our existing environment. How do we do that? Well, like any other business that has to do a strategic plan, we would look at our current situation, we would scan our environment, we would come up with our key priorities, and then we would start an implementation program. Some of it may require for us to look closely at our human resource skills and also our actual plant and equipment. And we have found that, when you look at a financial plan, especially for a development bank, that the priority may not necessarily be profits, but in most cases it's impact, and seeing how best we could impact the key priority areas that would have been identified. What's the end game? In terms of our objectives, our plan, our strategy, our priorities, we have to look to see how best we can align these with the government's focus. Because we don't want to be pulling in different directions. We want to be able to facilitate the directions set by the government, to be able to see the expansion of credit and to allow persons, particularly the vulnerable, to improve on their well-being through access to finance. One of the key areas that the bank has looked at is resilience and being able to build resilience in everything that we do. We want to be able to make the entity, the St. Lucia Development Bank, more resilient. And by doing so, it will then cause other persons within our society to also follow suit. Because once we are strong enough, we'll be able to finance and support the projects. The Development Bank prides itself on being able to provide technical assistance in all of the areas in which it undertakes to serve the community. We look at seeing how we can make persons resilient from their household perspective. And that's one of the things that you would have seen. We have adopted the Climate Adaptation Financing Facility, which is a loan facility for eligible households and businesses to increase resilience in disaster and climate change impacts. And most recently, as of Friday, we had a relaunching of what we would call the new CAF, the Business Recovery Program. And this now has taken into the consideration the impact of COVID on the small and medium-sized businesses. It's a pilot program that the World Bank was running, and they provided $5 million for us to be able to run the program. Ideally, it looks at activities to strengthen the household, but it also takes into consideration looking at the agriculture sector in particular to see how we could strengthen the farmers and to be able to facilitate them in having their produce brought to market in the most efficient way. We also looked at infrastructure development, something that's key. And, from our perspective, we want to be able to see a holistic urban development plan, a land use plan, so that it will allow for us to be able to identify the key areas that must be kept in agriculture, the areas that we know that as we expand in terms of the population and the need for housing, that we can have homes built in areas that would be we would avoid the flood-prone areas of St. Lucia, the landslide areas, and to allow persons to traverse to and from their homes as safely as possible. Where are we now? These are the questions that we start to look at when we start to do the research. where do we want to be? How are we going to get there? How will we monitor our progress? And what are we going to do? Who is going to do what? We have had a number of consultations in that we recently completed our strategic plan, which was to help through the assistance of Dr. Harvey Miller. And with that, we engage persons from throughout the length and breadth of St. Lucia. In conjunction with doing our strategic plan, we were also able to do a gender policy and action plan, where even the likes of Mrs. Seeley was with us and gave her input so that we could have input that into our plan to know all what we have to do to address the gender equality. It's a work in progress. It's not complete. We have the plan, but we're now moving to the implementation stage, which will see us addressing some of the issues that Mrs. Seeley spoke about earlier in terms of gender inequality and having our products focused to permit persons to have access to credit that maybe traditionally they won't. But just to be clear, the development bank was considered as being very gender neutral, meaning that we have almost an equal balance of financing facilities to women and men. Some product sectors, we do have an imbalance, and these are the areas that we will be looking closely at. In terms of dealing with our end game in resilience, as I mentioned, we have facilities that will look at improvements in agriculture. We look at how we'll be able to improve households and how we'll be able to facilitate improvements in the manufacturing sector. We have seen where financing for all of the latest technology using greenhouses. We have forming a collaboration with Guru, Jade Hutchinson and his team for us to be able to facilitate the easy rollout of technology within the agriculture field, where we provide financing for the drought and disease-resistant crop. We're looking at soil stabilization and greenhouses. All of these areas for us to be able to assist businesses and individuals to achieve their goals. The climate adaptation facility, I mentioned that. In terms of agricultural focus, part of our research that we had done recently through the World Bank and their funding that they have provided to us via the CAF, we had Dr. Felix Jaria do a comprehensive review of persons within the agriculture sector. Both we held consultations in the north and in the south with farmers and also many stakeholders. And some of the things that he identified that there's a need for intervention, particularly in the post-COVID world, where we will need to see persons storing a lot more of their produce, because if the hotels are not available for the offtake of their produce, we will need to store it to be able to process it, to be able to use it at a later date. We're also trying to see how best we could improve in the technology and communication, where we have seen recently the launching of a number of platforms for farmers to be able to indicate that their produce, what produce they expect to grow, and by when, the yields, and so that they could have a more standardized approach to their farming. We have seen recently where the St. Lucia Marketing Board has entered into contracts with a number of farmers to be able to say, okay, let me see how I can guarantee you a market, and therefore you will produce what we are asking for. And all of this is looking at, one, improving on our food security, as well as reducing our food import bill. We have seen where there's a need for greater investment in agriculture to become self-sufficient in a few critical crops to begin to address the issue of the same food security, as I mentioned, and also to look at an aggressive backyard farming initiative. You would have seen with the rollout of the new CAF product, Business Recovery Program, that we are trying to incentivize persons in the form of a grant and loan so that they can undertake backyard farming for themselves so as to make themselves more self-sufficient and resilient. What we have seen is that there's a need for us to use technology in terms of drones and also to develop a national agro-processing industry. And we are extremely happy to hear when they indicated that the facility in Grace for the beekeepers will be operationalized very soon. Some of the research that he conducted indicated, the different places and areas that we have under cultivation now for the 7 crop that the government has identified, and the need for us to see how best we can improve and increase on the level of the acreage that is currently under cultivation. So, when we look closely at the research side of it, it's something that banks continually do. They want to be able to understand. That's why all banks, you'll find that there's a credit risk analyst, a risk analyst. Most of the bigger banks have economists that provide them with information that they can then take that and analyze it. And that's one of the key things that we're seeing recently in terms of data analytics, where we're able to pinpoint what the customer is looking for and to be able to see how best we can facilitate them. In terms of the information coming out of our gender mainstreaming, we were able to indicate that the need to develop female customers who own small businesses to access bridge financing to implement bigger contracts. So in terms of our contractors who are doing the infrastructure work that I mentioned earlier, it's right now dominated by men. And there is a need for us to see how best we can enhance the access to these funds and financing by more female contractors. And that's going to be done through a process of us looking at entrepreneurial training and youth training, as well as outreach to rural areas to see how we could identify the unmet needs of those persons who will be able to access the funding. Some of the game changers that we're actually looking at, that it will take some time, but we are looking to implement a green affordable housing program. And this will see us aligned with the National Housing Corporation, the Ministry of Housing, the National Insurance Corporation, Invest St. Lucia, and the St. Lucia Mortgage Finance Company. And ideally, it would be to ensure that there are sufficient energy savings in the new buildings that we construct. There's sufficient water storage and savings that we want to be able to ensure that all new constructions have, and also even in the materials used to ensure that we are not, causing an increase in our overall gas emissions and so on. We're also looking at the financial structure. But before we get there, we're also looking to see how we could empower the youth and to mobilize resource centers that we have throughout St. Lucia, where we can train persons in carpentry, masonry, electricians, and have them certified. There is a certification that is being done by the International Financial Corporation called EDGE, which ensures that your project, your product that you have in terms of your construction is now certified as being a green project. So if we train those persons and mobilize the young people, we will be, or even the unemployed, we saw that our unemployment rate had reached 29% now. If we're able to establish these centers where people can be retrained and now move into new sectors, or in a sector that they worked in, but maybe at a hotel, but now they can work for themselves. We are looking to see how best we can modify the ownership structure for more persons to access affordable housing. This is something that we are working on, that we will be rolling out shortly. We are also in discussions in the creation of an investment fund. I saw where Dr. Gilbertha indicated the need for us to have that. And we are looking very closely, because one of the things that we have identified is the need for the bank to have a greater level of capitalization so that it can undertake larger projects and do all of the things that we have planned. We want to be able to lead on some of the PPPs and privatization that we see as necessary. our colleagues at the bank, the Development Bank of Jamaica, they created a unit specifically to assist the government of Jamaica with the privatization and or forming PPPs for their statutory bodies. The Jamaicans had 32 statutory bodies that were in deplorable conditions. And when I read the information, they're not very far from a few of the entities that we do have in St. Lucia that have traditionally been supported through the government. They have come up with a program which transparently allows for those entities now to become more efficient. Either they become efficiently still under the control of the government, or they become privatized, which will then see a more efficient operation based on the profit motive. One of the things that we are working on, we have partnered with Invest St. Lucia in the creation of an entrepreneur hub. Right now, the virtual platform is called Boost, and I encourage persons to go there and direct persons there, because it's really an interactive platform that allows the entrepreneur or the potential entrepreneur to be trained, to have access to information, and or to meet his peers and other colleagues who may give him some information that will lead him on his way. In terms of our linkages and linking our priorities to the projects, we have collaborated, as I indicated, with the World Bank and the Climate Investment Fund. We are working closely with CDB. We are moving forward with both CDF and ECCB in terms of their credit enhancement programs. The CDF, the CARICOM Development Fund, have created the Credit Risk Abatement Facility, which is providing a credit guarantee for persons looking to access renewable and energy efficient projects, and they are lacking the sufficient collateral to be able to do so. Similarly, the ECCB has invited the Development Bank to be a part of the Eastern Caribbean Partial Credit Guarantee Program that will again allow us to facilitate persons who need to have access to credit but don't have the sufficient collateral to do so. We are also working with GET Invest, which is a part of an agency from the European Commission, and they're assisting us in our approach to the Green Climate Fund with a concept paper. We are also working with the Green Climate Fund towards accreditation and are undergoing a gap assessment as we speak. And we're hoping to have the accreditation sometime, hopefully in the new year. We are also looking to partner with the Global Green Growth Institute, GGGI, who are working closely with the OECS in ensuring that entities have access to financing and can develop bankable projects. Locally, we are working with all agencies, the SBDC, the Small Business Development Unit, the South Louis Community College, the Invest St. Lucia, Export St. Lucia, the National Skills Development Center. These are all partners who work with us to achieve the socioeconomic development of the people of St. Lucia. We are also in the process of working with, and I think Mr. Luisi mentioned, the German Savings Foundation, who are partnering with us to do the design thinking courses. So they have trained us, as well as I think members of the chamber, to be able to look and see how we can get persons to have the bankable project, have the business that they want to start, other than moving from just the idea to having a solid business footing. And that's where we are seeing the research that needs to be done, because some persons, when they do enter the doors, they have the idea, but they may not have thought through all of the processes. The Development Bank stands ready to be able to facilitate persons in being able to access credit and to move from research to innovation. We continue to applaud Mr. Giles Romulus and the Small Grants Program, and we continue to provide our support. Thank you very much.
Mr. Boland, I'm sure many people will be very interested to see how the new approaches by the bank works out for them. At this time, we call on Mr. or Dr. Linus Clovis. Move on to Ms. Anya Edwin, who will speak on the interests of youth.
I extend warm greetings to the representatives at this blended forum on behalf of the executive of the St. Lucia National Youth Council and its membership, the young people of this fair Helen. The Global Environment Fund Small Grants Program has displayed great resilience by adapting and remodeling this initiative to satisfy national COVID-19 protocols despite major restrictions, and for that I commend them. I stand here today to add to the voices of thousands of young St. Lucians who yearn for a country that will increase investments into the intellectual capacity of its people, particularly the youth. During a dialogue hosted by the United Nations Eastern Caribbean Office on International Youth Day this year, I made a plea for increased investments in the intellectual capacities and skill sets of young people. I then boldly went on to say, with the advent of e-learning, I am hopeful that education can be more affordable for our young people. As cliché as the echo appears to our ears, sound knowledge is indeed power, and my Barbadian colleague, Mr. Chad Monaville, who sat on that same panel with me, unequivocally stated, and I quote, "The Caribbean is home to very well-educated people. Once we can have certified programs that allow persons to have knowledge transferred right across the world, we can increase revenue streams to boost our economies. Certainly, we would not be in our current position if we moved to a knowledge-based economy." Ladies and gentlemen, an investment in research is also direct investment in the knowledge and culture of our people. As the theme suggests, we must strive to inform, educate, and motivate the citizenry to aspire to sustainable futures with awareness on climate change, climate variability, and growing socioeconomic inequalities. One of the ways we intend to achieve this as a multi-stakeholder forum is through the introduction of research and innovation across multiple sectors, from the backyard garden to parliament and beyond. However, how do we expect to achieve these objectives if the very people we are trying to engage are not equally educated and are unfamiliar with the jargon that we so eloquently articulate? How do we expect to inculcate research into our way of life if we have policymakers debating bills right here in this very honorable chamber without first having dialogues and research-driven consultation with the constituents on the genesis of their findings and the implications to citizens today and many generations later? How do we expect the lesser educated caller to the local social commentary show to understand how the $10 million mentioned in the budget is spent if we don't further explain to them that allocations in the annual debate of revenue and expenditure are broad estimates that more or less may not match actual government expenditure? As minor as this may seem, it is the correction of these malpractices that will spur research and innovation that can develop culture, enhance national pride, and promote participatory and inclusive democratic processes. The year 2020 signaled a decade left in which members of the United Nations must achieve the 2030 United Nations Sustainable Development Agenda. With the commencement of this decade came the exacerbation of the issues which the SDGs seek to address, catalyzed by the ramifications of COVID-19. Hence, we are presented with a golden opportunity to aggressively address the developmental gaps through substantial research mechanisms and innovative and sustainable practices. I want to join Dr. Auger in applauding the likes of Mrs. Delia Fossois, who have taken on the mandate to pursue an alien yet very important culture of having access to books through bookstores and cafes. In the last few months, we noticed the national organization conducting a number of fundraising activities in an effort to raise a few $1,000s to finance a digital library after its former home was engulfed in flames some years ago. The need for the coordination of fundraisers to finance this virtual library, in my belief, is indicative of the lack of importance of the conservation of teaching of our history and lack of appreciation of research by our cultural icons and historians. How often do we measure the significance of our national archives in its current form? We are realizing daily the quick manifestation of the digital revolution, yet our actions are not up to par or in sync with this new era that is upon us. Policymakers, leaders, young people, it is our future, and this is our time to confront the reality of a changing climate and the need to alter our livelihoods, our practices, and our mode of governance to keep St. Lucia ahead of the curve in sustainable development for small island developing states. To get there, we must make the early investments into quantitative and qualitative research, cultivate innovation, and propel resilient mindsets. While we are asked to share our views on what organizations like the St. Lucia National Youth Council can do to infuse research and innovation in all aspects of sustainable development, it is critical to recognize that no one individual or grouping can effectively achieve this in isolation. I believe that it is for this very reason the 17th United Nations Sustainable Development Goal focuses on partnership for the goals. May I suggest 3 of many solutions? 1, practice environmental auditing in schools, such as what was piloted in our Jeff-funded project in 2018, which focused on garbage segregation, electricity, and water conservation. Number 2, grant-funded research projects into investigations on local medicines to promote health tourism and advance economic diversification efforts. And thirdly, coordinated interventions with community-based organizations like the National Youth Council district branches to pilot conservative practices such as rainwater harvesting and backyard gardening to reduce the demand on potable water supply to rural communities and encourage food security and organic farming. In terms of variability, it also means that we must continue to create or work towards educating or creating careers that are aligned with the new reality that we are faced with. Encourage young people to further studies in climate change, sustainable development, and other research and innovative centric and region-specific fields of study. This will assure us that we have St. Lucians equipped within every aspect of our sector to ensure the implementation of sustainable practices in the public and private sectors. With this backdrop, I wish to highlight and commend St. Lucia's youth innovators. Although Dr. Fletcher mentioned a few earlier, I just want to add the Junior Achievement Young Leaders winners and participants over the years, Keegan Patrick, Shagon Rosary, and Divi Frederick from Optronics, who are working towards creating an indelible impact in the field of robotics and artificial intelligence. And there are so much untapped, innovative young talents in the area of arts and culture, ranging from comedy to singing, dancing, sculpting, and the list goes on and on. COVID is a stark reminder of the need for cooperation across borders, sectors, and generations. We must utilize the passion, creativity, innovation, and education and talents of young people at every policy level, including in this very chamber when Parliament is in session, to play an active role in devising sustainable solutions in the development of our country. I wish to end by calling on young people to take advantage of the knowledge presented during this fair and the availability of funding to support your innovative ideas when that time comes. Thank you.
Thank you very much for sharing these 3 ideas, and we hope that we will see some satisfaction the next time we come around in terms of their implementation. We move on, and Standing by, I would imagine, is Dr. Didicus Jules. He's not here? Okay. Then we move on to Mr. Boo Hingson. He's not there either? Okay, well, that's it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of our presentations for today. We've had a lot to cover. We've had a lot of information shared. We see a lot to celebrate. At the same time, we see that we can do so much more in areas that we are not doing as well. So let's give all our speakers a great round of applause, not only for sharing their life stories and so showing us a part of their success, but also because we've gotten even new ideas that we wish to work on as far as innovation, research and innovation are concerned. At this time, we would like to call on Mr. Ember Charles. Ember Charles is here with us. Okay, Ember, good to see you. And we will ask you to give us a summary of today's proceedings.
Okay, thank you very much, Jerry. And I'm not too sure if it might be counterproductive to try to do a summary at this point in time, but what I plan to do is to just highlight some of the main threads that came through the presentations today. But just to start by reminding us of the question that was before us this morning, the question of integrating research and innovation into sustainable development. And of course, we have to ask ourselves whether we answer that question today. But in doing that, I think there's the issue of the sustainable development path being followed by our countries, in particular St. Lucia. I think some of the presenters did address the issue of the definition of sustainable development. But what came out was a sort of a picture of the facets or components of that developmental model that we follow. From the economic point of view, we realize in St. Lucia what the main economic activity is now driving us is tourism, and the question is to relate it to research and innovation. Does the focus on that sector really spur a need for research and innovation, especially when you have lots of young people who are going overseas to study, and you ask yourself the reasons why one may not be driven to come back to a country of birth when they have developed certain expertise and certain proficiencies in research. The second issue is the question of governance, and I think that was raised in particular by Dr. Audrey Henry, who said that policy making sometimes is not necessarily driven by evidence. And in fact, she used the example where in our politics, the politicians are more driven by the need to be re-elected. So votes actually is the kind of data they need as opposed to innovation, science, research and development. Then you had the question of education. Our education system, does it facilitate research and innovation? And the current challenges of the education system were highlighted by quite a few speakers. Really, does education reward creativity? Does it reward inquiry? Does it reward research? Or does it reward regurgitation of existing models and practices that students are taught? Does it start early enough to facilitate inquiry? And then, of course, there was the dislocation between what we want to do on our own socio-economic base, whether we have accepted or we continue to deny our bilingualism. And bilingualism was looked at in a more broad sense, not just the language, but the fact that there's a certain element of modernity in our society, plus a deep traditional set of knowledge that sometimes we either forget to accept is there, or we just turn our backs on it, and whether that is in fact something that is good, that will help us. The picture that was painted was interesting by Dr. St. Catherine, was the sort of baseline research he did, which highlighted some, again, additional challenges facing St. Lucia as we pursue this path of integrating research and development into sustainable research and innovation into sustainable development. The question is, does research and innovation benefit the poor? I think he had some statistics which said it is not, as people perceived it. There is some kind of doubt over science and the scientific information, and I think what he used was the example of people's perception of the acceptance of a virus, a vaccine for the COVID virus. The further question which needs to be answered is, why was that the prevailing perception of people's appreciation or acceptance of a vaccine? So that's needed for further research. But there was a recognition that research and innovation is actually necessary, and the three areas highlighted were health, education, and agriculture. Of course, the others were highlighted, but these sort of stood out. I think we have to look at that picture against the expectations and, of course, the type of setting that the GEF program sets for getting involved in funding or investing in programs at the community level or at the national level. And the expectations are that these programs must be participatory, cost-effective, and of course, the participatory means, of course, some level of consultation is required at all levels. That was, resonates a lot with the young people who spoke today in their presentations. And there has to be the resurgence of the spirit of giving, the spirit of Kudme, which I think the chair started off when she said her opening remarks this morning. And it has to be inclusive and it has to be decentralized. Our statistics show how you have a heavy percentage of our population stacked to the north and where a lot of the activity is happening. What happens to the rest of the island? So the question is that, did we answer the question based on the presentations? I mean, what we heard, I won't go through all of what we heard, but just sort of pull out a few pointers. It seems quite a long time since Dr. Kito Lawrenson spoke to us, but he set the ball rolling in terms of trying to suggest what might be rewards for efforts at getting young people involved in science and innovation. But I think that has to be juxtaposed against the question which was raised by Dr. King, echoed by Adrian Ogier as well, as the issue of building self-confidence in our people, knowing yourself, knowing your history, and as a result, knowing your self-worth. And perhaps that can be a basis for spurring people to do things that will redound to the benefit of themselves and their own people. The stories we heard from all of these young St. Lucians who are doing research overseas is to overcome these challenges that confronted them. But to do that, they had to be confident. They had to know who they were, why they were doing what they were doing, and perhaps these are the questions we need to answer as well. We heard that research must address basic needs in our society, must address well-being, must address issues of rights. It has to be transformational. It must address the issues of gender or participation on gender-based participation and the issue of ethics. It must reward creativity. It must lead to change. And also, in the question of the economy, research and innovation is key to business survival, as was presented by the people who are involved in the private sector. In the presentations, looking at some of the innovations, the projects, the services such as the bank, the Eden Herbs, and also I think the presentations presented by Carlis, Invictus and company, you realize that these are platforms for using as examples for what can be done and how collaboration can take place to fund the research. But there has to be a sound policy, a sound infrastructure, a sound ecosystem for research, as was highlighted by Dr. Keith Nurse when he spoke about the disparities in funding of higher education and the sort of percentages required from GDP, relation to GDP, to fund research and innovation for any kind of change to happen. We would know for instance, that The World Bank has accepted some of the data coming from some of the academic community and also from other institutions. For example, that if you invest or you expand your broadband by about 10%, it probably leads to a 1 to 2% growth of the growth in the economy. So there has to be an understanding of the relationship between investment in innovation and growth in the economy as well. So the infrastructure, the budgets, the incentives, all of these are necessary. And I think one of the threads resounding was the question of the education system. We need to tackle that. We need to ensure that there's the environment of inquiry from a very, very early age to ensure that people appreciate and research becomes part of the culture of our society. And I think one of the things that resonated with me as well by the examples presented from the young St. Lucians, that we should not be afraid to fail. Jerry?
Yes, but job well done. Thank you very much. We move now from a summary or highlights of what happened to what will happen next. And we call on the National Coordinator, Mr. Giles Romulus, to lead us there.
Thank you very much, Jerry. Colleagues, let me thank you for being here. It's been a long day, a marathon. Obviously, we underestimated time since we've gone over significantly. And I thank you all for staying the course. Sometimes great things happen with a lot of sacrifice. And I do want to tell you where we go next. All the people in cyberspace, thank you, Luminaries, for contributing, both within St. Lucia and outside. The next step, of course, the immediate next step is for our scribes. We have 2 scribes, phenomenal scribes, from South Louis Community College. They'll produce a report, a high quality report from this one-day session. Once that is prepared, finalized, and approved, it will go to our drafting committee. And that drafting committee comprised of Mr. Clinton Springer, Dr. Stephen King, Dr. Ezra Jean-Baptiste, myself, and a member of CYEN, Ms. Nalia Mahal. We will pull out of that report what we would like to call a Hiranara Declaration on Research and Innovation. That will be crafted into a kind of synoptic document that will be circulated again around St. Lucia to all organizations, both civil society, government, and the private sector for comments. And we are likely to give anything from a month to 6 weeks to comment and to feedback to us. Once that fed, of course, everybody in here will also receive a copy for comments as well. Once the comments are fed back to us, we'll finalize it, and the idea is to officially submit it to our decision makers and policy makers, not only at the governmental level, but also at the private sector, CSO level as well. We are hoping also to use that declaration to launch a competitive R&I project, and we are going to invite civil society organizations to come up with an idea that has a pair of wings and a landing gear. And Laura, that is what you're missing. A pair of wings and a landing gear. So it could be funded in real time, and we could see the results to improve our country. So this is how we are going to go, and that will take us well into next year. Seeing that we're coming into this Christmas season, I want to wish all of you all a, well, should I say early Merry Christmas to all of you. Peace and goodwill and cheer. For those of you in North America, take care of yourself. We want you to be healthy. Stay away from the COVID. For those in St. Lucia, let's do the same thing. And I wish everybody a pleasant good evening. And I think it's left for me to invite the member of NYC, I think, to move the vote of thanks, and CYN, sorry, to move the vote of thanks. So thank you again, everybody.
In the interest of time, please permit me to adopt the protocol already established in bidding everyone a pleasant good afternoon. You know, we call this the People's Parliament, and one thing which is without question today is that as small island developing states, our true source of wealth to drive our sustainable development is available right here, in the minds of our people right here, and in the diaspora, and we just need to unleash this. Nonetheless, recognizing the numerous individuals and organizations who have ensured that this People Parliament is not only a reality, but a stepping stone towards a new era in St. Lucia's development, it is with a great degree of alacrity that I deliver the vote of thanks today. Many thanks to our Chair of Proceedings and Chairperson of the JEF SGP UNDP National Steering Committee, Dr. Rosemary Husbands-Mafre, for your welcome remarks, guiding today's activities, and of course ensuring that we didn't deviate too much into the turbulent waters of overtime. Our sincere thanks also to the Deputy Chair of Proceedings, Dame Paulette Louisy, Governor General Emeritus, for gracing us with your presence, and of course, the display of your continued support. To Mr. Jerry George and Ms. Linnell Melisa early on for introducing our outstanding luminaries and presenters, all doing fantastic work in various fields. And certainly we have to thank Mr. Giles Romulus, National Coordinator of the JSSGP, for setting the scene earlier on within the context of research and innovation earlier on this morning. Not forgetting Mr. Edwin St. Catherine for providing certainly, I'd say, very useful baseline results on research and innovation in St. Lucia. I think this was certainly a needed, much needed research, and we certainly look forward to the final report next year. To our luminaries and speakers, both in person and virtually, sharing your experiences, knowledge and suggestions, we were certainly eye-opening and inspiring. And what was truly amazing is that we had such a diverse pool of individuals, from agriculture to apiculture, education, business, health, science, you name it. In fact, in true West Indian fashion, I'd say we have the perfect lineup for successful second innings run chase in innovation against the rest of the world. Special thanks again to Ms. Yoko Watanabe, Global Manager of JEF SGP, UNDP, for your kind words, and reaffirming the commitment of JEF SGP in supporting our nation's journey towards sustainable development. Special thanks again to Mr. Ember Charles for such a succinct report of today's proceedings. Not forgetting JEF SGP and the partnership with the UE Open Campus, along with the Caribbean Youth Environment Network. After all, your efforts and commitment in ensuring that this year's People Parliament was a reality, as we truly kickstart, or I should say rather catalyze, a new era for research and innovation in St. Lucia in all sectors is so greatly appreciated and will certainly leave a permanent mark in St. Lucia's history down the line. Of course, many thanks to the Office of the Parliament for facilitating use of this venue with immense comfort. Our heartfelt thanks go out to you. And to all, we cannot certainly forget all who joined us via the virtual platforms, whether it be Zoom, Facebook, YouTube. Thank you for your comments and virtual engagement. We are indeed grateful for your taking time off to be part of this People Parliament, wherever you may be in the world. To the media, we thank you for ensuring that today's proceedings reach the St. Lucian audience beyond these chambers, and by extension, the wider world. To our volunteers and all those working behind the scenes in ensuring the events of today went ahead smoothly, our sincere thanks to you. Ladies and gentlemen, à nous continuer à supporter avec pousser research et innovation dans cette lycée. Let us continue to support and push forward research and innovation in St. Lucia. Merci appeal. I thank you.
As we have come to the end of our day's journey, I would just like to tell everyone there is lunch available in the same lounge that you had your break, so please grab and go. Please take your lunch package before you leave. Thank you.